Epic Thulu, how you doing, bro? Minnie, how you doing? How you guys doing? Welcome. Sorry, just checking some shit out, making sure that everything is set up correctly. Hoping, at least. Gentlemen, how you doing? How you guys doing? Welcome. Very happy to have you all here. Ben Onkerton, how you doing, brother? Oh, let me just pause all of these fucking videos. There we go. Elodie, how you doing, bro? Oh man. All right. Nika Spider, how you doing? Hello. Why sounds like it's weird. Coming through weird. I don't know why. Fuck it. It'll be fine. I'm happy to hear that. Doing good. How about yourself? I have no complaints. I never have complaints. Except when I do. But not often. But no, I genuinely can't complain. I mean, I woke up, I edited some videos, and now I'm live. So life's good. And I'm going to be playing Rogue Trader. So I don't know why I would have any complaints. Like, it's very rare that my life is in a position where I need to complain about something. It does happen, obviously, but it is rare. Hold up. Something is fucking annoying me, and I don't exactly know what it is. Why are you being... Is this working? Not really. Hold up, chat. Kill Jane, how you doing? I need to figure something out here. Let's go audio options, gain, active noise cancellation, transparent. All right, let's see. Hopefully this works. Yeah, okay, this works good. Sorry, I could hear myself speak, but I could only hear myself speak out of this ear. This ear wouldn't, for some reason, it wasn't coming through on this side. So I just had to fix the balance a little because I was getting annoyed as shit. Trying to keep warm and debating Warframe. I would say don't play Warframe. They fuck that game. But that's only because I genuinely don't know why anyone would play Warframe. I don't like that game. I was finally almost done with the office project me and my husband have been working on for a week. Moving bookcases over and organizing them, getting rid of stuff. We have so much D&D stuff from various editions in a Warhammer section to rival yours. Oh shit, Nick Spider, but that's nice. Mackie Mac, how you doing, bro? Fair point. There's also Phantasy Star Online. Yeah, I don't play that game either. No, I'm a weird guy when it comes to video games. Like, don't even fucking pay attention to me. I don't like looter shooters. I really find them beyond boring. Dude, the fuck is wrong? Why am I not feeling comfortable? Now I'm gonna start complaining because I'm not feeling comfortable in my own headset. Like, for some reason, it's weird. All right. Let's see. Yeah, okay, that worked for a bit. I'll see if it annoys me later. Pyromaniac, how you doing? Titanborn, how you doing, brother? Pringles, how you doing, fam? CCS, how you doing? Kind of enjoyed the Rogue Trader gameplay? Yeah, well, we're going to be doing it again today, so I'm glad you fucking enjoyed it. Because I'm looking forward to playing some more of it. Dragneil, how you doing, bro? I've decided I'm going to buy a monitor. Finally done with 1080p 60. CCS, which monitor are you picking up? Have you chosen a monitor that you want to buy, or hope your morning been well? The beer's immaculate. Bleeding Soul 420. How you doing, bro? Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Hachi, some weird fucking streamer that thinks he's way too cool. I regretted going 1440p. Prepare to spend a lot more on GPUs going forward. I mean, if you have like for 1440p gaming, like 3080 perfect. Like I have a 1440p and my 3080 is just doing like perfect with it. And once you get to the 40 series, like 4070 will get you 1440p gaming easy at like 120 frames per second. You know, and I'm assuming by the time we get to the 50 series, it's probably going to be like the 5060 is going to get you 1440p gaming easy. And yeah, 3080 is high end, but I mean, once you get to like 4070s, you're no longer in the high end. You're mid range. Well, fucking new school mid range, old school high end, right? I'm trying to decide. Probably that Dell 27 inch, 40. Okay, so let me show you, CCS. Let me be the one to show you, right? Because I've been having my eye on monitors as well, so I can show you a couple of monitors that I really like. Where is that? Oh yeah. So this is one of them that I was looking at, right? Pretty good 1440p, 27 inch IPS panel, which is always really good. You want to do IPS whenever possible because it has, unless you're gonna go like OLED, which prepare to spend a fuck ton of money. If you're not gonna go OLED, IPS is the best image that you're gonna get from it. Is 165 hertz monitor. It's LG Ultra Gear 27 inch, 1440p. Don't listen to the 1ms. That's never fucking true. HDR10 also useless. Doesn't get bright enough to actually go HDR, but you can pretend like you have an HDR monitor. It's fine. But I would go with this because it has NVIDIA G-Sync compatibility, which is really cool. When you have, like, I, for example, don't have an NVIDIA G-Sync monitor, and it drives me up the fucking wall. Because if I turn on NVIDIA G-Sync, it goes black, like the screen just goes black every few seconds, and there's fuck all you can do. You just have to wait for it. So yeah, I would go for, like, any monitor that has NVIDIA G-Sync, I would go for right off the bat. And this is a pretty good display. It's IPS. Why wouldn't you? There was another one that I saw. That was really cool. Was it this one? No, this is an AMD 3 sync. I know it was specifically a G Sync. Zoda, how you doing, bro? EveTech is always cheaper than Woodware. EveTech is always cheaper than Woodware and cheaper than Dreamwear Tech. EveTech is currently the cheapest one you have, by far. That's why, generally speaking, buy from EveTech. I don't know why. I think it's because they're the largest. They just, I mean, pretty much everyone uses EveTech, so they're able to get much better pricing. I used to sell computer parts and build computers way back in my old life, so I know how it works. I still have contracts at all of the suppliers, although ordering straight from the supplier, if you're just ordering one, is not fucking worth, because they do charge a lot then. But basically, if you're ordering like 100 a month, good prices. If you order like 10 a month, not good prices. Like they hype the prices. They want you to buy a ton. Get Rectron price lists? Yeah, I don't know if Rectron still exists, but if they do, I still have a contract there. Like I still have an account there. Doing good, thank you. Hope everyone's doing great. I would go for I would what was the other one? There was an Acer one, but I think it's off the list now. But there was an Acer Predator one that was also super good, but it doesn't look like it's on the list anymore. So it's either sold out or they've removed it for something else. The only thing I hate about these guys is the fact that you can't actually tell them, like, you can't filter. You get what you get, and that's it. What was the... Oh, this is a nice one as well. The LG Ultra Gear 27-inch QHD gaming monitor. Also IPS 165, also G-Sync compatibility. The Dowel over here, 32-inch. I think actually this is mine. No, this isn't mine. I'm lying. I don't... this is pretty much mine. Except that when I bought this, there was no IPS model. So I have the TN panel in mine. But mine pretty much looks like this. Except for no G-Sync. I was thinking of getting this one. Hold up. Dal G27 24D 27-inch WQHD. Not bad. It's a TN panel, this, isn't it? What's the panel? Because it doesn't look like an IPS. It is IPS. Oh, that's not bad. AMD FreeSync Premium. You see, now what we need to do is go... Yeah, there you go. All right, so yours, as you can see here, is NVIDIA G-Sync compatible. Yeah, you can buy this. You can go. CCS. That's all you need to do, right? Every single monitor you ever want to buy, this goes for everyone in chat. If you want to buy a monitor, literally, and it doesn't say G-Sync compatible, just take this, the code, as well as the name, and just say G-Sync compatibility. Always make sure that you get G-Sync compatible. There was a... I think they have my desk. I'm probably going to order this desk. If they still have it. No, don't tell me you guys don't have it anymore. What the fuck? Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'm going to order this desk from them. I'm going to go sit standing desk. Fuck it. I don't know how this desk is this cheap, though. Seven Raven, how you doing? Digit, how you doing, bro? Get mine from IKEA. We don't have an IKEA here, though. The thing is, what I don't understand is, right? So this thing has a 3-stage dual motors, which is already really good. So it has 2 motors inside, and it has 3 stages. That is usually like when you're starting to go to the more high end of stuff, right? Then it has, I don't give a fuck about discrete cable management tray because I'm going to be installing hooks anyways underneath the desktop area for cable management. It has a weight limit of 125 kilograms. Again, that is when you're starting to move to like the more premium sit standing desks. The price here is about $300 fucking dollars, give or take. Like, why is it this cheap? That's what I don't understand. Why are you this cheap? Plus, it has touch controller with profile memory, which again, you're starting to move to the more premium when you have profile memory. So what is wrong with this thing that it doesn't, like, why is it this cheap? Only thing I can think is it's like made in China or some shit. It's literally the only thing I can think of because it shouldn't be this cheap. No, as you can see, it's in stock with the supplier. So this isn't like a refurbished unit or a unit that like an open box special or some shit. This is from the supplier. So if you order it, they'll order it from the supplier for you. I don't know why it's this cheap. Unless I get this desk and it just falls a fucking part, right? Like I set it up and then it literally just goes, pwah, everything breaks. Maybe that's why it's so cheap. Like maybe after I set it up, I'll be like, oh, I understand why it's this fucking cheap. It's about what I saw a couple of years ago when she was looking 300, 400 with the frame for the frame, and when more for the top. Yeah, so for the top, I was thinking about where the fuck is it? Is it this? Yeah, it's this. For the top, I was thinking about this. Obviously the one that's a little bit larger than this. Because this is only 900 by 900, which is very fucking small. I know they have larger ones. Maybe this, for example, 600 by 1800 millimeters, which is kind of perfect for a desk, right? Because it's almost 2 meters in length, and just over half a meter in breadth, which is perfect. Is that real wood? I don't know. To laminate the top, pine. Yeah, this is pine wood, which, I mean, fuck, I don't really give a shit. The other one I could go for is this, something like this, which is 900 in breadth, but again, almost 2 meters in length. Amelia Nahum, how you doing? And I must say, I kind of like this top though. It looks kind of cool, right? The wood looks kind of awesome on this. What's this? This is product features: durable and fully solid construction, high quality materials used, simplistic and stylish, high quality A grade melamine. I don't know what the fuck melamine is, so now I have to check. What is this? What's melamine? Is a decorative surface for option for particle board or MDF panels? Huh. I don't know if I like that. Oh, it's compounded wood. Okay, never mind. I understand. Okay, I know what it is now. So it's wood that's been compacted. Shit. Jason, how you doing, bro? 1 rand equals 5 cents US. Wait, I don't think it's that fucking bad. Wait a second. Rand to dollar. Hold up. Wait, yeah, really is 5 cents. You're not wrong. Wait, when the fuck did it get that bad? Or has it always been that bad? I usually do it the other way around, though. Because I think in dollars more. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Zella, how you doing, bro? No, EveTech site sucks dick, but their prices is good. No, if Van Honkerton in a perfect world, I would be getting a carbon top, not even a wood top. Like, I would prefer to have a carbon top. Like, dude, in a perfect world, I would fucking design my own top. The problem is, I don't even know where to start with that shit. Peter Smith, how you doing, bro? Elodie, we will be watching the Putin interview when it drops, yes. I don't know when it drops, though, but we will be watching it. Yeah, but something like this could work. It's pretty. I think it's perfect size. Actually, it might actually be a little bit too wide. The breadth of this is 900. That's almost a meter. That is fucking insane. It's kind of like this, right? It's pretty much as wide as this is, which is almost a little too wide for a desk. But I would actually have preferred if this was like not just over half as wide as this. But I guess it's fine. No. This is computer stuff. Yeah, I'm not I'm not buying shit for my kitchen. I have marble tops in my kitchen. Wasn't my choice. The house came with it. But I mean, they work. We're building. Well, we're building a sit standing desk, Peter. Effectively, that's what we're doing. I've been having my eye on a sit standing desk for a year now. For a year now, I want to buy a sit standing desk because everything that we find out tells us how bad it is to sit at your desk the whole time. But here's the problem. Every time I get close to hitting that fucking button over there, my mind tells me, you don't really need it. Come on. You know, don't waste your money on this shit. Just stick with your desk. It works. You have a chair. It's fine. It is just nuts, dude. It truly is just nuts. Pringles, yeah, it's Gina something. Don't exactly know who the fuck she is, but she's suing Disney for discrimination. I know. That's relatable. I love the arms that hold my monitors. It makes it so freaking easy to clean. It like seconds. Dude, okay, so here's my in the next few months, hopefully this is what my setup will look like. Okay? So I want to buy a monitor, but I do have 2 monitors already, so I'm probably not going to buy a monitor right now because, again, I always have this thing. I come to the site, I decide, right, now I'm going to buy it. Then I get to the site and I go, do I really need this? And then I go, nah, I've got 2 monitors, so I'm probably not going to buy a fucking monitor. But what I will buy, because there's a thing that's even stronger than my hatred of spending money, and that is my hatred of having unnecessary fucking apps on my computer. Now, right now, I have 2 apps on my computer. And I need both of these apps because, well, I have things that need controlling from both of these apps. If I can find the other fucking one. What's it called again? It's the iQue, but it is such a weird fucking... There we go. The iQue app. So I need the SteelSeries app for my headset. Yeah. So the SteelSeries app for my headset. Otherwise, the headset won't work as well. But then I need this fucking app from Corsair for my mouse and keyboard, which I hate. I don't want multiple apps for peripherals. I want one app for all of my peripherals. So this is truly fucking annoying me to no end at the minute. Yeah, this is driving me fucking nuts at the moment. How is it a non-issue? What are you talking about a non-issue? Why is my graphics card so hot? Actually, it's not that. Never mind. I'm lying. This is the temperature I care about. It's only 50°C, so that's good. Wow, for a second I started to stress. Fuck me. So I want to get rid of this fucking app, which means I have to get rid of a perfectly good keyboard and a perfectly good mouse, because fuck having 2 apps, which means I'm gonna get this mouse. I mean, look how beautiful that is, bro. You can't tell me this isn't an absolutely gorgeous mouse, right? I really want this mouse. It's the SteelSeries MMO mouse, which is just fucking gorgeous. Just look at that thing, bro. It looks awesome. It's gonna be a bitch to clean, but still, you know, it really looks good. So I want this SteelSeries mouse, and then I don't know if they have the keyboard at the minute. Yeah, they don't have my keyboard. Fuck. They still don't have my keyboard. Does Woodware have it? Steel Series. Mechanical. Why do you not have wireless options here? What's going on? I'm gonna have to check. I think I saw it with them though. I could be wrong. Fuck, no one has a Steel Series wireless? Why? Do Steel Series do wireless keyboards? They should, right? Danny, how you doing? The fuck? Oh, you motherfuckers. I know the guy that owns this, so I could probably ask him. Yeah, I'll probably email the dude that owns Dreamer Tech and ask him if he can order wireless Steel Series mechanical keyboard, brown switches. I'm gonna give him all of the things I want, and then he's gonna come back to me and say, yeah, they don't have that. It's weird how they split some stuff. Logitech has really lost the plot at this point. They have Logitech Options, Options Plus, and G Hub. Yeah, I like one of the things I hate most about having all of these apps is they actually use a lot of fucking resources. Like some of these apps that you have to install for your peripherals can fucking chew through your system's resources if you're not careful. But all right, so I can't get a keyboard currently. Let's just see if there is Steel Series keyboards out there. I won't order from Amazon. It's too fucking expensive here, but oh, for fuck's sake. I already have this. Okay, here we go. Let's see if there is such a thing as a Steel Series wireless keyboard that is also mechanical. Ambidextrous and length. Okay, so it doesn't have wireless specifics. Why does this picture make it seem like this is wireless? Or am I just wishful thinking here? But it's 10 kilos. Fuck it. I won't buy that. It's got red switches, though. I don't like red switches. Brown switches. Here we go. But you see, this is, again, not fucking wireless. Here's a wireless one. Wireless hypermagnetic gaming keyboard. World's fastest keyboard. Esports 10 kilos. Fucking 10 kilos. Why 10 kilos? I don't understand. I don't want 10 kilos. Yeah, but I don't want this. Fuck that, bro. I don't want that. That is weird. Yeah, but I like having 10 keys extra. I don't like when it's not there. See, I love this keyboard if it just wasn't 10 keyless. This one. Because I'm pretty sure this is the This is their new mechanical. They have this new technology that works with magnetic um, mechanics, which is super cool. I wonder if this is the one. Yeah, it is. The OmniPoint 2.0 adjustable hypermagnetic switches, which is apparently better than normal mechanical switches, at least from everything I've read. The magnetic switches are really, really good. Yeah. This is what this is the keyboard I'm gonna have to go for. I'm just gonna have to try and find either one that has that isn't 10 keyless, or I'm gonna have to find an extra 10 key fucking extension. Oh man, I could look at keyboards and peripherals all day long. I could literally do an entire stream just checking out fucking peripherals. This is my shit. I love this. Makes me super happy. Yes, the headphones are SteelSeries as well. Theseus, I bought them last week, I think. They're the Octus Nova Pro, I think. I'll show you which ones I have. It's these ones. No, it's these ones, just not the Xbox version. Because the Xbox version is like 300 grand more than the non-Xbox version. For no fucking reason. There's literally no reason why the Xbox version has to be more expensive. It's the exact same headphone. But for some reason, just because it has the Xbox thing on it, it is more expensive. Booker Games, how you doing, bro? Peter, for a while, SteelSeries was really, really good. And then they started to fall off. They did pretty much what every company does, which is start cutting corners, start making your things cheaper, and then they sort of fall out of favor. And they've really come back in a fucking fire way. Like, they are, at least this headset, everyone that I've watched speak about this headset have said it's the best headset they've ever used. Like, they will never go back to another headset. And I will honestly say, having used it for a week now, and I use it literally daily. I don't have speakers. I don't like speakers. I prefer to have headphones. I can tell you the sound is fucking crisp. It's awesome. The only thing you have to remember is at the start, it's going to ask you whether or not you're in the US. You say no. Like, instantly say no. Because if you say yes, it limits how loud the headphones can go. Don't know why. But apparently in the US, you guys are not allowed to listen to loud noises. I've been using my AT M50X for 9 years now. I have my M50s in the closet back there loading. But I wanted wireless specifically. It used to be, because usually when I'm not streaming. So if I'm not streaming, this is where I stand and watch series and stuff. So I'll stand here. I don't really sit and watch stuff. I like to stand and I like to move around because I get bored of sitting the whole time, which makes it very fucking hard when you have a wire that's attaching you to your desk. I like to stand, so yeah, but it's not as good as the real one. Yeah, hearing loss is spreading. M50X has wireless options. Yeah, but I don't. I mean, if I'm gonna buy, I may as well buy the SteelSeries ones. A50 game. Okay, so I should probably also include why I bought the SteelSeries one. Is this? This is the coolest thing fucking ever. Take a look at that. What's that? That's the second battery charging. It comes with 2 batteries. One is in your headphones, the other one is here. It charges at all times. So basically, if it goes down, you literally just take the new battery, you take this battery out, put it into your headphones, done. And the other reason is that connection there. That's a line-in connection, which allows you to it allows me specifically to connect my mic directly to this little box so that I can hear myself when I speak. All other wireless headphones, when you try to do that, you'll have like a 2-second delay while you're speaking, and that is impossible. Like, you can't fucking speak when 2 seconds later you hear yourself speak. That you can't stream like that. So yeah, that's why I bought these. Was that mouse you were looking at wireless as well? Yes, that's a wireless mouse as well. I want to go full wireless. That's basically what I'm working up towards. I want no wires anywhere on my desk. I don't like wired options for anything. I prefer to have the wireless option if possible. Sadly, the K70s from Corsair keyboard, at the time at least, I couldn't find a Corsair wireless keyboard. Which one, Roaming Firebat? Need to see if I can order it myself. Oh, these ones. Or do you mean the mouse? Oh, and the other thing I love about these, the built-in microphone sits flush. I don't know if you guys can see that, but it's like flush with the headphones. So if you need the built-in, you can literally just pull it out or stick it back in, and then you don't need to worry about it. It has Bluetooth, and it can operate on Bluetooth and wireless at the same time. So you can literally have your phone connected to your headphones. So if you get a call, and you can set that in the software here, if you get a call in the middle of a gaming session, it will literally turn down your gaming noise so that you can talk on the phone with whomever the fuck you need to talk to. So it's pretty. Of course, I don't do that. If I get a call while I'm playing games, I don't answer the call. Maybe you have like an important job and you need to answer calls every once in a while, and that makes it worth for you. Tiny Giant Evie, how you doing? This is the Steel Series Arctis Nova Pro. Novako as an emergency contact. Yeah, no, if you have me as an emergency contact, you're fucking dying, fam. I will only find out that you're dead about 2 or 3 days later. I do not answer the phone ever. My phone has never made a sound since I bought it. Like, literally the day I bought it, I put my phone on silent, and it has never not been on silent. The only time, like, I have my phone next to me right now, yeah? And the only time I will answer is if, like, my dad phones, right? Because my dad rarely, if ever, phones me. But if my dad phones me, I know, okay, this is a fucking important thing. He wants to talk about something important. And then I'll answer. But anyone else can just shut the fuck up. I'll talk to you later. Back after all. Hi, Peter. Friend goes to jail and uses their one call on Akko. Fuck, what a waste. What a waste, bro. No, I am 100% on the side of wireless. I don't know, why would you be wired? Why would you be team wired? Explain that. Like, what do you think wired does that wireless doesn't do. Vengeance, how you doing, bro? Shadow Rodney, how you doing? The Cray, how you doing, fam? No batteries to worry about? Yeah, but Pringles, I already showed you. I have no batteries to worry about. I literally have one battery in here, one battery in the charging station. At all times, I literally just swap out the battery, and it's so fucking easy because swapping out the battery, you have this little thing here, right? This thing here, it's a magnet, so you literally just pull it off like that, and there's your battery over there. Pop it back on, magnet hits, and you're good to go. You know, continue doing your thing. It's literally that easy. I don't know why you would complain about batteries, and it lasts a fuck long time. I go almost 2 days on one battery charge. So, Savan, that has been true for a long time. When wireless first came out, there was a noticeable delay, right? So the delay was oftentimes upwards of like almost 1 second delay. That has not been true for a very long time, and that is even less true now with wireless 2.5, I think it is. Wireless has basically gotten to the point now where it is pretty much just as responsive as wired. In fact, over the course of like, if you took, I think Linus Tech Tips actually did this, where they took a bunch of wireless mice and they took a bunch of wired mice and they tracked how responsive they are. And in most cases, the wireless actually wins out, right? It's like faster than most of the wired mice. And like the one wired mouse that was the fastest, the difference was so small that no one could tell. Like, no one could tell. And you know that wireless has become brilliant because look at League of Legends. Look at the players that play League of Legends. All of them play with wireless mouse, wireless mice, and wireless keyboards almost. Like, almost all of them have wireless, at least wireless mice. Wireless keyboards is a bit of a, like, most people don't buy them because there's so few of them. But almost all of them play with wireless mice, and these are the guys that's at the top of their game. They need those mice to be absolutely responsive, 100%. They're not going to play wireless if they know that wired is better. My head and arm, only more, maybe 3 feet. Yeah, but I'm not getting wireless because I want to move around with my fucking mouse and play games from the kitchen. I want wireless because I don't want to deal with cables. Your mouse cable gets stuck on something, or it's fucking, like, it's just awkward. Whereas if you don't have a cable, it can't get stuck anywhere. You know, it's just there and you can use it, and you have full use of your entire surface. Wireless mouse since I was like 5 years old at a computer. Lord Hanman bro. I myself never wanted to switch to wireless because of the delay. And then I watched Linus's video and I realized, wait, I'm full of shit. The delay is no longer a problem. What is this? It's like, how old is this fucking picture? Because I could literally take you to the LEC from the weekend, and you'll see, I think all of the BDS players play with a wireless mouse. I think the Fnatic guys play with wireless mice as well. There's always going to be some. I think Faker actually famously refuses to play with a wireless mouse. But that would be one player that just refuses, right? That's fine if that is the case. I don't know about that. I don't like this headset feels pretty light and it's incredibly comfortable. But I mean, I'm not here to convince anyone. You do you. You know, if it makes you happy to live in the caveman days and have fucking wires coming out everywhere, live your best life, you know? I will be joining people in the future with wireless. I can't fucking stand wires, bro. Like, it annoys me to no end. The headset itself might be marginally heavier, but the cable itself for sure is heavier than the little battery. The future is now, old man. Unga bunga. That's not cavemanism, that's tradition. Imperium is all wires. I'm fully team wireless mouse. Keyboard doesn't matter to me. Appreciate your points, and hating wires is valid enough to switch. Yeah, it's just, it creates, at least for me, maybe other people don't have this problem, but for me, it creates, I have this weird annoyance because I have this mouse bungee, right, on my desk to keep the cable from getting torn and worn and shit like that. And then when I like play a game and I want to move all the way up, the cable sometimes hits the bungee. And I'm like, motherfucker, what is going on? Why are you doing that? That's super annoying. Or I have my phone next to me and then the cable gets stuck on the phone. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake. If I just didn't have this cable, my life would be infinitely better. Of course, it wouldn't. My life wouldn't be better at all. My life would be exactly the same. But to me, my life may be a little better. And that's all that matters, you know? But oh, today's my birthday, bro. I turned 30. Oh, shit. Ladies and gentlemen. Can we get some happy birthdays in chat for for Titanborn? Spending his birthday with us. Really appreciate you, fam. Oh, what type of box mod is that? Mine recently, right? Wait, which box mod? 30 now, old as fuck. Truth. I once accidentally broke my phone because I didn't realize I put it down where the weightlifting thing was. The thing went down. I was wondering why it was suddenly so heavy. When I noticed I was cracking through my phone. Fuck. Oh, bro. Wait, but I mean, when you say box mod, what box mod are you referring to? I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to with just box mod. I have a shitty phone, and I don't have any interest in upgrading it. But I have a super shitty phone. It's like an A something. A Samsung A24 or some bullshit. It works. That's all that really matters, you know? It works. Oh, my vape. Sorry, dude. I'm not down with the fucking lingo of vaping. I vape because I don't want to smoke. That's basically it. But I don't know what it is. It's called Lost Vape. Like that says Lost Vape on there. And I think whatever the fuck that top bit is called is a Vaporesso. Whatever that means. I usually just go into the vape shop and then I'm like, hey, I need a new vape. And then they suggest something and I buy that. Piece of advice, don't get a Samsung A13. Wait, why was it a scam? Vengeance. My batteries were at 20%. It's a huge phone though. Get a new top bit, it keeps leaking. Yeah, I fucking hate when it starts leaking. Your hands are constantly full of vape liquid. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake. My coworker is mixing melon and honey vape. I don't know what flavors I even have here. This is mango. This is strawberry. And this is mango. 6 milligrams. Becoming illegal in Australia? Wait, why, Minnie? Zivern, yeah, what can happen sometimes is if the mod gets really old, the seals on it start to wear and tear, and then it'll start leaking. You can just replace the seals if they still make that size, right? If it's like a proper mainstream size and they have the seals there. Dude, imagine selling anything 32-bit. Isn't 32-bit like ancient at this point? I don't know of anyone that still uses a 32-bit PC. Like, I don't know anything that's 32-bit. So yeah, that does seem like it's just a money grab. But to be fair, I think my phone was a money grab as well. Like, the only reason I've not upgraded my phone is because I don't really use the phone. You know, I genuinely use the phone when my dad calls me, or like when I'm talking to my aunt or my uncle or some shit for my birthday, when people will call me. Otherwise, I don't use the phone. I don't really have apps on the phone to use. I'll have Discord and I'll talk to people on Discord on the phone, and in that, I can see why this is a cheap fucking phone. It is sometimes slow as shit, right? So you open Discord sometimes and it takes like 30 seconds for Discord to open. Now that drives me insane. But then I immediately think to myself, do you want to spend $1,000 on a phone just so that sometimes Discord will open fast? That does not seem worth. I could spend that $1,000 on anything on my PC and it would bring me infinitely more joy. Phone is talking once in a while, taking dumps or being lazy, watching some noob streamer before actually getting up. The Grey, I appreciate the fact that you called me some noob streamer there, but I will say, using the phone while you poop, why would you do that? That seems like such a wasted opportunity. Dude, when you poop, that's like the perfect time to think. Like, to really let your mind wander and think about your domination, like what you're going to be doing today, how you're going to be better today, or how you're going to be better in the future. Like, plan out your life while you poop. Don't fucking waste it being on the phone. That's like not a good poop moment. Like, to poop is fun. We all know that, right? Everyone enjoys pooping. And then when you have your phone with you, you're really taking like half of the fun of pooping away, which is the whole being with yourself. That's truly the only moment in life where you are 100% by yourself, right? And no one will bother you because you're pooping. You should not be using the phone, man. I'm sorry. You're just wasting fucking valuable thinking time. My dumbest decision of my life while taking a shit. Keep using the phone. As soon as I get the gumption to go to the phone store, I'm back to Apple. I tried Samsung because my hub like Android for 2 years now, and I still despise it. How the fuck do you despise Samsung? Like, I'm sorry, but no. Samsung is just head and shoulders better than Apple. Like, 100%. Apple is an overpriced piece of shit. The only reason people have Apple is because they think it gives them some kind of credibility in the world. No one has an Apple because they actually think it's a better phone. Because it just objectively isn't a better phone. Samsung objectively makes better phones than Apple. The only thing good on Apple is if you have the infrastructure. So you have an Apple laptop, you have an Apple iPad, you have an Apple phone, and you have an Apple fucking dick or whatever. Then sure, you know, maybe you have the Apple dildo and you can all plug that shit into your ecosystem and everything just works perfectly without you having to like workshop it, right? But from a price to performance perspective, Apple is so vastly overpriced. They just so vastly overpriced. I could get, for the same price as an Apple, I could get something that is probably twice as good as that Apple. And I'll have the ability to upgrade. Like Apple laptops, for example. If you buy a normal laptop, right, for the same price as an Apple laptop, you are guaranteed getting a laptop that is almost twice as strong as the Apple laptop. Now you make me feel bad for buying the $2,400 iPhone. Mini, that's your choice. You don't have to feel bad about it. If you like Apple, go for it, you know? I remember my ex-girlfriend, so the one before. Like, what the fuck do you call the girlfriend that isn't your ex, but is the one before your ex? Is that also just an ex-girlfriend? Like, my ex-girlfriend twice removed, or once removed, actually. My ex-girlfriend once removed, right? She was like a massive Apple fan. And you just accept that, right? I didn't start fights with her when she, like, bought herself an Apple iPhone. I was like, yeah. It's your choice. You can be wrong. It's fine. I mean, that's like such a small thing to start a fight over. But if she ever asked me my opinion, you can be damn fucking sure I would have shared it. And it would not have been nice. My wife is an Apple person, so yeah, it happens, you know? Bro, you can buy a PC for that and pay for VoIP telephone service? True. Someone I used to date, Mac Mini, started 15,000 Rand, comes with 8 gigabytes of RAM and 256 gigabytes SSD. About 8 gigabytes of RAM is fuck all. Like, what are you going to do with 8 gigabytes of RAM? Watch porn? That's pretty much all you can do. Like, the bare minimum gigabytes that you need nowadays for anything is 16. 8 is just not enough. And then 256 gigabytes SSD? Fuck that, bro. I will probably fill that shit up in like a day. In like a day. Oh shit, I have no more space on my fucking PC. This is great. And then, of course, you can't just buy any old SSD extension. You have to go to the Apple store and talk to the Apple geniuses, who aren't fucking geniuses, but never mind, so that they can charge you premium for upgraded storage. You're like, motherfucker, if I just went with a normal laptop, I would probably be able to do this for like half the price and more quality storage. I think Apple is great for people that are plug and play, you know? If you're like a plug and player, you don't want to think about stuff, you don't want to put in the effort to actually learn how things work, I think Apple is great for you, you know? Because why not? But if you're someone that likes the freedom to fuck around and oftentimes find out, but sometimes just fuck around, I think anything but Apple is better. Aren't designed for a lot of gaming, they were designed for workspace too. Shut the fuck up. How much do you have to think about your phone? Not my phone. I'm talking about everything Apple, right? The phone is just one part of it. I'm talking about the laptops, the iPads, and the dildos, or whatever the fuck else Apple sells. I don't know exactly. No, I've never owned an Apple product in my life. I've only ever known people that own Apple products. And when I listen to their complaints about their Apple products, I just go, I don't know these problems. Like, what problems is this? Oh, it's going to be so expensive to upgrade storage. What do you mean? Hard drives is super cheap. No, but you don't get it. Like, I can only upgrade my storage through the Apple Store. I can order my storage online and do it myself. It's cool. Bacon Axe, how you doing, bro? I bought an iPhone X when it came out, changed it for a Galaxy Note 8 after a week. You see, that I wouldn't do. If I bought an Apple phone, I would use that thing until it falls apart, even if I knew that my Samsung was better. Maybe 90%, but I think Apple phones are a better quality phone when it comes to the parts, the way it feels in the hand, the camera, the systems, but everything else they make is dog shit. Also, Apple phones are way more user-friendly than Samsung. System is a lot more advanced and there's a lot more depth. I like Samsung system, but I like Apple phone. I don't know if I agree with that. Like, how fucking more user-friendly do you need a phone? Dude, I will tell you, I have never had my Samsung and go, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, how am I supposed to do this? It says it on the menu. I want to do something. There's a menu option for it. I can just click the menu option and we get to go. Like, how much fucking more user-friendly do you need it? I don't understand. User-friendly, easy to navigate, but Samsung is a lot better. For an advanced user, there's a lot more to do on that phone and to access. True. User friendship is never enough. I don't know, dude. I have never looked at my phone and be like, I don't know how to do this. What am I supposed to do? Because it's pretty simple. Let's say, for example, you want to... I'm going to use a silly example because I think these are where people may actually fucking struggle. But say, for example, you wanted to change your wireless from 2.5 to something else or whatever the case might be. You immediately think, all right, what's that part of? Probably connectivity, right? Well, happens to be a menu that says connectivity. So if there's going to be wireless options, it's bound to be in that section, right? And then you navigate to that section in the menu by clicking the big fucking button that says menu. And then you have your wireless options because there's a big fucking button that says wireless options. And bam, there you go. You can choose different wireless options. It's pretty simple, you know? Are you playing WoW Season of Discovery? No, not at the moment. I may do, but not right now. We're playing Rogue Trader at the minute. Have you used Samsung DeX? I don't even know what the fuck that is. What does an Imperial hand phone look like? I think it's just implanted in you, you know? Like, you have to go to the Adeptus Mechanicus and they fuck off your ear and put a phone there. Blue Nile, which game are you buying? Yes, Jason. Whenever I play WoW, it's always Warlock. 100%. Blue Nile, well, I'm currently playing Rogue Trader, and I will say, after last night, super fun. Super, super fun. What a game. I would absolutely suggest getting Rogue Trader. We'll see how it goes, but the story right now has really got me interested. Trading government secrets and tracking people's designing MMOs on their phones. DeX is when you plug in your phone to a screen and use it like a PC. Oh, but wait, what? No, fuck you. One should never do that. A phone should never be used as a PC. Get the fuck out of here. It's just a phone. Buy an actual PC if you want a PC experience. Don't fucking make me angry. I've had enough of this mobile infringing bullshit on our rights as PC users. I'm sorry, but I've had enough. I can't fucking stand it anymore. All of the mobile users need to take their shit and fuck off. Just fall off the fucking face of the planet. We don't need you. You're absolute dog shit. No, no, no. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go further. All console users, all mobile users, take your shit and fuck off. Switch to PC or stop playing video games. Go outside and play like kids, right? You have no right to be in the gaming industry. It's all about the PC. End of fucking discussion. If you can't do PC gaming because it's too hard or whatever, then you don't fucking deserve to play video games. Because since consoles' invention, all that's happened to our fucking video games is they've gotten less and less good because they constantly have to cater to the fucktards at the consoles that, oh, I don't have a keyboard, so I need all of these weird fucking controls just to play my video game because I don't know. I have fingers, but I don't know the keyboard is hard. Like, what buttons am I supposed to press? Dude, there's a fucking alphabet on it. Just click the button that is on your screen. It's not hard. If you use it for like a week, you'll understand how the keyboard operates. The mouse is so fucking easy because it's literally point and click. Like, point in a direction and go there. It's so easy. Then you have the console fucks that make everything harder because console is so inferior to PC. I've had enough of it. We need to take a stand. This is actually more important than fucking voting rights, immigration, and all the rest of it. We need a fucking lobby in Washington, D.C. to fight for the rights of PC users. Because they are coming for our rights, ladies and gentlemen, and they're making our games shitter. Take that to the fucking bank. Kids these days can't type on a keyboard anymore because of mobile. Fuck that. But then they'll have no excuse for using aimbots on PC. They'd all just get banned instantly. True. Make games great again. Vote for Akko. Yes. Emphasize Windows UI with touchscreen shit in mind, and it's annoying. Dude, mobile just objectively made gaming worse. Amelia, all right, you know what? Here's the thing. And this is probably the one thing that people don't keep in mind. If there was no consoles, PCs would likely be cheaper. Because the thing is, the gaming guys, Nvidia and all of these other fucks, they know that it is the creme de la creme, the royalty of society that have PCs, right? Because we are the guys that want to tinker and make things better. And so they know. So they price it for the creme de la creme. The peasants get the consoles. If the peasants could just get off the fucking consoles, people like Nvidia would realize, hey, we need to drop our fucking prices. Because the peasants need PCs too. So really, it's the consoles that's making PC just too hard to get into. PC version of Raid doesn't count. I rest my case. By the way, I am being incredibly facetious and just joking. If you can't afford a PC, hey, I know the fucking feeling. It is expensive as shit. Believe me. The most expensive thing I own is my PC. I know they're expensive, and I know console is sometimes the only thing people can afford. It doesn't mean that it doesn't drive me nuts when I play a game and I look at the control scheme and I'm like, dude, this is so obviously made shit so that the mobile or the console guys can also play. It's so obvious as a PC player when you know, like when a game's been made for console as well. It's so obvious because you go on your PC and you want to do something like silly, like super easy. And it's not that super easy. And you're like, wait, how the fuck? So I'll give you guys a great example. In menus. Have you guys noticed in menus nowadays, you have to hold in E in order for it to take effect? Like hold in E or hold in escape to skip the cutscene. And it's like, bro, what do you mean hold in? It's a fucking button I'm pressing. That doesn't have to, I don't have to hold it in. And then you realize, oh, because the console fucks only have 4 buttons. So they have to hold it in because otherwise they wouldn't have, like, if they had to have a specific button to skip cutscenes, then there wouldn't be enough buttons to play the video game. So now they have to have this hold in to take effect bullshit. And then the gaming guys are so fucking lazy that they won't design 2 different UIs, one for PC and one for console. And now the console players have to play with this dog shit fucking scheme, control scheme. Fire Lightning, I wouldn't mind WoW being on console if Blizzard designed a full UI for console that wasn't anything like the UI for PC. So you have to have 2 different UIs. I don't want to play WoW with a UI console. Like, fuck that. With a console UI. No, I mean, that's the only thing. If we could stop making games and then treating PC players and console players as if they're equal, I would probably not mind the console players, but objectively, they do oftentimes make my games a little bit more annoying to play. It's not something I feel super strongly about, but I feel strong enough about it that I will rant about it. Wait, what is this? Oh, fuck me. Notice how he's still using a mouse, though. Or is that with a console joystick thingy majiggy? It moves pretty much like a mouse, though. That level of precision you won't do on a console analog stick. Wait, it's touchscreen this? I don't like this UI. How's his movement working? Wow, that lag though. That lag's rough. Of course he dies because he's playing on a fucking console UI. Of course that's gonna happen. Oh. Yeah, I would also never buy this. Still don't have Ghost of Tsushima, Bloodborne, and a bunch of other exclusive games. Dude, okay, so how many of you are super, super, super duper angry at the Xbox move to put all of their games everywhere? Like, how many Xbox fans do we have that feels aggrieved by that move? Because I'll tell you guys what, like, kids, gather around. Let Grandpa Acklon fill you in. There is currently a bunch of grown men online on Twitter, of course on Twitter. Like, what am I saying? Do I need to say that even? But there's a bunch of grown men online that are selling their Xbox consoles in protest. As if that means anything. You already bought the console from Microsoft. They already got their money. You selling it to someone else literally doesn't matter, right? They've already made their money. They're not losing money by you no longer having the console. And what's funny enough about this, all of them are announcing that they're switching to PC. Good job, asshole. So you're basically going to rebuy all of your games from Microsoft and play them on the PC on the Windows that is owned by Microsoft. I'm sure Microsoft is crying at the immense amount of money they're making out of you, but never mind this, right? Let's not have logic have anything to do with this, okay? So, all right. So they're very angry, okay, about Microsoft announcing, for those of you that don't know, Microsoft announced that they are planning to bring a lot of Xbox and PC exclusives to other platforms. That includes PlayStation as well as Nintendo, which actually, I'm a little bit annoyed at myself that I didn't see this coming. If you guys remember the massive lawsuits that happened with Sony suing Microsoft for basically monopoly, right? Protection laws. And you had the FTC going after Microsoft, and Microsoft kept insisting that they're not building a monopoly, that no one has anything to worry about. And they even went to Sony and they were like, hey, we'll give you 10 years rights on Call of Duty. Now it makes sense. Now, okay, so let's break down the business side of things. I think it's always important to look at business, because by looking at the business, we have a much easier opportunity to understand where companies like Microsoft is actually coming from. All right, so you have companies like Microsoft, let's just say MS, and of course, Sony, right? So you have Microsoft and Sony. Hold up. I can probably do this better. You have MS and Sony, right? And both of these companies do what? They make consoles in the form of the Xbox and the PlayStation. How else do they make their money? What else do they sell? Both of these companies sell games. Right? Microsoft has other ventures as well, but Windows in this instance isn't really that important. Not overall, okay? Now, of these things that they make, one would be forgiven for thinking that the consoles is where their money comes from, okay? So you would think this is where their money comes from, but you would be completely wrong. Both Sony and Microsoft makes all of their money from the games. This is why there's been that massive fight for exclusivity that's been waging for literally how long we've all been fucking alive. You see, because the idea was, if I could get you exclusively on my console, then you have to buy all of my games. Because my games are exclusive to my console. The problem that Microsoft has pretty much always been in is they have piss poor games. Sony is the one with the better games. Sony has God of War. God of War drives a shit ton of console prices. And you might think to yourself, well, isn't that what they want? A shit ton of console sales? No. Because historically, all consoles sell at a massive loss, at least in the beginning. For the first 6 months, this is the last time I checked. It may actually have changed now. But for the first 6 months of console sales, they are selling at a profit loss. Why? Because they're trying to convert as many people to their console as humanly possible so that they can sell their games. That's all this is. I don't care about making money on my console here, because the problem with the console is it's a one-off, right? You buy the console and now you have the console, and the console will last for X number of years, 4, 5, 6 years, that console will be good enough to play most games on. So if I try to make money on the console itself, that's a pretty bad business move. It's a pretty shit business move. So it's much easier to say, well, I can take the loss on the console and make all of the money back on the game. But now here's where you start running into some pretty serious problems. The market cap, let's just quickly look here. PlayStation, Xbox, market cap. It's probably market distribution, but market share. Here we go. Okay, so Xbox in their market share has can't be right. 63%. Is that correct? I'm pretty sure PlayStation is larger. Well, let's go off of these because these are the numbers we have. It changes from family to family, right? So some families, PlayStation will be higher. Historically, that has been true. Historically, PlayStation has been the larger of the two in terms of overall footprint. But I'm assuming this time around, Microsoft just has a much better product. And also, you have to remember, Microsoft has the Game Pass. And that Game Pass, I can guarantee you, drives a shit ton of people to Xbox. Why? Because Game Pass is $15 a month. You pay $15 a month, right? And you get, what is it? I think it's 200 plus games. So it is a pretty decent deal, right? $15 a month, 200 plus games. I don't think PlayStation has this. Yes, PlayStation has PlayStation Now, but it doesn't operate anywhere near the same thing. So this probably pulled a lot of people in. The issue is that even now with the most recent market caps that we see here, okay? Even now with the most recent market caps, we have MS with a market cap of, let's say 70% to be, it's actually closer to 60%. So we'll say 60%, right? So they have a 60% and Sony has a market cap of 40%. Roughly rounding up, right? or rounding down, depending on how you look at it. Microsoft's rounded down, Sony has rounded up a little. But okay, so Microsoft has 60%, Sony has 40%. What does this mean from a business perspective? Remember, we've already established both of these companies make their games makes their money off of games, right? It's the games that provide the profit. The consoles do not provide profit at all. Not really. Okay? So they need games in order to make profit. What this means, if you're Microsoft, there is an entire 40% of the gaming industry that you do not fucking have. You can't sell games to this 40% because Microsoft Xbox games do not work on Sony PlayStations. So you're missing 40% of the market of the market. For Sony, this is even worse. Sony is missing 60% of all of their profits. It's just off the table because, again, they don't have access to Microsoft Xbox. Their games don't operate on Xbox. What did Microsoft just do? Microsoft basically said, we want 100%. We want this profit to be 100%. We want all the money. We don't give a fuck about whether or not someone's going to buy a console from us. We want them all to buy our video games. Are there still going to be people who pick up the Xbox console? Of course there is. We've already established just in the stream, there are people who can't afford a PC, and so they'll pick up the Xbox because it's the only one that they can afford, or maybe they prefer some of the games on the Xbox, or they prefer the controller of the Xbox, or whatever the case might be. Maybe the PlayStation isn't available right now, so they pick up the console, the Xbox console. They're selling their games to them, but now they're also selling their games to the Sony. This also allows them to do something different in the long term. They can't do it right now, but in the long term, they could start doing this. If Sony picks up the same business model, if Sony suddenly says, hey, wait, we want access to the 100% as well, and we already know they do, because Sony, not long ago, about 2 weeks ago, announced that a lot of these Sony exclusives are now coming to PC. Sony is bringing this to PC, which is a step away from being on the console, on the Xbox console, right? They're one step away from being on the Xbox console because any game that comes to PC automatically funnels into Xbox, right? It automatically funnels into Microsoft. Because if you have a PC, you have Windows, you're using Microsoft. So Microsoft doesn't give a fuck. If PlayStation if Sony says, well, we won't bring our games to Xbox, we're only bringing it to PC, Microsoft still goes, cool. That's great. Right? Because we're still going to be making money. People are still going to buy PCs. Windows users now have access to more games. This is awesome. We don't really give a fuck. As long as those games come to one of our ecosystems, we're very happy. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think that in the very near future, Sony is going to announce that their games are going to be coming to the Xbox console as well. The console wars are then finally over. The console wars are dead. It's done. No more console wars for anyone. What does this mean? Consoles become profit. Why? Because I no longer have to care about building an exclusive ecosystem. The ecosystem isn't exclusive anymore. All games are now available on all platforms, right? This is no longer a red, blue, white thing. All games are now exclusive to all consoles. So suddenly, I no longer have to sell my console at a loss. Sony realizes this immediately as well. My console is now comparable to a PC. My console is now a PC. It's just a different system to play video games on. So I can now increase the price of my console to where I will actually make money on my console. Because remember, in the past, what I was trying to do is I was trying to get this whole ecosystem for myself. But I no longer care. The ecosystem is now open for everyone. So now my console and my PC is the exact same thing. Gamers will have to make a decision. If you're a gamer, you have to choose, right? So gamers now have the choice. If you're a gamer, you need to make a choice. Am I going for Xbox? Am I going for PlayStation? Or am I going for PC? These are your options. And each of these options has access to the whole ecosystem. There is no exclusivity left. This has good and bad things, sadly, for a lot of gamers. And I know this is the last thing you want to hear. But this does mean that your console will probably increase by, let's say, 50 to maybe 100% in price over time. Obviously, it won't be immediately, but over time, you could look probably at like a 50 to 100%. So the consoles are definitely going to get more expensive. Could be less, it could be more over time. I think they're going to want to get to a lot more than what they're currently charging for it. But in the interim, in the same vein, console quality and performance will go up. Because now Sony and PlayStation, Xbox and PlayStation, isn't competing anymore to get the slice of the gaming pie. They're competing to have the best console. And suddenly you're going to see an explosion in console tech because these guys are now competing to try and convince you that their console is better than PC, that their console is better than the competitor. Now, depending on how you look at it, if you are if you don't have the money, you're going to look at this as really bad because your console is going to get more expensive. But if you're not that tight on money, you're going to love this because your console is going to get a hell of a lot better. If you think about how far behind consoles are to PCs, I mean, consoles only recently got the ability to do 120 at 4K, right? 120 frames at 4K. How long ago did we get that? If you're on PC, this is like old fucking news. If someone phones you up and like, oh, I just switched to 4K 120 frames, you're like, all right, Grandpa, shut the fuck up. I'm playing video games here on my 4K 200 frames per second PC. It's like, who cares? 4K? Fuck, dude, we've had that for years. The reason console could never really push the envelope that quickly is they had to sell their consoles at a loss in order to get the pie. By the way, Matrix Overshock, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. So, if I no longer have to sell my console at a loss, I can actually now put the newest technology into my console and I can start to push. Will I ever be able to compete with PC? Probably not, right? The PC just has certain advantages, and the advantages that PC have over console is also the very reason people prefer the console. The console is easier to use. Once you buy it, you plug it in, you play, no questions asked. PC has to be built. It has to have software. There's all sorts of things that can go wrong with a PC. We know this, right? This isn't hard. But at the end of the day, you will have a better console in the future. That, of course, is if this is the play. Microsoft making all of their games, or bringing at least some of their games to all platforms, suggests that this is their play, because Phil Spencer have learned the one lesson that I basically said they should have learned fucking years ago at this point, which is, if your main money maker is the video games that you sell, why the fuck are you limiting the audience to whom you can sell that fucking video game? I mean, it makes no sense. So yeah, that's the Microsoft Sony debacle. If you have a friend that is outraged because their console is suddenly no longer exclusive or whatever, show them this video. Right? Teach them the basics of economics, basically. Alistar, how you doing, bro? Thank you so much for the 10, man. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are you sure we're not having copium? What copium? The Grey, I think it is probably going to be comparable to small PCs. A console, I think, is going to become sort of like, you know, those ITX PCs? Those small form factor PCs? Consoles are basically going to be comparable to those. The only thing that won't happen is they'll probably never add customization. So for consoles, they'll probably never add the option to upgrade the graphics card or upgrade the RAM. It's going to be a buy and play scenario, right? So you buy it, you play it, that's the one that you've bought. You want the upgraded version, you have to pay for the upgraded version. And then you have to buy a brand new console. And the only reason they have to do this is if you're a console Andy, that's why people buy consoles, so they don't have to worry about upgrading stuff, or they don't have to worry about building stuff. PCs are where we go if we want to build stuff, right? The reason I don't think this is copium is fundamentally what I explained to you here is logical, right? It's the logical play here. It's the only way Microsoft's play makes logical sense. Microsoft currently is in a position where they need to defend against the monopoly attack. Like, if Microsoft did this during the FTC hearings, one could make the argument Microsoft is trying to prove that they're not building a monopoly, but the FTC hearings is over. They bought Microsoft. They bought Activision Blizzard. Microsoft currently has no open court cases against them, at least not in this vein. So they don't care, right? The fact that they're making this move now, you have to ask yourself, well, why? You currently, as we've already established, you have the greater market share, right? If you're Microsoft, if you're Xbox, you're fucking laughing. You have 63% of the market share. Why would you do this? You are outselling PlayStation when it comes to video game sales because you have 60% of the market. So why are you doing this? Because you want the other 40%. And the only way you're ever going to get the other 40% is by taking your video games to the other 40%. It's the only way that could ever work. I kind of feel sorry for Nintendo with their 0.03% of market share. And their games are pretty much exclusive as well, which just means they are shooting themselves right in the dick. Like, no, we will only sell to this small percentage of peasants. We will absolutely not be engaging with the hundreds and thousands of fucking gamers out there that may want to play their video games if only they brought their video games to the platforms that gamers are actually on. Elodie, the thing about the free market, when the free market operates as it's supposed to, it is usually good for everyone. That's why you want companies to act in their own best interest. Because usually when a company acts in their own best interest, everyone fucking wins. What Microsoft is doing here is they're supplanting short-term gains for long-term success. And that is where people win. The reason we usually get fucked over by corporations is the vast majority of corporations supplant long-term success for short-term gains. And then that's the users that get fucked. That's why we have this console exclusivity war going on. Why? Because I want short-term success. I want all the money now. And in order to get all the money now, I will not allow anyone else to play the game, right? I will be the only one that plays this game. This is Microsoft basically saying, we've had enough of this game. We're not going to play anymore. We want to make a play for the next 10 years. And we already know that Phil Spencer is thinking in long terms. Like, he's thinking long term because Phil Spencer has already said that Game Pass is their number one priority. Phil Spencer has gone all in. He's managed to convince the CEO of Microsoft that Game Pass is the ultimate play. Like, he genuinely believes that this is Microsoft's success, is the Game Pass. And for Game Pass to be successful, they need that 40%. They need that 40% to also buy the Game Pass. The thing with colluding on prices, the Grey, especially in the video game market, there's no real colluding on price in the video game market. If you charge more than X amount, gamers just don't buy the game, right? Collusion in pricing will always happen because it's easier to collude than it isn't. But this is where you sort of need to get the consumers on board, and consumers need to fight back against that shit when they see it happen. Just don't support it. But in this instance, I do think you're dealing with a pretty inelastic market. The game pricing can only be that much. Like, you can't, if all the game companies tomorrow decided to start charging $250 for their games, gamers would literally just stop buying. Because most gamers don't have that kind of money. And even the ones that do will be like, fuck that, I'm not paying $250 for a game. You know? So it is pretty inelastic in that way, which means there's going to be far less room for price collusion. And, I mean, every country in the world has laws and systems in place against collusion and pricing. So I'm not too worried about that. Gray, I just need to say there, US cable companies they're helped by the government to maintain their monopoly. So their collusion and price is absolutely government funded. Like, if I look at the level of, I'm going to be honest with you guys. If you live in the US, I'm from South Africa, a third world fucking country. And I am shocked at how little choice you have in fiber providers and cable providers. Like, it is actually fucking shocking to me. I've spoken to people in the US that have a choice between 2 fiber companies. 2. The Gray, so go back and read. I genuinely ask you to do this because I had to do it. So fuck you all. You'll do it too. Go read the net neutrality bill by Barack Obama. And I mean, go actually read the bill. Don't look at the name, because the net neutrality bill from Obama does anything but fucking net neutrality. The net neutrality bill from Obama is, it protects the large cable companies in the US from literally any and all competition. It makes it so expensive to open a cable company in the US that no one has the money to do it. Like, there's no small company that could ever do it. You would need massive backing and millions of dollars. The amount of regulation required in order to set up a cable company in the US is so fucking expensive thanks to that bill that it's not possible. And, the established players, the guys like Comcast and AT&T, they're laughing. They love this, right? They love it because they have the money. They can afford to have 300 lawyers making sure that they comply with all of the thousands of regulations in order to open a cable company and run the cable company. It is, if you ever see a market that is completely monopolized, there is a 95% chance that it's because of the government. Gravel, how you doing, bro? But the Grey, this is the thing. If you want to collude on pricing, right? So let's say, for example, you have a free market and AT&T and Comcast gets together and they go, you know what? Fuck these guys. Fuck these guys. What we're going to do is we're going to hike our prices. We're going to double our prices. We're both going to do it. And we're also going to make it so that we don't really compete with each other. So you take that side of the street and I'll take this side of the street. So they only have these two options. In a fully free market, what happens is one of the fucks that live on one of the streets goes, I'll open my own a cable company. And I won't collude with them. Because if I'm cheaper than them, I'm going to get all the customers. And before you can blink, there's 4 cable companies offering cable to the people on both sides of the streets that isn't in the game with Comcast and AT&T. And now suddenly Comcast and AT&T is going bankrupt, so they have to drop their prices and increase their service because they have to compete with all of these other companies. But if I can split the street, and it's also impossible for new companies to open their doors, well, make your choice. Do you want to live on this side of the street and get Comcast, or on that side of the street and get AT&T? These are your options. And it's all because of government. It is not... Look, the free market is always going to try and look for money, right? It's always going to try and look to make as much money as humanly possible. That's what the free market does. Okay? If they can make more money by being scumbags, they're going to be scumbags because it's easier to make money as a scumbag than it is to make it as an honest businessman. What you need is protections in order to ensure that they cannot be scumbags. The free market is one of the best ways to do that, but it requires the market to actually be free. There has to be room for competition. The problem in the US, there is no room for competition because regulation has made it nigh impossible to compete. If you want to open a hospital, I found out the other day, you require an obscene amount of money to open a hospital. And the regulations to open a hospital is, dude, there is no one except for Warren Buffett that could fucking open a new hospital in America right now. Like, you need millions and millions of dollars, thousands and thousands of lawyers just to open a new hospital. So now you have a hospital in your town. This hospital charges obscene amounts of money. There is no other hospital in town because no one else can fucking afford to open a hospital in your town. If it was possible to open a hospital, I guarantee you other people would have opened one and they would have dropped their prices so that it could compete with this hospital. And before you know it, everyone is going to the second hospital because the second hospital is a lot cheaper than the first. So the first hospital is now forced to lower their prices. That's what makes the free market beautiful, if you can keep it free. And this is where you kind of need the government to control the freedoms of the market and ensure that it can be free. So, for example, you need the government to tell the first hospital, no, you can't go and break the owner of the second hospital's knees. This is not fair. You cannot, we know you have a pipe and we know that you really want to do it, but you can't do that. You just have to compete on equal footing. And then the guy from the first hospital goes, fuck. So I have to drop my prices? And the other goes, well, if you want to compete, otherwise make yourself an exclusive clinic and only cater to the rich people in town. But this is your options, right? So you do need the government to sort of protect the freedom of the market. But if you can get that, you will see profits, you will see prices drop significantly as a result of that. And it's not that I have a lot of knowledge. Well, I guess I have a lot of useless knowledge, right? What am I going to do with the knowledge of the net neutrality bill from Barack Obama? Absolutely fuck all. The amount of times that bill and the knowledge of that bill has helped me is, well, pretty much 2 streams now. This is the second stream of my life where I've spoken about it. So I've had 2 streams where I could talk about this knowledge that I've gained. The issue is I don't like being lied to, right? So whenever I see something that happens and I go, that doesn't seem quite right, I get really annoyed, and then I do wild things like read a fucking bill. What I can understand of it, it was very difficult to understand. I actually had to contact a friend of mine who's a lawyer, and I asked her, what the fuck does this mean? And so they had to break it down for me in many occasions, like, what does this actually say? But yeah, I don't like being lied to. So what struck me as interesting, and this is how I started to read the bill. When net neutrality was announced, I made a video and I said, this is actually really good. You know, I thought it was really good. And then Comcast and AT&T and all of these other cable companies started tweeting out about how happy they are about this bill. And I was really like, oh. Wait. This bill is designed to fuck you guys because you're being scumbags. But now all of you fucks are tweeting about how happy you are about this bill. That does not make a lot of sense to me. I don't like this. What's going on? So then I watched a couple of interviews from people saying how cool net neutrality is going to be. And I again sort of look, because they all said it's going to stop these scumbag practices from these scumbag cable companies. And again, the cable companies are tweeting out about how in love they are with this idea. And I kept thinking, but if you don't want to be scumbags, just stop being scumbags. Like, surely you don't need a bill to tell you to stop being a scumbag. If you guys are this happy about this bill, you should have just not been scumbags in the first place. So then I left it because I thought, well, you know, I don't live in America. Why do I care? So I left it, but it was sus to me. And then Trump's FTC announces that they're repealing net neutrality. And suddenly all of these fucking cable companies are coming out saying, no, this is the worst thing that could happen to the internet. If net neutrality is repealed, there's going to be millions of people without internet, and the internet is going to be super expensive. And I was like, what the fuck? Wait. This bill was designed to fuck you guys so that you couldn't be fuckheads. Now Donald Trump is reversing the bill. The media is saying he's reversing. Well, he wasn't reversing the bill, but the guy that worked for him, I don't know what the fucking guy's name is, but the FTC dude, he is saying that he's going to reverse it. The media is saying that they're doing it to cater to the large mega billionaire owners of these companies. But these companies are complaining that they're doing it because it's disgusting and it's going to destroy the American internet ecosystem. And that's when I said, someone's lying to me and I don't like it. So then I read the fucking bill. And I was like, oh. Well, I get why they're so angry. You see, this bill, sure, it means they can't be quite a scumbag. They can't charge people more for Netflix or slow people down to get access to Netflix. But it also means that there's no fucking competition. No one can compete. And I can see why they like that. Because it protects them from competition. And yeah, look, if you want to know what a government bill does, don't look at the name. Don't listen to what the politicians say. Look at what it achieves. And then when you dive into that, you also realize since net neutrality was passed, America had record low new cable companies opening. I mean, record low new cable companies opening. You also see that cable companies' prices increased significantly since the introduction of the net neutrality bill. And then when the FTC repealed the net neutrality bill, new cable companies in America fucking tripled, dude. It was like almost instant. You just saw this incredible increase of cable companies in America. And you're like, oh, so these two things are related to each other. Clearly someone's fucking lying. Clearly this bill isn't doing what it claims to do. Now, in some cases, yes, there are obviously deregulations that wouldn't be good for the consumer. So, for example, if some president decided they're going to deregulate medicine and anyone can be a doctor, even if they didn't go to university, we could probably all agree there. I don't know if that's good. Like, that's the kind of deregulation that we should probably not fucking dive into, right? But overall, I think deregulation is pretty much always, or in most cases, is probably better. Epic Thulu, but what do you mean fake companies? Because some of the things that they regulated in that bill was how much you would, like, how high must a certain thing be? How low must a certain thing be? This thing mustn't be, cannot be higher than this. It cannot be lower than this. It cannot be installed here. It cannot be installed there. It was like all these silly rules that means nothing. It doesn't have to be a rule. But it was implemented in such a way that, because remember, whenever you have regulation, you need to comply with that regulation. In order to comply with that regulation, you need a compliance department. This is a department that ensures that you're complying with the regulations of your specific industry. A compliance department requires lawyers, because the lawyers have to look at every single section of your business and write up the ways in which you are complying with the regulation, but also then the steps that you're taking to ensure compliance in the future. And this has to be updated all the time. So it means that when you have regulation, you have to consistently employ lawyers to ensure that you remain compliant. New companies cannot do that. They don't have the money for it. So you're not increasing quality, you're just increasing price and decreasing market participation. Epic Thulu, but that would be super easy to sort out. Oh, I have this company that's selling me internet. I sell this company. Yes, sell me internet. This company doesn't sell me internet. I'm not using this company anymore. Easy. We fixed it. And then I tell all my friends, don't use these fucks. They don't actually have internet. Done, right? And Christy has quadrupled since it became deregulated. The regulation was capping what they can charge for and but at the same time, they received government kickbacks. Maduro's, where are you from? I would need to know the country in order to understand it. You also have to understand, right, that the market takes a while to respond to something. So if the deregulation happened, say, a year ago, that's not enough time to build an electricity plant, right? If you want to generate electricity, you need at the minimum 5 to 6 years in order to build even a coal plant. Takes at least 5 to 6 years, right? If you want to go nuclear, you're looking at 10 to 15 years, right? So it needs to be, you need to give them time. So if you're deregulating electricity, it's not going to happen like this. I'll give you guys a great example. This is happening in South Africa right now. The DA, a year ago, won Pretoria. Pretoria is it's our capital. It's the capital of South Africa. Pretoria is one of the worst run cities in South Africa under the ANC, the African National Congress. These are also the guys that's in charge of the overall government. They allowed Pretoria to go so far in debt that Pretoria is effectively bankrupt. Pretoria doesn't have money. The amount of money that Pretoria is spending on current government contracts, these are contracts that are legally binding. So a new government can't just break away from these contracts. They are under contract. So they have to challenge these contracts in court in order to get free of them. The current contracts are basically bleeding the city dry. This means that when the DA came into power, they had to make serious cost cutting to try and balance the books of Pretoria. Pretoria is still falling apart because the DA has only had a year. In order to fix Pretoria, the DA would need at least 4, maybe even 5 years. Now you have all these people in South Africa screaming, yeah, the fucking DA doesn't care. Look at how Pretoria is falling apart. And like, wait. You realize that when they took over, it's not like this, right? A new government doesn't come into power and suddenly everything changes. When a new government comes into power, it lags, right? There's going to be a massive amount of time that passes before you're actually going to see the work that this new government has put into place in order to fix the area that they're now governing. That's, of course, if they're going to fix the area that they're governing. You don't know, they could come in with even worse plans than the original government, whatever the case may be. But if you're deregulating electricity supply, there's a number of things that play into that, right? You have transmission, you have distribution, you have generation, you have infrastructure that needs to be thought of. So there's a lot of things that play into deregulation of something like the power supply. which can take a long time to get there. Now, here's your problem, Madura. So, for example, the government comes in and they cap how much a company is allowed to charge. Every single piece of evidence that we have ever had of the government capping prices, so the government comes in and says you are not allowed to charge more than this, has in the long term been catastrophic for the economy. Because more often than not, the government caps it at so little money that those companies barely break even, and that means that there is no room for growth, right? They don't have the money to expand, to grow, or anything of that nature. The other problem is that most companies that could sell for less will sell at the cap. Right? If the government comes in and says you can't charge more than $4, well, why the fuck am I going to sell it to? I can't sell it more than $4, so I will sell it $4. Right? I can make 100% more profit. Like, yeah, all right, let's do this. Government interference in the market is it's good for short term. Like in the short term, you can stop prices from exploding. Europe did this recently with the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the oil crisis and the energy crisis. The European government stepped in and said, hey, we're capping the amount that you can charge for electricity. Here's a problem, though. These energy companies in Europe are currently selling electricity at a loss because of government caps. So in order to make up for it, the government is stepping in and saying, well, we'll pay the difference. Where does that money come from? It comes from the taxpayer. Every government in Europe is in debt. They were in debt before this started. So they're driving up debt in order to cap the electricity costs of the country. Which means in the long term, in 5 or 6 years from now, they're going to have to increase taxes in order to recoup the cap and the money that they had to pay in order to make up the losses for the cap. So in the long term, you're going to probably pay a lot more money than what you would have paid if the government just fucking stayed out of it. Now, in Europe, it's a unique situation. So obviously, in those cases, it's not as clear cut. But in general, it's almost always better if the government just stays the fuck out of it. Understand that several month lag and love to attribute shit to the new people before they've done anything. The Grey, that's very true. Tatiana, how you doing? Well, that seems to be how Americans think. It's how people think, right? It's how people think. You vote for a new president, the new president comes in, and you expect everything to immediately be better because, well, the new president, right? Economies lag on average by about 2.5 years. Anything the government does today, you will only see in about 2.5 years from now. There are exceptions to this. So presidents can do pretty extreme things that will immediately have an effect on the market. But in general, if you make a decision now, it takes about 2.5 years for the economy to showcase what is actually happening there. This is why you saw inflation during COVID not go up at all. Right? There was almost no inflation during COVID. And then everyone said, like all of the media articles was like, oh, we dodged the inflation bullet. The economies were good. Everyone was getting back on track. Right after COVID mandates were lifted, all of the economies bounced back. Life is good. And then suddenly, about 1.5 years later, we start seeing massive inflation. And now everyone's going, what the fuck, dude? Like, where's all this inflation coming from? I'll tell you where. COVID. You had governments printing money like it was going out of fucking fashion. What else was going to happen? When governments print money, inflation goes up. It's as simple as that. Like, it's literally what it is. Inflation means inflation of the money supply. When you brrr, it goes up, right? It has to go up because you're making more of the thing that shouldn't be made more of. If I have 1,000,000 $100 bills and tomorrow I print 10 billion, there's no way that anyone thinks the $100 bill remains the same value. It can't. There's 10 billion more of them. So the value of the $100 bill has to come down to compensate for the 10 billion more that you just printed. That's inflation. Everyone wonders where it comes from. Well, it comes from fucking decisions being made during COVID that would ultimately result in inflation. It just so happens that this time around, this is exactly what the governments wanted. The governments wanted inflation. Why do they want inflation? Because every government in the world is massively in debt. debt is easier to pay off when you have higher inflation. It's as simple as that. Alderson, by the way, 14 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tatiana, but I'm not leaving yet. I'm still here. Let's not forget that companies are also greedy. Inflation is a good excuse to raise prices even more than necessary. In general, yes, but there's also usually a downside to that. Like if you do that, you do end up capping your clientele, right? If you do raise your prices more than what inflation is, you run into a shit ton of problems as a result of that. You can do it in the short term, but again, it can backfire severely. During inflationary periods, monopolies are actually the worst. It's the thing that you have to be most scared of. If you have a monopoly in your country, that monopoly will fuck you. Because they can. Because who else? There's no one else, right? Right now, I think most companies, however, is trying to keep prices as low as humanly possible. Like they're trying their best because they're competing against each other, and inflation is already making things more expensive. So if I can sell this thing at $1 less than the guy next to me, everyone is going to support me. And since inflation really fucks companies, they want all the clients that they can get. Oil prices shot up years ago and then came down. Gas never came down at the same rate. The oil did. They realized people would pay 50% more. The grey, that seems to be a problem the world over. And the reason that is a problem the world over is because in most countries in the world, oil is controlled by the government. The oil price is controlled by governments, right? Fuel pricing is usually controlled by the government to at least some extent because most governments make money off of fuel. So it is always interesting to me, even in South Africa, the oil price goes up, fuel goes up. And everyone complains, like, motherfucker, fuel's gotten more expensive. A few months later, they announce, oh, oil is coming down. Fuel price stays the same. And you're like, maybe they're just, maybe they know the price is going to go up again and they just don't want to, seesaw it. So it's fine. Let's keep the price there. And then a few months later, you find out oil is going up again and suddenly the price for fuel is going up again. And you're like, wait, the fuck? It didn't even come down from the last time it came down. And now it's gone up again, but it's not even as high as it was the first time. And you guys are raising the price again? Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, how much profit are you guys making on a liter of fucking fuel right now? Because it feels like it just always goes up and never comes down. At least never as much as it never holds relation to the actual oil and the price of the oil. The Grey, that's very true. That is very true. Oil and fuel, pretty much the whole world over, is the illusion of choice. You don't really have different companies providing you fuel and oil. They're all basically the exact same company providing that shit. So you have this almost government-sanctioned collusion. Like, they can collude because the government is fine with it. Because the government makes money off of the taxes. So a higher fuel price means more money for the government. Grocery shop, Coles and Woolworths own like 80% of the market share and doubled all the prices. Fuck me. That is rough. Woolworths is super expensive in South Africa as well. But all we can hope for is that it eventually settles, And that's pretty much the only thing we can hope for. Eventually people wake up and realize that they're living a fucking lie. I mean, I shouldn't hold my breath because it's probably not going to fucking happen. But one can hope. One can hope. What did I want to watch? Hold up. Chat. I have a video that I wanted to watch. I could have fucking sworn. Wait, what the fuck? All right, here we go. I found it. Never mind. I found the video I wanted to watch. Why therapy sucks for men.
Hey y'all, today we're going to talk about why therapy sucks for men. And that may sound kind of confusing because here I am a man, here I am a psychiatrist doing psychotherapy with men. So what on earth am I talking about? Why do I think therapy sucks for men? In my experience as a psychiatrist, I do actually believe that there are systemic biases that make it hard for men to engage in therapy. And today we're going to talk a little bit about what those systemic factors are, how we can understand them, and even how to overcome some of those factors and
I don't think that's what's going to happen here, Pringles. Dr. K, at least the times that I've heard him speak, has been pretty based. So I don't think what you're going to get is like weird things. Like the times I've heard him speak, right? He's been pretty fucking based. There's a couple of reasons why therapy doesn't work for men. I'd be interested to see if he touches on those. For one, men tend to deal with their problems very, very differently. And we have more than enough psychological studies that show this. For example, they did this study where they took a bunch of men and put them into a room with one of the guys in the room being, I believe this was what happened. One of the guys in the room was like an actor, and he had a problem. And they did the same thing for women. So the woman with the problem shared her problem, and all of the women sat around facing each other in a circle and talking about the problem, right? And everyone was giving advice and talking about how to fix this. And then with the men, what they found was that the men took to one of the tables. There was like a table in the with like stuff on it. Let's say like an engine part or something to build, something to fuck around with. And what happened was the men gathered around this table and started fixing the stuff on the table. And while fixing the stuff on the table, they would just chat. You know, they would just talk about stuff, and this guy shared his problem. And so the guys would listen to his problem, and one or two would give advice about what was happening. And for the rest of it, they were just hanging out, fixing the stuff on the table. And that was it. That was the therapy session from the main side. Because as it turns out, men don't do well. Like, it doesn't help men to talk about their problems as much as it helps them to just escape the problems for a while. Because men like to think through problems. I'm using myself here. Obviously, there's always going to be differences here, and everyone's going to have a different way of dealing with things. On average, though, I tend to, when I have a problem, like a specific problem, I don't talk about it because talking doesn't make sense to me. What I need is time to think. I need time to think about my problem. And then once I've had enough time to think about my problem, I will think through the solutions and I will implement those solutions. But in order to do that, I need time. Sometimes I have a problem that the solution isn't obvious to me. So I've had problems in the past where this is a problem and I know I need a solution, but I'm not entirely sure what the fucking solution is. That's when I'll reach out to another guy, one of my friends, and I'll share my problem with them, and I'll ask them for help, right? What I don't want in that scenario is my friend to just listen and be there for me, right? Which is oftentimes what you hear from women. It's one of their biggest frustrations with men, is the fact that they'll come to their husband or their boyfriend, and they'll share their problem with their husband or their boyfriend. And what does the boyfriend do? He instantly starts giving her advice, when what she wanted is for him to just fucking listen. But you hear this complaint so often from women. I just needed him to listen, but he was immediately trying to solve the problem, and he didn't understand what the problem was and why I didn't need him to solve the problem. I needed him to listen. And as it turns out, overall, women tend to think of the solution while talking through the problem. right? That tends to happen. As the woman is talking about the problem, she will herself come up with the solution to the problem. A man needs quiet, needs to sit down, relax, distance themselves from the issue, and find the solution in silence. Talking about it doesn't help me find the solution. It just basically makes the problem weird because now I'm talking about the problem, but I haven't fixed the fucking problem yet, right? Um, and when I'm talking to my friend and I'm telling him my problem, I don't need him to just sit there and say, I hear you. I hear you. Continue. Dude, what the fuck? I need a solution. I've told you my problem. Tell me what you would do in my situation. Like, give me advice. Like, what would you do here? I don't give a fuck about I'm hearing you, I'm listening, I'm there for you. Fuck off. What's the solution to my problem? Or what actually happens quite often is when I have a problem that's been going for so long and it's getting to the point where it's taking over my brain space, like I'm just constantly thinking about the problem. What I'll do is I'll phone my friends and we'll go out for like drinks or some shit, or go out for coffee and we'll talk bullshit. And just in hanging out with them, talking smack with them, having fun with them, or in my case, what I usually do is I play video games with my friends, right? I jump on Discord and we play COD and we just shoot a bunch of people for like an entire evening. And at the end of that evening, I've had a fucking wonderful time. I've had my mind taken off of my problem. And then when I go back to my problem, I come up with a solution. Like, as I start thinking about the problem, I have a different perspective now because I've had some time away from my problem. And now the solution just comes to me. And I didn't need anyone to talk to talk about it. So we are pretty different. I would be interested to know if there's other things that actually factor into it. Because there could be, right? I'm not saying these are the only reasons. But for me, at least, that's been my takeaway from problem solving. That's how I do it. Women can go by consensus easily and early. Men ruminate, but often miss when it's something they actually need help with. True, that does happen, Savan. A lot of the time, a man will oftentimes take way too long to reach out to someone and try and find a solution outside of themselves.
Move towards more emotional health. If you're ready to take the next step on your mental health journey, check out Dr. K's guide.
Wait, is there an F? Is the stream down for anyone? It looks fine everywhere else as well. All right. Yeah, it looks like it's fine.
Guide. It's an immersive resource that distills over 20 years of my experience laid out in a way that is tailored to your needs. So if you're ready to better understand your mind and take control of it, check out the link in the description below. So we have to start by understanding where this idea that talk therapy is the gold standard for treating mental illness comes from. So what we really need to understand is that the majority of patients in the history of psychotherapy have been women. About 60 to 70% of patients today who engage in psychotherapy are women.
Yeah.
The other thing is that about 60 to 70% of therapists today are actually women. So I think what happened early on in psychiatry or psychotherapy is that the majority of people we were helping were women. And so when me as a doctor, when I look at 10 of my patients and I see, okay, so it looks like talking to people about their feelings on average is the most successful thing that I can do.
Yeah.
But even though that's factually correct, I may not be taking into account that 7 out of those 10 people are women. And maybe the people who are getting helped the most with talk therapy or talking about their emotions are actually women. And it's not just me that says this. If you actually look at the American Psychological Association's guidance for working with boys and men, they sort of point out a systemic bias in.
By the way, we have the same problem in schools. Over the last 20 to 30 years, the outcome of boys and girls in school has basically reversed. Right? It used to be that boys did a lot better in school, specifically in the more like STEM fields in school. Boys could perform really, really well, and girls would be decent, but not necessarily as high as the boys. That's completely reversed now. Girls are outperforming boys at a massive rate. Girls are going to college at a much higher rate now. I think it's like 60% almost closer to 70% of all new college acceptances are women, right? So boys are being left behind. And when they look at why this is happening, there's a couple of things that stand out. The first thing is overwhelming majority of teachers now are women. Our entire school system has been designed for women, right? In order to make sure, and by rights, right? Because we looked at how girls were doing in school way back in the day, and we saw that they were struggling. And rightfully so. We said, wait, this isn't fine. We can't have entire swaths of our girls struggling to fucking, pass school, struggling to get good marks. We have to make changes to the schooling system. The change that I think should have happened here is we should have recognized that boys and girls do not study and learn the same way. We should have split boys and girls at the educational level so that boys get taught the way that boys learn and girls get taught the way that girls learn, right? And that way, both sexes would do really, really well. The issue is we didn't do that. We started changing the schooling system and the educational system to benefit girls. And we realized way too late, and in some cases we still haven't realized this, that the boys are not, it's not working. The boys are not doing well. What's sad, and the only reason I find this sad is I am all aboard, and I was all aboard when people said girls aren't doing well in school, we need to make changes. But it seems like no one is saying that for the boys. We look at how the boys are struggling, and no one is stepping up saying, wait a second, we need to change this. Like, something needs to change here. The boys are being left behind. Because even now, in all boys schools, the education curriculum, the way the education is presented, is still the new way of doing it, which is the way that favors girls and not favor boys. So we have to make changes there. I'm not too clued in on what exactly the way is that boys learn and girls learn and how the differences are. My brother's the teacher, and he researches this stuff because he's actually studying educational research something. So he's the one that shares all this research and stuff with me. So I don't listen to everything he has to say because I have no real interest in it. It was just interesting to me to learn that we have these like extreme differences in outcomes now.
In the way that we diagnose men and women. And that's a lot of the diagnoses that women get, like depression and anxiety, which, by the way, women are about 2 to 3 times as likely to be diagnosed with that stuff. A lot of those diagnoses have to do with feelings and being able to articulate stuff. So, for example, major depressive disorder involves feeling sad when you're depressed, right? Makes sense. And that a lot of men are actually diagnosed with what we call externalizing disorders. Things like addictions or sociopathy or antisocial personality disorder. So these are disorders that involve behaviors. Yeah. So I think they're sort of cluing us in on a really important idea, which is that when men feel something, they act on it as opposed to articulate it or talk about it. And if we tunnel down into a little...
That is very true. And when you think about where men and women come from, it kind of makes sense. I'll say this. I think men's social IQ, and what I mean by social IQ is when we go back in history to like the very, very early days of humanity, the men would oftentimes be out alone hunting, right? They would form hunting parties, but for the most part, they would all go their own directions and they would be out for weeks on end hunting and looking for meat, looking for deer, looking for stuff, right? They had very little in the way of social training. That's why men's social IQ is much lower than that of women. Like, women just understand society and social interactions so much better than women. That's why a lot of the time when men get married, their wives will be the ones that sort of educate them, right? You can't say that. You can't make that joke. That joke was really insensitive to this guy. That's why you upset her, because you said this. And for most men, it's sort of like, what the fuck are you talking about? How can I not? Why can't? It's just a joke. Like, what's the problem? But his wife, because biologically she has basically been designed for that, right? She just understands that there's there's a specific social cohesion that's taking place. There's like invisible rules within society. And in order to operate within society and make for a healthy society, these rules need to be observed, right? They have to be observed. And so I think what happens is, because women are so much better at socialization than men are, they will internalize a lot of the things that bother them because they don't want to upset the social order. Right? So they'll pull those things into themselves. Whereas a man with not that high of a social IQ never learned to do that, right? It's not bred into him that he needs to internalize his feelings. So when he feels something, he's gonna act out, right? He's gonna act out because why wouldn't he? Right? He's not happy right now, so fuck it. He's upset about it. Like, that's just me spitballing here. I'm not saying that that's scientifically correct. I'm just sort of thinking logically through why we have this major difference. If issues you don't have, you don't know what to do with. That's what I taught my son. If you can't figure it out and we can't figure it out, then you might need a person with letters after their name. Well, different letters. True, we learned, but only to a certain extent. Well, we understand basics, right? So it's not like most men understand you can't just hit someone, right? Most men understand you can't just burn a building down when you're unhappy with the movie, for example, right? So we've learned some socialization skills, but if you do yourself a favor and go look, just walk into a club, any club, and look at a girl and watch how she navigates social interactions. They are fucking masterful at it. They are so good at it. Case in point, if you have a friend, like do any of the boys in my chat right now, if you have a friend, a girlfriend, a friend who is a girl that you like, right? I will bet you whatever amount of money you want, she already knows. She fucking knows that you like her. You're thinking, well, I shouldn't do this because that's going to give it away and then she's going to figure it out and I don't know how she feels. Bro, if you like her, she already knows because she's fucking much better at figuring this shit out than you are. She has already picked up on the thousands of little things you've done because you like her. She's already picked up on the way you look at her. She's already picked up the way you smile at her, the way you laugh at her jokes, even though her jokes aren't that funny. She's already picked this up. She knows this. And you think that you're being super fucking sneaky and you're being dark and mysterious. She's figured you out, fam. She knows this already. Everyone knows this. Boys will be the ones that go, I don't know if she likes me. Does she like me? Do you know? I can't know. Girls know. They know when you fucking like it, when you fucking like them. And they also know how to play hard to get to ensure that if you are going to be the one that gets her, you're going to be worthy of her, right? Because again, for her, that commitment historically has been a very deep commitment. If you go back before we had contraceptions and shit, if a girl said yes to a man, that was basically her entire life. Once she has that kid, that's 18 years. That's the rest of her life. She is now tied to this man. So they became very, very sensitive to everything. And they've set up these little tests to ensure that if you are the one that she's going to spend the rest of her life with, you're going to be damn well worthy of that. So stop worrying about it. If you like her, she probably fucking knows. Unless she doesn't know your name because you've never spoken to her, in which case, yeah, maybe she doesn't. But if you've spoken to her and you guys are friends, she knows. She's aware.
Little bit about how men deal with their emotions. We'll kind of see that this is true in general as well. Because if you're a man, an emotion is a problem to be solved, not something to be talked about.
Fucking
right?
true.
So think about, like, if you get
Chat. You guys need to start listening. Like, fuck me. I can't say it enough. I'm so fucking intelligent, man. How do I just know these things? I just know it, you know? And I don't know. Like, dude, I should just start making... I should have 100 different YouTube channels and I should talk about all the world's problems. Because I just know these things, you know? You all thought, nah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And there you have it. Dr. K says what I told you before the stream.
bullied on the playground and you feel ashamed of yourself and people call you a fat kid and beat you up, that isn't something you talk about. In fact, if you go and cry to mommy or cry to the teacher, you're actually treated worse. You're taught that articulating problems and talking to people is cause for punishment. Instead,
well, I wouldn't say I was taught that. Just nothing. It never came natural to me. Like, the only time I would ever tell my dad about something that happened is if they asked. Like, otherwise, if something went bad at school, it wasn't really something that I would speak about. Like, I would get home and I would play video games and I would forget about the bad thing that happened at school. And I'd be happy with that, right? Um, I wouldn't say that it is absolutely taught. I would say that it is most likely a mixture of the two. The gray, if society taught that, we wouldn't see it at the ages that we do because we see it from a very fucking young age. Like, we can observe behavior in babies and see that they are completely different in how they problem solve. And that is long before they would have any understanding of what is taught and what is not taught behavior. Like, long before you could even teach them. They're already displaying very different ways of problem solving. So if it is taught behavior, it's because it comes more natural, right? And that's why it became taught behavior, because it naturally just works that way. And you could argue, well, we should unteach it. The problem is that in the countries where they have been trying for the last 10, 15 years to unteach that, they've been wildly unsuccessful, right? It's not worked. In fact, they're just seeing the differences be displayed even more. So it's almost as if it may be taught, but for some reason, unteaching it doesn't work either. So it's like it's a weird thing of, I don't know if you could teach someone something from a societal basis if that thing that you're trying to teach them clashes with their natural biology. I don't think you could do that. At least that's my thinking. I think if society tomorrow decided that they're going to teach boys to talk about their problems and view their feelings as something to be felt, if that clashes with their natural biological response, they will never learn that. Never. It will not stick. They might try, and because they were told that they have to feel their feelings, they might try, but they'll never do it. It will never come natural to them. They would have to actively think about that the whole time in order to do it, because it's clashing with their natural wiring. But that's my hypothesis, at least at the moment.
What you're supposed to do if you're a man is fix the problem, right? So if kids make fun of me for being fat, I'm supposed to lose weight, get ripped, learn martial arts, and the next time they talk, I'm going to teach them who's boss.
Yep.
And so if you sort of think about it, the solution to an internal feeling ashamed, is to take an action and change the circumstances that make me feel that way. If I'm feeling ashamed because I don't have a job and I don't have any money, what should I do about that? Should I go cry to mommy about how I don't have a job or don't have money? Should I cry to my girlfriend about how I'm broke all the time? No. If you're a man, you need to man the fuck up, go out there, get a job, and start making money. If you're feeling bad in here, as a man, what we're taught is you're supposed to go fix the problem out there. And this also manifests in men's reluctance to engage in couples counseling. So oftentimes, if you're in a relationship, and I'm assuming a heteronormative relationship for a second, and your wife or your girlfriend says, hey, I think we need to go see a counselor, oftentimes men will be reluctant to engage in that. And if you actually look at the research for why men are reluctant, what you discover is it's not that they're trying to put their head in the sand or they're avoiding a problem or anything like that. They actually feel outgunned in therapy. They feel like when they go to a couples counselor, my partner is so much better at understanding and articulating their feelings that they can sort of make their case better than I can. And when the therapist tries talking to me, like, I just say, I don't know a lot, or I'm not sure. Like, I don't know how to, someone's asking me to play basketball, but I don't know how to dribble. And so what men actually feel like in couples counseling is that they don't know how to effectively communicate.
Dude, I know it's not funny, but it is a little funny though, right? Like the dude is just sitting there. His wife has spent the last 4 hours talking about all the things that's wrong with him. And the counselor turns to the dude and she's like, "So, what do you think is wrong with your wife?" And he's like, "She talks a lot, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, she could probably talk a little less. That was 4 hours. Um, everything else is, I guess, fine. I don't know." Therapist. I had a great therapist who fully understood all this, and she was great. Like, I will say the following, right? In response, and maybe even in contrast to what I've been saying before, I think there is definitely a problem with some men being completely incapable of talking about their problems. And that is definitely a defect that a lot of guys have, right? It it could not be natural for men to talk about their problems, and maybe the more natural thing is to just go out there and fix the problem, but that still doesn't mean that you should be completely incapable of discussing your problems, right? You should have enough of a social IQ that can develop, that you understand how to articulate what your problems are and then how to fix that. Because I do think at the same time, this becomes very hard for a woman in a relationship. If she's in a relationship with a man that cannot articulate these problems, how the fuck is she supposed to fix it for him? Right? Because women tend to naturally want to fix problems. Right? If their husband is unhappy, she wants to make him feel happy. She wants to see him smile and see him be the best version of himself that he can be. She wants to be proud of him. But how the fuck does she do that when she doesn't know what's wrong with him because he has no idea how to tell her other than to smash the fucking windows or slam the door or walk around screaming in the house the whole time at the kids, right? So now she knows that he's unhappy, but he has no way of telling her because he never worked on that social skill. So I do think that there is sort of a problem for men on both sides.
So imagine a situation where you're like going into a court of law and there's a judge there and your wife makes her case, right? She says, "Hey, Alok is neglectful. He doesn't appreciate me. I do so much for him. And I know he works hard, but he's really short with me sometimes and it really hurts and I feel really underappreciated." And then as a man, how do I respond to this? I don't speak the language of emotions. Judge એવું નથી તમને તમને સમજણ નથી પડતી. આ બેન દારૂ બહુ પીએ છે પછી મને લાફો મારે. આ દારૂ બહુ પીએ છે પણ પછી એ મને લાફો મારે તો મારાથી એને લાફો ન મરાય યાર. પછી હું શું કરું? And so as a dude, you're like, you don't know how to communicate in the way that therapists like. So men literally feel outgunned to engage in things like couples therapy. And that's because we as men communicate our emotions in a different way. So my favorite example of how men communicate differently is the negative expression of a positive affection. So when we like someone and we're proud of one of our homies or our bros, we don't say that to them, right? In fact, what we do is we kind of dog them about it. If my friend has been single for a while after a bad breakup and starts dating someone else, and I feel really proud and good about that, I don't say, "Hey friend, I'm really proud of you. And I'm proud that you've been able to find some."
Dude, if someone came up to me and said, "Hey bro, I just want you to know, I am so proud of you. Like, you are doing such a good job at life," I would not fucking know what to do with that. Like, I would just be like, "Bro, like, socially distance away from me. Like, fucking at least 300 yards. This is weird. I need some time to fucking process what the hell just happened here." It's just, yeah, it's not how it works. Like, you give the guy shit, right? And that's how you tell him you're proud of him, by taking the mickey out of him.
Someone who sees the lovable qualities within you that I see. I'm proud that you found someone who treats you the way that I think you deserve to be treated, who loves you for who you are in the way that I love you for who you are. In the history of humanity, I do not think that sequence of words has ever been spoken by a single man. That's not what we say. What do we say? We say, "Bruh, GG, noob. You're whipped. I guess we'll never see you again." And we're smiling the whole time. We're not like, "Why don't you text me anymore? I know you haven't been texting me. I feel hurt."
Exactly, right? You're still telling him you're proud of him, but you're doing it in a way that isn't weird. You know? You're like, "Bro, she's hot, man. Fuck yeah." Well, you're fucking pussy whipped, but never mind. I understand it. It's cool, you know? You don't, yeah, you don't dive into like deep, I'm so proud of you and you do so well. To me, that is trained behavior. I don't agree, Epicthulu. I don't agree. I mean, we could probably have this disagreement, but again, I would be, I'm, I'm, I'm like 70% sure that there is no such thing as trained behavior that goes against biology. I'm like 70% certain of that. I don't believe that you can train someone into something that is objectively the opposite thing of what they are. I don't think you can do that. I don't see a world in which that could ever happen. And I'll use an example that is a little bit charged, but I think is a good way of looking at it. Have you ever seen have you ever seen it? Like, have any of you, yeah, of course you have any of you ever had interactions with effeminate men, right? So men that are quite a lot more feminine than, say, for example, yourself or some of your friends or whatever, right? Oftentimes homosexual men, but you can get straight men that's also slightly more effeminate. Yeah. Do you think you could ever train that guy to be more fucking masculine? Like, do you think you could take that guy? Because I like to use the example here of my brother, right? My brother, who is gay and slightly more effeminate, yeah? He was more effeminate from the age of like fucking 2, bro. As a baby, I was looking at the things that he was doing and I was like, I don't know if that's how a boy would do that shit. Um, I was obviously, I was 12 at the time, so I wasn't really thinking through the whole fucking process, right? I was just like, that's not how a boy would do it. That's weird. And I would turn to my mom. I would be like, Mom, he's gay. Mom would be like, no, he isn't. Don't say that about him. I'm like, dude, are you not like, what the fuck am I seeing with your, why are you not seeing what I'm seeing? Right. And then eventually it turns out I was right, and I wasn't confused by that at all. I was like, yeah, 100%. That should make sense to me. And I guarantee you that no amount of fucking training would ever have gotten those feminine qualities away from him. That's just who he is, right? That's how he was born to be. There's nothing you can fucking do about it. That's just how he is, You shouldn't even want to do anything about it, but still, I would argue that's the same for literally almost everything. I don't think that you could train someone into something that is just objectively the opposite of what they are.
Instead, what we do is we actually dog on this guy, right? We're like, we call him whipped and we call him a wuss and we call him, like, we say all these negative things, right? Like, oh, where's the apron strings? We'll say all this like misogynistic crap. But the whole time we're like expressing appreciation and smiling at him. So men have this negative expression of a positive affection. When we feel good about something, we can't just say that, right? Because that's
the other thing that you have to keep in mind here, Epicthulu, is when we look at how men react towards other men, we find it to be true across all cultures. Like what he's explaining here, the negative expression of positive behaviors, we find it to be true across all cultures, which then makes you ask, okay, wait a second. Cultures are vastly different across the board. You look at Asian cultures, you look at Western cultures, the differences in how kids are raised is astronomically different. How is it that every single culture on Earth arrived at this supposed trained behavior? All the cultures on Earth just arrived at this exact same trained behavior. How did that happen? If indeed it is learned behavior, right? So it's trained into them by some, I don't know, some societal pressure. Why is it that every culture on Earth decided to do exactly the same thing? Because if we examine it, right, logically, that immediately should make you question the whole idea of trained behavior. if we can spot the same thing happening throughout every culture on Earth, it immediately goes against the idea that this is trained or learned behavior, because every society on Earth came to completely different ideas about the actual trained things. So when you look at etiquette, for example, etiquette is something that is trained. Holding the door open for a woman, pulling out her seat for, giving her your jacket. Across cultures, we can see different cultures dealing with this entire thing. For example, in the West, we're taught that a man holds the door for a woman and the woman walks first. In Africa, it's actually the opposite. A man walks in first because, from their perspective, the man walks in to gauge if there's any sort of disturbance or violence or any threat that he should defend her from, right? That's a learned behavior. That's an etiquette. We've taught our men from different societies to deal with different etiquettes, right? In different ways. But when we look across society and we say, well, we can observe this exact shit happening across all societies, then it becomes very difficult to say, well, this is taught, right? Someone has taught them this.
That's not what we were taught. Instead, what we have to do is we have to insult the person that we're proud of. That's not how psychotherapy works, right? So if this is my mode of communication, I go see my therapist and my therapist is proud of me. They don't say, hey, fucker, you got a job. You suck. I guess you're not going to be coming to therapy anymore because you ain't got this time because you got all this work to do. You know, screw you. That's not what your therapist says. In fact, we're trained to say the opposite. So the way that we're trained to speak in therapy is, first of all, don't speak very much, right? Don't solve problems. Just sit there and listen and ask this person lots of questions that they're going to say, I don't know to. How do you feel about that? How does that make you feel? I don't know. Well, how does that make you feel? I don't know. And so then if you're a dude and you go to...
It makes me feel you're asking way too many times how I feel. I don't know how I feel, but I know I'm fucking annoyed at you asking me how I feel. Epic Thulu, the culture that you are saying we trace back to is so fucking long ago, right? That if that was true, if it was true, that culture is the reason why all of these other cultures have these learned behaviors, then all of the other learned things would have been exactly the same, right? Just logically. If it is true that something as fundamental as men being taught not to feel their feelings by society, but technically speaking, we could teach them to feel their feelings. If that was true, that all of that came from the one culture that we're all from, and somehow, we've all kept that part, right? So we looked at that society that taught us and we were like, oh yeah, we'll keep this one. Then why the fuck didn't we keep the opening the door? Why did we break away from that? Why did we go, wow, we don't care about that, right? Why did the West say, well, we don't like this holding the door or going through the door first. We'll actually hold the door for our ladies. And then Africa said, no, we'll go through the door first. But they kept the other things from the culture, right? But they didn't keep that. Why? I don't believe that logically you could make sense of that. I think logically that argument falls apart relatively quickly.
Therapy, you feel like an idiot, right? Because they're asking you all these questions. You're supposed to know what you feel, but you don't know. And that's because of the way that we've been taught about our emotions. The last thing to consider is that when it comes to emotional health, men are very physical with it. So even if I ask a dude, hey, it sounds like you got dumped. Tell me a little bit about how you feel. The dude may not be able to say, I feel unlovable. I'm full of fear that perhaps I won't be able to find a partner. I'm afraid that I'm fundamentally broken in some way that precludes me and maybe destines me to be alone for the rest of my life. That's not what dudes say. What dudes say is it felt like she ripped my heart out. It felt like she stomped on my balls. And if you say that as a dude, the other dudes will know exactly what you mean, right?
Yeah.
Like we all know, like, oh man, like, oh, it's not just ripped your heart out. It's also a stomp on the balls. I felt that, man. The last time I got dumped, I found out my partner was cheating on me. Felt like she kicked me in the nuts.
Dude, that's also, it's interesting what he says here, because usually a guy will say, I feel like she ripped up my heart, for example, but then also the guy will delve deeper into that feeling in almost like an example based thing, and also almost on the fly problem solving the situation. Right? Which I don't think girls do in the same way. At least the girls that I've spoken to after like breakups, they don't do the same thing. They don't do the like at first it's usually just a lot of crying and a lot of sadness, like feeling their feelings and going through those emotions. And then once they're done feeling their feelings, that's when they'll start like figuring out what exactly it was that happened and how exactly things went wrong and why it went wrong the way that it did. Whereas main, like at least my boys that I've spoken to about this, and whenever I spoken about breakups, it's always been like to the point, like immediately you start problem solving the shit because you want to get over it, right? You want to stop feeling this pain as quickly as possible so you can fucking move on. And she says, I agree with that.
Nuts, dude. I know exactly how you feel. That's how we talk. We're very physical in nature. The other thing is if you talk to men about who support each other, right? And they say, if you get dumped, what's the first thing you should do? Hit the gym, baby. And that's where we may assume that this relates to confidence, that if you start working out, you get buff, then you look at yourself in the mirror and you're like, I'm so sexy. But we don't even acknowledge for a moment that there may be a physiological aspect to improve your mood. And one of the biggest mistakes that I think we've made in the field of psychotherapy is that we've separated out the mind from the body. Whereas if you look at modern science, we know that anxiety is not just an emotion. It's not just in your mind. That emotions have physical ramifications. That anxiety can induce diarrhea and change the rate of your peristalsis. Anxiety activates your sympathetic nervous system and reduces blood flow to places like your stomach and increases blood flow to other parts of your body. So we know that emotions are actually very physiological in nature. So why is it as a society that we've kind of gotten on this track of simply talking about them instead of acting physically? And a lot of the men...
I think there's another thing that Dr. K isn't taking into consideration here, and that is you see this again with how men respond. Dude, go hit the gym, fucking work out, get ripped, make her feel bad for leaving you, right? That's usually sort of the advice that you get, right? From dudes. It's again this very problem solving nature. It's this thing of, well, I could sit here and cry with you for 2 days about your breakup, or I could suggest stuff to make you fix yourself. And the reason I tell you to go to the gym is actually a very effective way of combating depression. I'm not talking about clinical depression. If you're clinical depression, you need a lot more help than what the gym could ever provide you. I'm talking about the kind of depression where your life is falling apart and you feel sad about it, right? The normal kind of depression that everyone has felt in their lives. The gym is actually an incredibly useful tool at dealing with that specific problem. So again, you see this coming through from Maine, the problem solving aspect, right? I don't know how to deal with you on that emotional level, right? I can't sit here and cry with you because I don't know how to do that. What I can do and what I'm happy to do is present you with advice that will make you no longer want to cry about the problem. Not because I care, like, not because I mind the fact that you're sad, but because as your bro, I don't want you to be sad, right? As your bro, I want you to feel good. I want you to be happy. So I'm trying to give you advice that will make you happy, right? That will make you feel better. It's sort of like what I have found in the past that really worked for me is right after a breakup, talk to my boys, get them to help me see some shit. But then what I've always found to be really helpful is to have like a friend who's a girl, right? And then talk to them because their perspective is also incredibly helpful. Like when you talk to her about those problems, she has a very different perspective that also allows you to sort of figure that pain out. So I've always found that it's really nice to have those two perspectives. The boys help you just as much, but the girl helps you in a very different way. And it usually helps to get over the pain a lot fucking easier.
that I've worked with, I've sort of noticed that this physical component is way more important than the talking component, at least compared to the women that I've worked with. Just to give you all a simple example, I find that the men in my office need hugs way more than the women. Now, there are a lot of complications to that. There's a gender dynamic, right, between me and the woman, where maybe the woman doesn't feel as comfortable to hug me. Maybe I don't feel as comfortable to hug the woman. So I'm not saying that that's like a statement of fact. But what I've noticed is that like hugging men, the patients in my office who are dudes, leads to like a lot more emotional healing and sometimes tears and all this kind of stuff and like more dick jokes after we're done, right? So there's something very physical about the way that men...
You gotta have the dick jokes, you know? You gotta have the dick jokes. There's no way you can hug a dude and not have a dick joke or two afterwards. Like, you have to, you know? That's just that. That's just bog standard.
Deal with their emotions. And so if we assume all of this is true, what does this mean for you as a dude? So I know this sounds kind of weird, but the first thing that I'd recommend is that you actually seek psychotherapy if you're struggling in some way. And that may sound weird because you said, Dr. K, there's a systemic bias. Yeah, but it's still the best evidence-based treatment that we have for dealing with mental illness. Medication is just as good, by the way. And another thing we need to keep in mind is that there are randomized controlled trials on many types of psychotherapy, which show that they are equally effective for men and women. So it's not like psychotherapy works. It's just that if you're engaging in psychotherapy as a man, there may be a couple of things that we can arm you with to really make that psychotherapy really worthwhile. That's true. So the first recommendation that I have,
I would say maybe try and find a therapist that understands how to deal with men in their office. So try and find a therapist that actually doesn't just do their job for money, but actually wants to help, right? Because I have no doubt that psychotherapy is incredibly important. And again, like Dr. K shows here, it shows that it is. But I do think what ends up happening when you have like the bog standard approach to psychotherapy, it will take guys much longer to actually get the help that they need from the way that it's done historically, versus if you actually get a therapist that is willing to think through shit, right?
Is that you see at least 3 psychotherapists, or at least you see at least 3 before you give.
Aragos, so here's where I would disagree with you. If you are naturally a very introspective person, then yeah, you're probably never going to need therapy, right? Because you have the ability to look at yourself and think inside yourself about things that's going on. But what oftentimes helps with a therapist of any kind, now, to be clear here, I've only been to a therapist twice in my life. And, you know, once was after my parents got divorced. My mom made me go. The other time was after my mom died, when my dad made me go. In both instances, I found it wildly unnecessary because the things that they wanted me to talk about, I was already thinking about. So I don't know if therapy would ever work for me because I wouldn't say I'm very introspective, but I know when I have a problem to think about the problem and to solve the problem. But you do get people that aren't that introspective. And what helps with a therapist is they oftentimes know what questions to ask to help you think about your problem. So even if their only job is to help you do introspection, if you're not a person that naturally does that, that can be super fucking helpful. Right? Because otherwise you're not going to do it. Right? So yeah, I would argue for some it is very required. There might be people who don't need it at all. One of the things that I actually do want to see a therapist about is behavioral psychology, because there's a number of behaviors that I would like to sort out, you know? And we know that behavioral psychology actually works super fucking well. But I think that's a whole different bag of dicks, you know?
Give up on therapy. If you love the first one, then stick with them. And so a lot of psychotherapy is about fit, and it may just be hard to find someone who's able to communicate with you in a way that is helpful. So a couple of things that I would recommend, some language that you can use if you go to psychotherapy. So the first is just simply let your therapist know, hey, I'm not really aware of what I feel all the time, and I'm not very good at articulating my feelings. Because oftentimes therapists will say, how do you feel? And as dudes, we don't know how to answer that. So just be transparent with them at the beginning. Another thing that I'd recommend is that y'all check out this idea of normative male alexithymia, which is this idea that men are, by default, it's normative, so it's like most men are colorblind to their internal emotional state. So check out our video on alexithymia if y'all want to. And then you can even tell your therapist that, hey, I'm concerned that I'm a little bit alexithymic. So you're signaling to them that you may not be able to participate in therapy in a default way. The next thing that you can do is ask your therapist to change their style a little bit if it isn't working for you. So you can tell them, hey, I've noticed that you're really quiet. And then you kind of ask these questions like, how do you feel, over and over and over again? And then I keep answering, I don't know. Can you try to be a little bit more active or offer a little bit more guidance instead of being quieter and asking only open-ended questions? Can you help me understand stuff or guide me in some way? And some therapists may feel really uncomfortable with that. They may turn that around into a question. Why do you feel like you need more guidance?
Then you leave.
I don't know, because this doesn't seem to be helping very much. So you can just ask them to change their style a little bit. And the third thing that you can do,
guide me
number
to the
one and number two don't work,
nearest
is
other
after
fucking
2 or 3 sessions,
psychologist,
I would
please.
just go to them and say, hey, I don't feel like I'm actually getting a whole lot out of this therapy. So you seem to be asking certain questions that I have difficulty answering, and I'm hoping that you can recommend a different therapist who's a little bit more active, can offer a little bit more guidance, or asks questions in a way that can help me understand my emotions better. And I know that this sounds mortifying. Oh my God. As a dude, why would I ever do that? As anyone, as any patient, why would I ask to see a different therapist? It means that I don't think they're good. And it doesn't mean that they're not good. It just means that they're not really helping you very much. Or at the minimum, you can have a conversation about what's working and what isn't, and then hopefully y'all can work through that stuff. So I, as a therapist, actually don't feel, I feel bad in some ways, but I'm really grateful for all of my patients who have come to me and said, hey, Dr. K, this is not working. Because then one of two things happen. One is either we work on it and then we actually...
In this case, Aragost, I don't agree with you. Because when you're dealing with therapists, they could be a phenomenal therapist, but that doesn't mean that they're a phenomenal therapist for you. Like maybe this therapist is helping thousands of people with their problems and it's perfect, but the way that you need your problem solved and the way that they do therapy, it just clashes. It just does not work. I don't know if I would call them bad then, right? It's just psychology is so fucking hard, dude. Because humans are we're so different and we're so complex when it comes to psychological issues that I think it's nigh impossible. Like it would not be possible for one therapist to be able to help every type of human being there is. I just don't know if they can
actually make a breakthrough of some kind, and now we're really jiving together, or I recommend that the person go see someone else. And what's my duty as a doctor or someone's duty as a therapist? It's to help the person, not help the person myself. It means giving that person whatever kind of help they need. So oddly enough, I'm still recommending that y'all try psychotherapy because it is still an evidence-based, very effective approach. The other thing to consider, though, is that a lot of emotions live in our body. And as men, sometimes we need to do more bodily stuff. So there are studies that show that Tai Chi and yoga, for example, are effective treatments for a lot of things like mood disorders or anxiety or things like that. So adding a physical component to your emotional health is very, very helpful. The other thing to consider is that there's a range of new and kind...
I can tell you this. When I started hitting the gym, dude, my mood just fucking 10x'd. No, absolutely 10x'd. It is... I don't know how to I don't know how to explain it. It is so difficult to explain, but it's like going to the gym just... It provides you with some kind of outlet, some aggressive outlet, or maybe it's hormone based, but something about hitting the gym, just being a little bit more active, just makes you feel a million times better. You sleep better, you wake up better, you feel better right afterwards. It clears your mind, for that hour and a half in the gym. You're not thinking about things the same way. You're thinking about the weights, and you're listening to music or a podcast or something, and it just makes you feel like you're physically busy with something. rather than just stewing in your own fucking, I don't know, boredom.
Kind of in vogue things called somatic therapies. So these are therapies that incorporate the body in some way. So good examples of this are EMDR or EFT, which is the emotional freeing technique, or tapping. So when I first encountered these studies about 10 or 15 years ago, and I used to my area of interest was evidence-based complementary alternative medicine, I thought all this stuff was like kind of BS, right? So it's like the idea behind tapping is that your emotions are stored in your body and that you can tap on certain parts to free emotions. And I was like, this doesn't make any sense. This is all BS. And it turns out that over the last decade or so, there have been some studies that actually show that this is a pretty effective technique. We're not really 100% sure. The studies aren't super high quality, but there's more and more evidence.
Well, the truth is, and again, this just comes from logic, your body and your mind aren't two different things, right? They are exactly related to one another. If you're not feeling good up here, there's a good chance that you're not going to feel good anywhere else, right? So there's going to be problems that is created from a physical standpoint that is going to manifest in that way. That's why a lot of the time when you get people that do actually suffer from depression, they'll be overweight. People that suffer from anxiety, overweight, weak, anemic to some extent, because the mental influence the physical. And we've known that for a long time, right? We've known for a very long time that when you're not right up here, like when I say not right, I mean you don't feel great in your from a psychological standpoint, it's going to manifest in the physicality. I think what's been wildly neglected is that it works the opposite way. The two are connected. So if you don't feel well physically, there is a good chance that you're also not going to do that great mentally. So I think that's where being in shape, eating healthy, because we already now know that, or at least the short-term studies on this seem to suggest that a lot of depressions may have something to do with diet. Because we have people that are clinically depressed that change their diet and the depression goes away or lightens. This leads us to a question. Why? Well, if you think about food, it's the fuel your body uses. If you use dirty fuel in your car is going to get fucked, right? Over time, it may not be immediately, but over time, your car is going to start showing problems because you're using dirty fuel. You want to use the best fuel for your car in order to make it run as long as possible. So the same, and this is where things get really tricky, because when you don't feel well mentally, that's when you tend to eat terribly. I know it myself. When I'm having a bit of a down moment, like psychologically, that's when I crave bullshit foods, Like no one has ever felt down and then go, man, I can go for a salad right about now, right? No, that's when you want the donuts and the cookies and the chocolates and the fucking burgers and all the shit that you should not be eating. That's what you want because you feel bad and that food is going to make you feel a little bit better. The problem is that food doesn't make you feel better because you're eating shit. Now your mental is worse. Now you eat shit because your mental is worse, but the shit that you eat is making your mental worse. And it's just the spiral that takes place because I think for too long people have thought about psychology and physicality as two different areas of the human existence. Like people for too long thought about it as we can fix your psychological perspective without having to fix your physical. Like you could be obese and be the best, most balanced psychologically balanced human being on the planet. And it's like, well, no, you can't. Because the fact that you're obese tells us that there is something very, very wrong. There's hormonal responses that's going awry. Things are not going well. So clearly, right, we need to figure out what is causing the problem. Was it your overeating that is making your psychology worse, or was it your psychology that made you overeat? Because if we can get to the root cause of the problem, then we'll solve all of the problems. And I think we are starting to learn that. Like we are starting to figure out that these things are far more connected than previously thought.
That stuff that is not classically effective may be effective. And specifically that a lot of somatic therapies seem to be gaining a lot of weight and gaining a lot of interest. So I encourage y'all to seek out more bodily oriented kind of evidence-based techniques. And the last thing that I just want to share with y'all is that I've seen that across the globe, there's a lot more men's work kind of going on. And this isn't psychotherapy, but it's just sort of groups of men will get together and will participate in all kinds of either communication or even like some sorts of like physical rituals or like taking hikes. That there's sort of this very like physical component to their emotional health, which they all sort of get together and do. So I can't speak to specific things like that. I'm just sort of pointing that out as a trend. So at the end of the day, I know it sounds kind of weird, but I do think that therapy sucks for men for a lot of
Tomzar, so here's the problem with that argument. Then there's the third option. He chooses to be obese because he wants to be that. How do you know that that is what he chose? Or let's say you're obese. I don't know, but let's say you're obese. How do you know that you're the one who chose to be obese? When the problem lies in the very tool that makes you think about things. I will tell you, as someone that is obese, no one fucking chooses it. Because to choose it would mean that you are happiest that way. Almost every human being that is obese. I say almost because there are some health things that can cause obesity. Yeah, and that does happen. But almost every human that I have encountered that have obesity are obese because they've given up, because they're not willing to put in the effort. The effort scares them, and the fear of failure makes it so that they convince themselves, well, I'm happier this way. Because unlike all these skinny fucks that have to eat and look at what they eat and ensure that they don't eat too much chocolate and they don't drink too much soda, sugary soda, I can eat whatever I want, right? I'm enjoying my life. I'm living my life to the fullest. But you're not. No fat human being lives their life to the fullest. That is absolute bullshit coming from a guy that is fat. I can tell you that right now. The limitations to your life is insane. Being fat is living life on fucking hard mode. And I'm not talking about how society treats you. This is not oh, you should be kinder to fat people. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm talking about you, right? You are finding life a lot harder. Illyrian, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Finding chairs, finding the right tables, finding the right clothes, walking, participating in activities that most people would consider to be normal activities. Like being invited to go hiking and then realizing, but I can't fucking hike because I'm fat as fuck. I'm going to be tired. Then I convince myself, well, I don't like hiking anyways, right? Or wanting to go swimming, but then you feel self-conscious because you're going to have to take off your shirt and then everyone's going to see how fat you are, even though with your fucking clothes on, no one is thinking you're Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? Underneath your clothes. Everyone can see he's fat as fuck. But if you take off your shirt, that's going to be obvious, right? So I don't even like swimming. Who gives a fuck about swimming, right? So basically, being fat is a list of things that you restrict yourself from doing and then convincing yourself that I never wanted to do those things in the first place. That's literally what it is. It's limiting your own life and then convincing yourself, but I'm actually happier this way. When in reality, you would give your left nut to look like a Brad Pitt or to look like one fucking insert whoever you think is hot, right? Or whoever you think is well-built.
A lot of reasons. Some of that has to do with the way that we're raised. Some of that has to do with the way that psychotherapy was developed. And so as men, we sort of really need to think a little bit about how can I become emotionally healthy? So I definitely give therapy a shot, but go in with some of these disclaimers in mind. Go in understanding that you may not be perfectly suited to this, that you're stepping onto the basketball court, but you don't necessarily know how to dribble. And so just recognize that and ask your therapist for help. And the second thing to consider is that especially as men, a lot of our emotions live in our bodies. We may need to leverage our bodies or do some kind of bodily work to really help us achieve emotional health.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with him. Nothing Dr. K said in this video, I think, was in any way, shape problematic. It was actually a very, very good video. Alderson, I would argue that I would say that there is a like the number of people that are actually proud of being fat is zero. Not even close to zero. Zero. Like, I can tell you that being overweight has significant fucking challenges. Right? There's so many things that I can't do, right? I didn't decide to start going to the gym or eating healthy because I was just tired of eating fucking donuts, right? That's not why I decided to do those shit. I decided to start doing that because there are clothes that I would like to wear, you know? One of my sponsors into the AM sent me a bunch of fucking clothing items that I cannot wear because I can't fit into them and they don't make my size. It fucking sucks. I see a shirt. I think, fuck, that looks cool. I know they won't have my size, so no point in even trying. You know? And you convince yourself, well, I don't care, you know? But you do care. You care a lot. That's why you're convincing yourself of all these things. And basically, the number of things you can do just keeps getting smaller and smaller because as you keep limiting yourself, which is actually the funniest thing or the saddest thing in the world, you keep limiting yourself to not doing more things because you're too fat to do those things. And because you're limiting yourself on the things that you're allowed to do, you're getting more fat. And that means that you have to limit even more things that you're allowed to do or can do or want to do. And it's just this spiral that never actually fixes itself until you reach a point where you go, I've had enough. I need this to change now. Right? And in that, I will say, and it's not always perfect, right? You make mistakes, you fall back on it. But to my fat brothers out there, right? To all the guys that's fat as fuck, that's sitting here maybe watching this video or watching this stream right now, I'll tell you this, right? For me, the problem that I've always had when it comes to losing weight, and the thing that has always defeated me from sticking to the diet is as follows. Let's say, for example, and I'm sorry, Americans, I don't know the freedom units here, but let's say, for example, you weigh let's say you weigh 200 kilograms, right? So we're gonna do 200 here because it's a nice round number, right? Let's say you weigh 200 kilograms. Don't know what the fuck that is in freedom units. And in order to be considered healthy and like athletically skinny built, you need to weigh 90 kgs, right? So 90 kgs, about, let's say you're 6'1", 90 is you're still going to be maybe a little chubby, but at that point you're going to be much, much healthier. The problem that I have always had is I don't think in terms of, well, actually, let me start this way. The problem I've always had is I think exactly in these terms. So in order for me to be healthy, I need to lose 110 kilograms. That's what I need to do. I need to do 110 kilograms. And then what ends up happening is I think that I will only be healthy once I've lost 110 kilograms. My happiness is 110 kilograms away from me. My health is 110 kilograms away from me. Then you think that on average, you will probably at the high end, on average, lose about 5 kilograms a month. If you're like lucky, you'll lose about 5 kilograms a month. You can do more, but let's keep it normal. How long is it going to take me at 5 kilograms a month to lose 110 kilograms? Right now we get into some serious trouble. Right? I have to wait 20 months in order to be happy. 20 months that I have to restrict what I eat. I have to watch the food that I take in. I have to be super careful. I can't drink soda. I can't do this. I can't do that. I have to go to the gym every single day. And it's going to take me 20 months before I'm happy. And then you eat a pizza because the pizza makes you feel happy. At least for a short while. Feel a little happy, right? But here's the truth. If you go from 200 to 190, you're probably going to feel a lot better. Because you've started to eat healthy. You've started to hit the gym. You've lost 10 kilograms already. That's just 2 months. You've already started to feel a little better. Another 4 months go by. You're at 170. You're probably feeling a hell of a lot better now, right? Because you've been eating healthy for the last 6 months. You've been going to the gym, right? You're starting to feel actually really, really good. You're at 150 now. Now you're starting to wear much smaller clothing. You're probably at like 3XL, right? So it's much easier now to get clothes at 3XL because most shops will have 3XL clothing. By the time you hit 120, you're going to feel fucking phenomenal, right? At 120, you're basically normal. Do you know how many sportsmen at 6'1" is 120 kilograms? Like at 120, you're a little chubby. With the right clothing and the right style, people won't even necessarily know that you're a little bit overweight. You're feeling like $1,000,000. You're already doing most of the things that you'd be able to do at 90. Like maybe you won't be able to go into the ocean. Sure, right? But you're feeling a fuck ton better. By the time you hit 90 kilograms, there's a very good chance that you will feel little to no difference. But we don't think about it that way. My mind doesn't do that. Maybe other people can, but in my mind, for the longest time, this is what I was thinking about. I couldn't see this. I couldn't see this. And it's fucking hard to do something knowing that it's going to take you 20 months to do it. Because remember, I can't feel the 90 kilograms yet. I don't know what that is going to feel like. So what I have is a goal that is fucking far away from me, nearly 2 years away from me, for a thing that I have no way of knowing what that thing is going to feel like. You know, I have no idea, no way of knowing if that's actually going to be a good thing or a bad thing or how am I going to feel about that thing. It's just, it's a pie in the sky. You know? It is. It's a goal with a fantasy at the end of it. It's a question mark. If you're a fat guy and you're watching this, start thinking about this. Because this is the part that matters. You don't have to be 90 kilograms to be happy. You will probably be a fuck ton happier at 170, at 150, at 120 than what you are now. The 90 is the end goal. But you don't need to be there in order to be better. You can be better already at here, right? At this moment here. Once I saw it this way, it became a hell of a lot easier. And you can up this, right? There's people that do 10 kilograms a month. It's hard. Like you have to really fucking watch what you eat, but you could do 10. That means in 10 months, you're going to be at 100, right? If you can maintain it, which is, it as you get closer to your target weight, it's going to get much harder to maintain this, and it's actually going to start bordering on unhealthy, which is also then the other question you have to ask yourself. If you're doing unhealthy shit in order to lose weight, you're not healthy, right? And you're not going to feel healthy. You're going to feel unhealthy. Yeah, you'll be 90 kilograms, but you'll be super fucking unhealthy at 90 kilograms, which is also not worth it. So rather take a healthy approach, do it slowly, but remember that every step along the way, you're going to feel better than what you felt like when you started. Zucchini, by the way, 33 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And also 5 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat. Hearts in chat for the 5 community subs. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Slow and steady wins the race. True. But it's difficult to think that way, you know? Also, wait till you randomly go up in weight again 1 week at weigh-in, and you'll feel like screaming. Jacob, yeah. But this is where my goal is different. I don't get on the scale, right? I don't weigh myself. I go off of how my clothes feel, and I know that if I eat healthy and I exercise, I will lose weight, right? There's no need for me to get on a scale. I don't need to know how much I weigh because I'm not doing this to get to 90. That's where my mindset needed to change, and that's where I changed my mindset was I don't have a weight in mind that I'm going towards. I am just going down. Right? That's all I give a shit about. I want my weight to go down, and for the main reason, I want to be healthy. I want to grow old and not have a string of medical problems because of my weight. And the only way I'm going to get there is by eating healthy, you know, and working out and feeling good. I want to feel good. I don't care about where I'm going to end up. My body will stop losing weight when it's ready to stop losing weight, you know, when I've reached the right point. Gym like a video game and your life will be much easier. True. I weighed myself daily and seen progress, but when the scale goes up one day because you had a good meal, despite you limiting yourself so much, it's a gut punch. The thing is, I think that's when you start to look at when you get on the scale often. I think you lose track of why you're trying to lose weight, right? Like some people want to lose weight because they want a six pack, I guess. And if that is why you want to do it, then yeah, you need to get on the scale because six packs are very difficult to get and even harder to fucking maintain. Anyone that's ever had a six pack will know exactly what I'm talking about. Um, Basically, six packs start to develop at under 6% body fat, which is fucking stupid hard to get. You're getting close to bodybuilder, like competition body fats, right? Percentages in order to have like an actual pronounced six pack. So if that is your goal, then you have to lose a lot of weight and then you have to watch it. But if you all you care about is looking good and feeling good, you don't need to get on the scale. If you feel good, you feel good. What the fuck is the problem? Like, I don't need to know if I've lost 1 or 2 kilograms. I feel good, right? I feel good, and that's all I wanted was to feel good. So as long as I feel good, I don't need to know what I weigh. I don't need to know how much I'm going to lose. I don't need to know where my fucking end result is. As long as I feel good. 12 to 14 body fat, and I had abs. Namwad, what the six pack that I'm referring to here is the super pronounced one. Now, obviously, there are differences there, right? And it also differs from body to body because some bodies will store a lot of their fat in their stomach. Others will store a lot of fat in their ass or in their legs or, say, their upper bodies, right? So everyone is different. But in general, in order to have a six pack, you need to have a very, and I'm talking about super pronounced six pack. I'm not just talking about, oh, look, when he really fucking squeezes, there's a six pack there, or there could be a six pack there. I'm talking about it's pronounced as fuck, right? Like that guy takes his shirt off and just breathes, and you go, shit. There's like 8 fucking blocks there. You need to be super low in terms of body fat, like at least under 10%. Let's say in general across all body types. Yeah, like a Marvel actor six pack for reference. If you look at the Marvel actors, if they have to do scenes without a shirt on, they tend to almost starve themselves before they do that scene. There's actually stories of the Marvel actors passing the fuck out on set because they're starved. And the only way they can show that six pack is by starving themselves because you need no fat almost. Need some fat to still be soft and cuddly. Depends on what you want, you know? Yeah, if you just want to be normal, I think some fat is good. But there are guys that want to have like six packs coming out their assholes, you know? Would dehydrate for scenes so you could get more pronounced veins and whatnot. Yeah, dehydration is also. I know my dad once had to. He was once asked to be the doctor at a bodybuilding competition, and his main job was basically fucking attaching IVs to guys that were like seriously dehydrated. Because they would take sugar tablets and all manner of shit beforehand to remove like whatever last drops of fucking fluid was in their bodies, and then they'd pass out. The other problem was cramps, like super cramps. We're not talking about the normal. Ooh, I have a cramp. You know, straight in the leg. We're talking cramp that will not go away. It will not. They can't break the cramp. The muscle is just too dehydrated. Heart of a Conan the Barbarian. See, I don't want a six pack. That's the one thing I've never given a fuck about. Like that shit doesn't bother me at all. Wait, what the fuck happened? Why are people tagging me? Oh my fuck, here we go again. All right, boys, apparently there's been another call for genocide in South Africa. It's always nice. Let's see. So for those of you that need reference, this guy is called Julius Malema. Julius Malema is the leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters. They are the third largest political party in South Africa. They make up about 12% of the country's population, and they are super communists, right? So, very much on the side of Russia, very much on the side of China. And when I say super communists, I really do mean it. I don't mean the people who think Putin is a communist. Putin isn't like they hearken to the days of Stalin, you know. So let's hear what he has to say.
Must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm saying to you, we have not called for the killing of white people, at least for now. I can't guarantee the future.
Yeah, but I mean, you'd understand somebody watching that, especially as it gets shared on Twitter, they freak out. It sounds like a genocidal call.
Cry babies. Cry babies.
I'm not calling for the slaughter of white people, at least for now.
I can't give you a guarantee of the future, especially when things are going the way they are.
Subtext.
Especially if things are going the way they are, there will be a revolution in this country, I can tell you now.
We are not calling for the slaughter of white people, at least for now. That means at some future date, we may call for the slaughter of white people. Is that correct?
Let's deal with that at that future date. I don't know what's going to happen.
So you're saying you are not ruling out that in the future, you may very well call for the slaughter of white people.
It may not be me.
Could it be you?
It could be me, yes, but it may not be me.
Yeah, so it could be you. You could, at some future date, call for the slaughter of white people.
Shoot to kill the mother, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer.
Just a little bit of reference there. Kill the boer, kill the farmer. The boer is what's the English word for it? Colloquial way of saying white people, right? So white people in South Africa are referred to as Boers. Boer just means farmer, right? So in this instance, he's not talking about killing the farmers, as in the physical people that are farming. Boer or boer is the Afrikaans word for farmer. And in South Africa, if you're white, you're referred to as a Boer, right? Just colloquially, at least in some areas of the country. So that's what he's referring to here. This isn't new. This is old. All I can say is, let's go, bro. I mean, if you really think you can lead a revolution, I'm waiting. You know, I've got my gun. We can go. The reason I don't mind this and the reason I'm not afraid of this is I believe the overwhelming majority of black people in South Africa will not and do not want to kill white people. I believe the overwhelming majority of South Africans have no hate in their heart towards each other. I have to believe that because I see it around me. You know, I interact with so many people that aren't white in my everyday life, and none of them have hatred, right? You talk to them and they have dreams of their kids going to school and their kids growing up, and they want to buy a car and they want to do this, and they have dreams of getting a promotion at work. They don't dream of having a fucking revolution. I would say the EFF represents, and it's a minority, but it's a sizable one. 12% of the population. That's a lot of people. You know, we're a population of I think 70 million people, so it's not small. There's a decent number of people that do want to have a revolution. But even in that, what convinces me that this will never actually happen and why this will never actually be the biggest problem in South Africa is when the first bullets fly, right? When the first shots go off, this man will take his shit and run as fast as humanly fucking possible. He's not going to be in the front. He's not going to be in the trenches. He's not going to be in the front of the army leading this revolution. He wants money, and he's shown that. They are one of the most corrupt fucking parties just after the ANC, which is the party that's in power, right? So when the shots are fired, I think that 12% disappears into 6% relatively quickly, maybe even lower. Because I think there's a lot of people that joined the EFF because the country is being run like shit and people are poor as fuck. And the ANC has made this for the last 30 years. Whenever the ANC fails to do something, they blame white people for it, right? Like literally the race card in South Africa, it was invented here. Like you guys get that nowadays in the rest of the world. That shit was invented here, right? If the ANC fucks up, oh, apartheid, right? It's the white people. It's their fault. In fact, so much so that a few years ago, we had a massive drought nationwide. Right? The country wasn't getting enough rain. The minister of the Department of Water went live on fucking air and said that the reason there isn't enough water in the country is because the apartheid government, meaning the whites, made the dams too deep and too big. There's not enough rainfall to fill up the dams because the dams are too big. So to give you guys a little bit of insight in how it works, right? So when they make a mistake, when they fuck up, they find a scapegoat, and that scapegoat is more often than not white people, which is fine, you know, or whatever you need to do. Aragos, you have to understand the national government have kept the majority of people as uneducated as humanly possible, specifically because they understand something that the rest of the world has not grasped yet. It is much easier to control an uneducated man than what it is to control an educated one. Because an uneducated man will not understand the intricacies of policy decisions, or of economics. An uneducated man knows that he is hungry, and if you tell him who is to blame for his hunger, he will believe you. Because he doesn't understand how the economic system works. And he doesn't have to understand how the economic system works. Because you've told him this is their fault. But I don't know if they have enough hate to actually go through with a war. Because revolution isn't going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. Like, a revolution isn't going to be a walk in the park. You know, yes, you're dealing with, like, let's say their entire number. Let's say they have 10 million people. You have to remember, there's about 4.5 million white people in South Africa, of which I can guarantee you the overwhelming majority is armed to the fucking teeth. White people love their guns in this country. So if a war was to break out, or were to break out, it's not going to be like, it's not going to be a rollover, right? It's not going to be like, oh, but we don't know. And in South Africa, you're allowed to own things like fucking AK-47s and shit, right? So there's more than enough people that's more than ready for it. I don't want this, and that's where my problem comes in. There's enough people in this country that see videos like this, and then they go, I can't wait. And I'm not on that. I fucking hate when people do that. Because even if you make the argument the good guys win, and you can make the argument, you can decide whoever you fucking think is the good guys, right? It's still millions dead, right? And I don't believe that anyone deserves to die. I don't even believe that anyone in the EFF deserves to die. It's a human being. I don't think they need to die. I don't like human death. I don't like human suffering. So even the people in this stadium that is singing for my death, I don't want any of them to die. I have no hate in my heart towards any of these people, because I think most of them have been misled by evil politicians. That being said, why would you wish for this? So if you are a white person from South Africa watching this, why would you wish for this? What is it that you're hoping is going to happen there? Because you're assuming that you're going to be the one who survives. I'm not making that assumption. When that war breaks out, I could be killed day fucking one. What's the fucking point, right? Like, don't wish for something that you have no control over. Instead, try and have it not be the fucking case, right? Let's try and see if we can stop this from actually becoming a reality, rather than sitting back and saying, well, you know, I can't wait. But if it does happen, be ready. So I believe the stadium is like, was it a year ago? 2 years ago, CCS? No, yeah, it's like a year ago. It's like last year. It happened last year. There was like a massive court case about it as well. Speaking of defense and firearms, what is gun ownership like in South Africa? You can have as many guns as you want, and whichever guns you want, Namwad. You can't have like a bazooka, but you can have an AK-47. You can have a full-blown automatic rifle if you want. There's no restriction on firearms in South Africa. It's just there's a huge amount of hoops that you have to jump through. Like, you need to get a permit for every weapon that you want, and you need to show cause. So in order to be unlimited in the amount of guns that you're allowed to own, you need to claim to be what's the word? Sportsman, right? So you say, you tell the police that you're a sportsman. So in other words, you shoot for sport, and all you have to do is you have to go to a gun range twice a year, and you need to prove that they give you a stamp twice a year. And if you prove that you go to a gun range twice a year, you qualify as a sports shooter, which means you can have as many guns as you fucking want. Then the step down from that is bona fide hunter. A bona fide hunter can have 6 guns, I believe. Then you have the occasional hunter, which can have up to 3 guns, and then you have self-defense, which no one ever tries because it never gets fucking awarded. Like, you never get okayed for self-defense guns. Because self-defense, you can only have a handgun, but then you have to go to the police and you have to tell them where you live. You have to tell them exactly why you need a gun for self-defense. So what most people do is they just go, yeah, I'm a fucking hunter. And then the police goes, oh, okay. But not that quick. It takes about, it can take a long time. It can take between 6 and 8 months to get your, and then you need a license for every gun that you want to own, right? So at first you have to pass your shooting test, right? So there's a written test, and then there's an oral test, and then there's a gun range test, right? So you have to prove that you can actually shoot. And then once you have that approval, so you are allowed to own guns, then you go and you decide to buy a gun, right? Because now you can buy a gun. Then once you've chosen the gun that you want to buy, you have to take the gun, including the serial numbers and everything, hand that into the police for your permit for the gun, right? But usually the first one takes the longest. So the first gun can take 6 to 8 months. But then after that, it's like a 2-month waiting period because they already have the background checks. They already know you haven't been in a crime, because if you were in a crime, they would have taken your guns away. So from there, you basically apply and they approve, and you can buy as many fucking guns as you want. Because it depends on the state, but you just get a background check, and that's about it here. I don't know. Yeah, for us, they've made it as hard as possible to get a gun, but they can't make it illegal because our constitution, the same as the American one, says that every citizen has the right to own guns. Right? The state may not infringe on a citizen's right to own weapons. And so what ends up happening is they've made it as difficult as possible, but they can't say no. They try to say no, and they try to find reasons for why, but they're not allowed to say no. Connor, yeah, but I mean, that's the EFF. It's the Economic Freedom Fighters. Is it expensive? Is what expensive, Pringles? I don't know. We'll have to see. Let's see. What gun do you want to know about? Let's say AR-15. I don't want the stock. I want the actual fucking gun. Oh, Safari Outdoor. All right, so the rifle semi 9mm Parasig MPX Blackfall telescopic 16-inch. Let's go with this one. It looks like the most expensive one, right? So for this, 66,000. Let's go. Dollar to rand. 66,000. $3,500. Or you can have this, the Scorpion Evo for 26,000 rand. $1,300. Yeah, you have to understand this is all imported, so you're obviously paying import prices as well. We'd have to look at guns that's locally produced, or I don't know if we still really produce local guns. I'm not sure if we do. We used to, but the defense industry provides weapons and equipment to the South African National Defense Force and for export customers. The South African defense industry develops weapons. Okay, but who the fuck makes weapons? Here in South Africa. An old World War II Sten gun lying around? What guns do we make? See, I don't know who produces guns in South Africa. Here we go. So the Vector R4 and R5, Vector R4 Tactical, Vector CR21, DM4, AR-15. Wait, we make one as well? Or is this just different types of weapons? No, this does appear to be guns that we make here. R1. This is such an old rifle, though. I learned to shoot with an R1. I wonder if they have that still. I don't even know if that still fucking exists. I genuinely don't know if you're still allowed, like, if you can still buy these R1s. Because they were replaced. They were replaced with the R4 at some point. I remember because my dad was in the commandos. And so... yeah, no, I don't think they have those anymore. This fucking site's slow as shit, though. Is it really that free to have a weapon in South Africa? Frisky, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't call it free, but it is, I guess, not that hard to get a gun here. Yeah, they don't have that here. So let's say Vector R4. Yeah, Denal, but Denal is also broke at the moment, so, you know, they don't have the Vector. Just do a normal Google search, shall we? Vector R4 price. This is an airsoft? Why the fuck would you... Brother Arms. I know these guys. Let's see. You can buy literally anything here. Let's go semi-auto rifles. Yeah, this is much cheaper, I think. So, for example, for the M&P 1522 Sport, it's only 16,000. $847. You can't buy AK-47s online, as far as I know. If you want like an AK-47, you have to physically go into the store to inquire about the price and shit. Completely unrestricted, beyond federal restrictions. I mean, I don't want to make this, like, turn this into a gun debate, because I don't fucking... I don't know all the ins and outs of that. I know from my perspective, in the same way that we ask someone to at least have a license to drive a car, I think South Africa is completely heavy-handed in how our gun laws are stipulated. Like, I think it makes it way too hard for people to buy guns. But I could probably understand that it's maybe a little too easy for people to buy guns in some states in America. I don't know what the right answer is there. I'm not a fucking expert on this shit. I think, at the very least, if you are going to buy a gun, You need to be able to prove that you understand how to keep that gun safe, because that's something you have to do in South Africa. You have to prove that you understand how the safeties operate, how, you know, a gun can't have bullets in it when it's not being used. The gun has to be in a safe. Like, that's one of the laws. If you buy, before you can get a gun, you have to buy a safe. You have to show that it's been installed. You have to have pictures, and the police sends out guys to come check in your house to make sure that that safe is there. If your gun gets stolen in South Africa and it wasn't inside the safe, you go to prison. Right? Because their argument is it should have been in the safe. The fact that it got stolen and can now be used in another crime is your fault. And if your gun gets stolen and is used in another crime, you get charged with manslaughter, or at least something to that effect. So I do think there should be, like, at least some basic things that you should at least have. Like, you should be able to prove that you can shoot, for example, and that you understand how guns operate. But I don't know if you need all these other fucking rules. Because I don't know if it makes people safer, if I'm honest with you. I don't know. Of open car, you can just have it open on your side, walking into Walmart. Wait, open? What do you mean open car, Titanborn? Wait, what does that mean? You get a free alligator. Hey, I mean, you know, it is what it is. But no, I think the problem with the gun argument, and I really don't want this to come off as like trying to preach to Americans. I'm obviously not American, and therefore I know I don't really have I don't have anything to fucking say to you guys, right? And my opinion doesn't matter. But I do think that the gun debate in America has become so fucking toxic, where some elements of the left is taking things way too fucking far, right? To the point where they want to take all guns away. And then there's that element on the right that refuses to listen to any arguments about, like, safer gun laws, right? For example. And I think, as with all things, the answer is probably somewhere in the middle, right? Where there can be safer gun laws without anyone taking everyone's guns away, right? So, but the problem is that both sides have become so super fucking toxic that there's no debate. Like, as soon as you tell a left-wing person, hey, I don't think that you can take people's guns, and like, shut the fuck up. We'll take the guns. They can go fuck themselves. And then as soon as you tell a right-wing person, hey, bro, I think maybe there should be some common sense gun laws, you know, just like, we should probably fucking make sure that this person, you know, knows how the gun works. No, shut the fuck up. You just want to take our guns, you commie asshole. It's like, oh, fuck. I don't know where we go from here, right? Because no one's willing to talk about anything. There is no debate. It's just like, fuck you, right? And I don't think that's the answer, but that's also where America is right now. Let America sort it out. It's got fuck all to do with me. Unless, of course, this revolution happens, in which case I may move to America, and then I'll also be part of the debate. We should all have firearms, but we should all go to a training every once in a while. Yeah, I don't think that's important. Checks, limits on quantity gun purchase, safety cert, approved gun safes, locks, ammo restrictions, rifle restrictions, and only certain guns are allowed. Also no mag release on pistol grub rifles. GG Cheats, how you doing? You see, that's where I sort of think, if you have a background check on someone, right, that's done by the police, and you know that that person is somewhat, like, you know that they don't have a criminal record, and they've passed the test to show that they can shoot, I don't think you should limit anything else, right? They've proven themselves to be stand-up citizens. Why the fuck are you telling them they can't have a certain gun? Like, dude, the fuck? I don't shoot people. Give me a gun, you know? I want the gun because it goes brr. But I think if you don't do that, then you have to start thinking about, okay, wait, but, we can't just have people walk off the streets and just pick up a gun, right? Which is not really, I don't think that's how it works in most states, at least in America. I don't think so. I don't think you could just walk into a shop and be like, hey, give me a gun, bitch. And the guy goes, yeah, sure, here you go. I don't think that's how it works. I think there are some hurdles that you have to, cross over, at least. Not going through a background check regardless. Unless you bribe the gun shop owner. I saw it on TV. It must be true. Yeah. I mean, that can happen, I guess. You could probably... I mean, look. At the end of the day, the only reason I would never give up my gun in South Africa is we have... So, the police in South Africa have twice in our history in the new South Africa have had these gun buyback things where they buy people's guns back and where people can just give their guns away. And in both situations, those guns have never been seen again. They have no idea where the guns are. So clearly those guns are in the hands of criminals somewhere. And as long as the criminals have guns, I want one too. Like, if you could guarantee me that no criminals have guns at all, maybe then they can have my guns. But as long as you can't guarantee that, I'll keep mine, just in case. I'm not saying that I'm going to fight crime, but if crime is happening to me, I want some way of fighting back, Abaddon, how you doing, bro? I haven't played today yet because we got into other conversations. And as you can tell, I'm busy helping the Americans sort out their gun problems. I've got important work right now. I'm solving the world's problems. That's what I do in this stream. 3 firearms. Unfortunately, all of them are with my dad. Hey, gives you a reason to go see your dad, to go shoot some shit. Do RP Rainbow Six by myself in the house. The panic buys during COVID opened a lot of people's eyes to the amount of restrictions in California. That's right. True. True and real, fam. True and real. There was another video I saw earlier today. Oh, shit. I know what we're watching. I'm gonna go pee. And then when I'm back, I know what we're watching, chat. It's a good one. At least it's usually good. So hopefully this one is good as well. I'll be right back. All right, chat. I will do anything for money. Digit, thanks for the bet, man. Really appreciate it. Heavy metal, guns, drugs, I'm afraid, will always remain in the loop cycle. I'm happy about metal, like metal staying in the fucking cycle. Like, that makes me happy as fuck. All right. Here we go, boys.
Wow, that's kind of hard.
I have not watched this yet, but I want to watch it. OTK has to change 21 hours ago. I'm sure some of you have watched it already, but I have not. So you're going to be watching it again.
Wow, that's kind of hard to move on.
You're not beating that. There's no way.
That's well, it's okay because you know I have some ideas for all of us to do together that will build up our friendship. The future of OTK, our next big project.
That's your side,
I don't know. I think this is supposed to be me. I don't know.
It's like,
All right, our newest project, OTK. OTK, the anime.
What?
Wait, they're actually going to do an anime?
Who drew that picture?
I did.
did you get that guy
It's a
on
little
Twitter who does
wonky.
the changes their face?
Black or Chinese?
Are they actually going to do that, though?
Yeah, is that what that is?
You do? Maybe? I don't even know who this is. Who is this?
It's some artificial intelligence.
That's you?
Yeah, it's me. The dude in the red is
Yeah, you're Chinese now.
Looks super AI,
I can
though.
only tell who one person is.
Like, bro, if this isn't generated by AI, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, this looks so AI.
Who? Espen?
Espen. The others, I could not tell you who. Just throwing it out there.
Well, it's supposed to be us. We're gonna do 3 seasons, 800 episodes, and in 10 years we can have a live action Netflix spin-off. It'll be a lot of money, very long running, you know, we can franchise ourselves, basically. So we already have all of us in the org, we're all characters, you know, so me, I sit inside all day, don't talk, I only wear pajamas. And Asmin, he sits inside all day, he talks too much, doesn't know when to stop, only wears pajamas, so there's like
Try again.
some
Have it on.
duality there. Miz, he's a bully, talks big, is small, and he owes a lot of people.
He's a bully. After the Mitch Jones shit came out, that is on point. I don't think she knew that, but that's such timing, bro.
People money, but you know, he's working on it.
I do talk big.
Yeah.
Okay, there could be like I can see a lot of character development where he starts taking roids and actually starts hurting people.
Shut up.
Did they actually know about the Mitch Jones stuff, or is like this just completely by accident? Perfect fucking timing.
We have a Techie, of course,
I always bring sweet nothing.
All right.
with a Kafka, you know, beautiful wife. A character can only talk by yelling. That's already a trope, so, you know, it'll work. Starts the drama arc in each new town, and he's really tall.
I like that. That's a good shit.
Okay, well, I didn't know about anyone else's presentations.
Let's just move on, Emmy. You're fine. Let's just see where this goes.
No.
Go back and see where.
What is happening?
One is much cooler than the other.
Oh, wait, go missing for like 30 episodes each season. Everyone's like, oh, they're gone. But then next season,
All right.
yeah. See?
Wow, you gotta pick. Why did you use a picture of the series?
You know, our main character, only attracted to mothers. He leaves some for everyone else, you know, he'll just go after the mothers. So cool,
This
he
little Neff
almost
guy,
doesn't
but he's also
even
best
fit
buddies with the
in.
son.
Are
So
you
yeah, well.
patronizing me right now? I always thought patronizing meant like you're like not a patriot.
So like if you refuse to do the Pledge of Allegiance, you're patronizing.
I always thought like, oh, you're patronizing me. That's what I always thought that meant.
That's called atheism.
Yeah, that's
But you
right.
can say something else.
No, it's atheism, terrorism, and communism, or they're like 3 letters away from each other. Yeah, it's all bad.
Soda,
Which one is soda?
the one on the left.
Oh,
Fuck me, dude. Wait, is Soda's whole fucking anime arc bullshit real, or is that just character, do you guys think?
You're gay.
I just.
So he's gay. Representation, dating a hologram in the show, and he's the leader of the group.
Okay, so everyone's going to be led by that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And like,
No, listen. I think.
very marketable. We can sell a lot of figures and merch and plushies of this. This right here.
Excellent.
Yeah, is that right?
Cat gold bullshit.
I can work with that.
Of course. Emily, overly positive, carries a camera with her everywhere, can make friends with anyone, even the villains. So there'll be like some, some conflict
Like
there.
Goku.
Yeah, like Goku. She's like Goku. Emily, thank you. And then
See, says, I don't know if that's true. I mean, he's had plenty of girlfriends, and all of them have been pretty hot. So, are you sure? Do you want to use that as your final answer? Who is a prince in Iranian myth who happens to be invincible? Holy shit. Do you think he knew, or did he just choose that name because it was fun?
tips, I mean, we'll shop for our anime, right? Rarely appears, but a crowd favorite. The wise one of the group, and no one knows how old he really is, so he'll be like the mentor, like he'll show up every like 10 episodes or something, and it'll be really cool and
Like when
exciting.
we're at the point where we're like, we don't know what we're gonna do. This villain's too strong. He's like barges in like to cool it. Oh yeah, it's.
Well, how come Tips looks like, instead of he's from the Middle East, he's from the Midwest?
It's just the art style.
Oh, okay.
He's from the Midwest East.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then S-Fan.
There it is.
Wants to be a cop, so that'll be like his story arc, Never does anything wrong ever, and he always has some kind of injury.
True.
It's like a running gag.
Like he's super strong, can never do anything.
Oh, this is funny as fuck, bro.
Unfortunately.
Okay, so the plot of the story. So we have the characters. You're probably wondering how this show's gonna go.
Wait, did she do Asmongold? Did I miss Asmon? Was he? I don't remember that. Wait, what the
We
fuck?
can
What did I miss?
franchise ourselves, basically. So we already have all of us in the org. We're all characters, So me,
Okay.
I sit inside all day, don't talk. I only wear pajamas. And Asmin, he sits inside all day. He talks too much, doesn't know when to stop, only wears pajamas. So.
Ah, okay. So they were the quickest ones to do it. All right. Now let's go back to the plot, shall we?
Okay, so the plot of the story. So we have the characters. You're probably wondering how this show's gonna go. All right. So we're gonna be a pirate crew on a pirate ship.
I don't think there's any.
I don't think they've really thought through the fucking characters here. A pirate crew on a pirate ship, and two of the fucking pirates sit inside all day. One talks too much, the other one doesn't talk at all, and they only wear pajamas. The fuck is that gonna work?
Any anime that's done that
Yeah,
before.
this is like just One Piece.
No, wait. Let me finish. So we're gonna sail the world for treasure. Hunt pirate bounties, like Germa, Felix.
But what is it?
Shouldn't he be 100 million?
Is close. It's like, like
Taxes.
fees or something. Yeah, taxes.
It will work out
Lawyer
somehow.
fees.
Of course it will.
There's gonna be special fruit in the show too. Eating it makes you turn into rubber.
I really. Okay.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Because you
it's called One True Piece.
Oh, that's nice.
I like that.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay. I thought it was like One Piece, but clearly.
No.
Totally different.
Soda and Aspen don't really.
I don't have to leave the house for this, do I?
No.
Okay.
No.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, totally different, right? Like, I thought maybe One Piece ripoff. And the only reason I know that it may be a One Piece ripoff is I watched 10 minutes of one episode of the live action One Piece, and I hated it so much that I basically stopped. But I kind of got the maybe One Piece, but this is clearly different.
Well, I mean, some people here don't really like the idea, but that's okay, because I have another idea. Idea number 2. So maybe if the anime doesn't work out, we could do an OTK video game. You know, a lot of people have had ideas about that for a long time. It can be a
Dude, I would want to have OTK start making video games. I think they have enough really good gamers in there and they have the money that they could actually make their own fucking video games.
fighting game. You can play as your favorite streamers, so you know, 1v1s, it's like boxing, but no one gets a brain injury.
Elodie, why? I could watch her talk for 24 hours. Why? Are you being a thirsty fucking boy now? Elodie, it's thirst, isn't it? She's hot. Dude, she has shit tons of videos on YouTube. You can go watch to your heart's content. No, she is hot. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like, she is hot. I don't know if I would watch her talk for 24 hours, though. Like, I don't think I would watch anyone talk for 24 hours. I'd be bored as fuck after that.
Streamers, YouTubers, celebrities. I thought it could kind of look like this. Like, there's like a character. There's like a character selection screen, and like if you're playing by yourself,
Emeru,
you can add a bot.
Peter.
Looks interesting.
Look like Tubbo.
Yeah, like we would like.
What
Fuck.
Is that like Battlegrounds or something?
The fuck was that sneeze? What was that sneeze, bro?
Yeah, like,
It's like the map.
or like final.
It looks like a Flash animation game on addictinggames.com.
Thank you. That's what I was going for.
Let's do it.
More?
Yeah.
I don't have more of this.
Okay.
But it's okay because, well, actually, I forgot. This is, so it's called OTK also.
Oh, nice.
That's good. Someone's actually bringing ideas.
Will Mad Mushroom be making this happen?
Yes, Mad Mushroom will be publishing this game, and we're all going to be required to stream it 20 hours a week.
Well, as long as Nick can have
That's 4 hours of GTRP still.
That's half a day.
Yeah, it's half a day for you.
Well, I actually have a third idea, but I can't present it by myself, so I'm gonna have to call up Miss Extra. Something special.
Dude, I don't know what the fuck is happening.
Man, but look, the only one true piece I have is right here. Okay, we can call this shit something else because I already got my piece.
Okay, that's fine. You can have that. All right, so yeah, we have something special, something new that we're going to be doing this year, and there's a video for it, so we'll play the video now.
Wait, was she actually calling there? Fuck. Shit like this pisses me off, so I need to see. Fuck, they actually thought about that. Like, that's actually the call screen. That makes me happier. All right, I'll keep watching. I was about to get very fucking triggered if this was just going to be the home screen.
Emmy, how are ya? So I've been thinking lately, I really need to get out of the house more. So why don't we do some IRL streams together?
Oh my gosh, that's a great idea. And maybe we can run our own cafe and give food to strangers.
Okay, we should stream some expos together too.
Yeah, and let's go to an amusement park.
That's a good idea. What if we also learn martial arts and use the moves on each other?
Yes! Wait, should we just make a show together?
Yeah, let's make a show together.
Yeah, me and Emily
all right.
are going to be doing an elevated IRL series in partnership with AT&T. So we wanted to do a bunch of IRL streams together, but like something like, you know, episodes that are more special and complicated.
I mean, it
like, we
works.
can do all kinds of cool stuff. So we're going to be working with AT&T. We're going to be connecting our community to new types of experiences, both in and out of Austin. So for our first idea, if Emily wants to share it.
It'll be so exciting. Our first episode is a creator cafe. Guys,
yeah, we're gonna be making food and cooking.
That sounds.
Is welcome to come and stop by.
Yes, anyone can come by.
Yes.
We'll make you food.
Yes. We're gonna be running around.
Would you trust creators to cook you food though? Because I kind of. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, a lot of streamers that I see do not strike me as the most hygienic of people. Like, there's a ton of streamers out there that I look at the shit that they do and I go, I don't think they wash their hands ever. I don't know. I don't know if I would go to a cafe run by streamers. Have you seen Zach's Kitchen? Yeah, not Asmongold though. Like, no one should trust Asmongold to cook them food. That is a fucking health risk. But I'm talking just about like normal content creators out there.
Restaurant together.
Yes.
Yep.
That'll be our first episode. That'll be so fun.
Exactly. Yeah. Thank you AT&T for making this possible.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've worked with them before. We did the AT&T Annihilator Cup and meet and greets with them, and yeah, they're fantastic. And we're really excited about this show. And yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing this year together.
Finally, a real idea.
God bless.
Where the fuck did he come from? Has he been there the whole time? I don't remember seeing him before.
Excited. I gotta tell y'all, the shit they're doing these days, they got phones made out of glass, no buttons.
Yeah.
It's crazy as shit. I mean, the last phone I have is a Nokia. It's wow.
Hell yeah. And that's it.
All right.
Reasons I hate each OTK member. Each one of you has issues that we should go over, and I would like to discuss
Let's
those
go.
here in front of everyone else, so it's out in the air and we confront our problems.
Oh no.
Same. I think I was in one of them. Emmy, to you. Stupid room, mental illness. My cat. Where's your cat? Oh, right. I couldn't even see him. There's so many fucking curtains. This is crazy. So that's just.
I like organized it. They're like stacked up, you know? And most of these are gifts. Like, I'm not gonna throw them away.
Yes, you should. I would say if a strong breeze enters this room, it is chaos.
I think the room looks really good, and I feel like you should back off, man. You don't like Kirby? What's wrong with that?
You have sacrificed 50% of your bed.
Short go.
What?
So hairy.
Dude, what are you doing?
It
Never
should
put
actually.
Petri on a hotkey. Doesn't hasn't played a lot of video games. Died 20 times.
80% of it.
80% of it. But that does leave 20.
No. Yeah.
Bad at cosplay. I'm better. So threw that in there. This is a classic, and
The
it's made
fuck?
waves, and I've only ever done it once.
It's pretty good.
Thank you.
So here's the great thing. I have no.
Man, I want to see the whole thing. What's wrong with the fucking? Where do you see that? I want to see the whole one where he roasts all of them. Let's see.
Malena is gone.
Schlatt's gone. He has one.
Ms. Kiff, you're fake. You're on steroids. We all know it. Look at that.
Pass him around.
All right, we'll skip what we've seen, but I want to watch the whole
Hey,
thing.
pass those weapons around.
I miss Canute. It's time. Good evening.
Hey.
Hi.
Not really, Grofal. If he keeps exercising, he'll keep most of the muscle. He'll lose some, but he won't like completely deflate. If he stops and he stops going to the gym, that would be a fuck up.
Good evening.
Yep.
What's up, guys? Dude, I'm gonna be honest, this is f***ing awkward.
You feel awkward?
I feel extremely out of place here. Oh my god, I just had my pet peeve. I'm like, awkward, like, I'm like that person.
Yeah. Yeah. But the good news is, it's a new year.
Yes. Oh no.
What do you mean no doubt? This is a year for OTK. We're gonna come hard. We're gonna go and we're gonna. I know that.
Oh, that was not the right word choice. We're gonna come hard. Every Emeru stan just fucking lost their minds when he said that. We're gonna come hard. Yeah, we are. Lodi right in the front of that. Great work meeting. Yep.
Okay.
I mean, I had a pretty good year.
Yeah. You want to talk about it?
Not really.
They must have known, right, about the bullshit that already happened.
Howdy, y'all. Hey. Oh, hey. I'm talking.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
You're not. Are you looking past me? Okay, sorry.
I'm looking through you. Regardless, Dispatch 100. We should have some guest speakers coming in today. If y'all just want to go ahead and let them in, we're in the meeting room.
What the fuck are we talking
I'll
about?
be here.
Esfand does not talk to us, so literally, I didn't even know he was doing this. I'm not kidding you.
I'm actually so confused. It's Cletus Cornwood. Show some respect. That's fucking Esfand.
Hello, Cletus Cornwood.
Howdy, ma'am. Could you please, if you would you please go and take a seat in the back?
Yes.
Thank you, Cornwall.
Where's Tips?
This is a shareholders meeting.
Richard Tips usually gets on duty about 8 o'clock Texas time.
Okay, here you go. I can't do this.
Let's go ahead and get started, all right?
Who's that?
Yeah, who is that, Cornwood?
I don't know. All rise.
What the fuck is this, dude?
I have a feeling.
Dude, I feel like OTK has hit that perfect sort of balance between cringe, but not so cringe that you want to lose your fucking mind. Just cringe enough that it's enjoyable, you know? But they're on the edge. Like, they're on the fucking edge. Like, sometimes their jokes are like borderline too cringe to watch. Like, there have been times where I've watched OTK videos and I just go, oh, I can't watch this. This is super cringe. Oh. But they're on the edge.
I know what this is. Unfucking believable. Okay.
That's all.
Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. This is for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and yep. Y'all may be seated.
Where's Esfand? Where's red shorts? Where's the pizzazz?
Dude, this is fucking nuts. Pledge allegiance. Like, seriously?
Where's the Jordans? Where's Esfand for shareholders? This is ridiculous. You should not be acting like this. You have just been being rude to everybody around you. Oh, Jesus Christ. What am I at the Grammys?
The members of OTK are weak. Romantically socializing with computer-generated images.
Second, why are you laughing? You're the same thing, buddy. Okay, I don't see how this makes you weak, but you...
This is some bullshit, is what it is. Okay? These haircuts, all right?
Oh, that timing, bro, was so fucking perfect. But I have to see that again. That was so fucking perfect, though.
Buddy. Okay, I don't see how this makes you weak, but you...
This is some bullshit, is what it is. Okay? These haircuts, all right?
Nick, you look fine. I look...
Broccoli, bitch.
Are you okay mentally? You've been doing 15-hour shifts for 3 months straight.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I think your voice box isn't working, Cornwood.
Okay, first order of business. Weapons training, all right? I'm done. I'm tired of this, Glock 19 bullshit, okay? I'm talking class 2. We need assault rifles in this shit, all right? This is what I need to see.
Can we talk about the Asman picture on the far right?
I took that in 1975.
Okay, these police batons, will no longer be standard issue.
Am I going second?
Instead, they're going to be replaced with this, the katana, okay? Here you go. You can go ahead and play with that, all right? Don't go.
Wait, is that a katana actually? Isn't the katana curved? He's looking like he just wants to go home. He probably does just want to fucking go home. GTA RP is fun, but fuck, I never got that deep. I've never done GTA RP, ever.
Correlate question.
Yes.
Are those
Wait, I'm pretty sure the katana is curved. That's more like a samurai sword. Not a katana, no. It's a ninto. Well, yeah. Well, whatever the fucking... So, I know it's not a katana because a katana is curved, right?
Damascus, Japanese Damascus.
Yes, Damascus steel. All right. The only steel second...
Remember when I told you guys I have like a bunch of useless fucking information in my head that I only ever like sometimes get to fucking use? This is one of those moments. I once was bored on YouTube and then I saw a video of a guy talking about, is the katana better than the longsword or some shit? And I was like, fuck. For some reason, this is interesting to me. I don't know when I'll need this information, but I may need this information one day if I'm in a fucking sword fight and I want to identify the swords that's killing me. So I decided to watch the video. And I learned a whole bunch of shit about the katana. Don't remember most of it, but I remember that it's a fucking curved blade. And it was good in some situations, but not good in all. You know? And the longsword was good in other situations.
Texas steel.
Why do you have a picture of me holding a baton?
Well, Joey, I simply said, is this intimidating? Okay, and as you can see, really, it's not bad, but taking one look at you, you're intimidating at all. So I want to see swords, okay? I want to see katanas, all right? I want to get y'all something to get excited about, okay? So them, and everyone in OTK will now open carry. From now on, we go around. Safety is key. They're super awesome. Pass them around. Okay?
Wait, this has to be a skit, right? Or are the OTK members actually fucking gun nuts? Like, is Emaru and fucking Emily and those people like actually into guns?
Okay, pass those weapons around. We got here, this is a Colt 1911, as you can see. All right, there's your Colt 1911. Be careful of that thing. And also, got a revolver here as well. I'm a weapon.
That's not
yes,
good.
What's your favorite Italian dish, Mr. Cornwood?
Steak.
I miss you.
Angels are my nightmare.
Shadow in the background.
Stop.
Don't do it.
I didn't say shit, man.
Where are you? I'm so sorry.
You're going to get kicked out. Shut up.
Don't waste your time. On me.
Can you give me an example of provoking? Yell at them.
Yeah, you just yell at them. You escalate. You escalate so you can de-escalate. Tennessee person.
Let's do an example so they can say.
Okay. Now what I would do is I go and I frisk them. Okay. Say, hey, oh, you got a hell of a bulge there on your person, sir. Well, hold on. You're my backup. So you're standing right there. Now you got to make sure to watch behind me while I'm frisking him. And I say, sir, you got a hell of a bulge on your person. Shit. All right. What happens to be there? And I say, oh my lord, you got your ass a gun, don't you?
Shit, yeah, I do.
That's when he pulls out his weapon, and then your backup right here turns around and slices the damn head off. Okay? That's what we need. So we will reclaim OTK in the city of Austin from our oppressors. Okay? Yeah. We will. From our oppressors that look down upon us, we will reclaim.
What the fuck? Just Shroud playing video games and he's suddenly an oppressor.
Claim OTK in the city of Austin. All right?
Thank you, Cornwood.
Extra, I'm gonna come up here.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Come here.
Oh my! Thank you. What is this for?
I don't know, I just found them on the ground.
Oh.
Trespassing.
No.
Loitering.
No.
Sit down.
No.
her up. Lock her up. All right, everybody, welcome to my presentation today. This should not say by Miss Gift, this should say by Young Jeff. All right, this is a Gym Meta new content strategy that I have had for you guys. Nick, this is for you, buddy. Okay.
Yes. Am I still banned?
How many viewers did you have today?
12,000.
You're in. I know S-Fan went on about the GTRP meta. I know half of us are asleep, but it's fine, because we're going on to the next thing, which is the gym meta, okay? This is supposed to amp you up, all right? We're gonna get excited. Please. Thank you, Jed. So, what is the gym meta? Why is the gym meta? Is the better question.
Of course, there has to be a chick bent over. I don't even know if that's the right way to fucking use that, but, you know, I guess it works.
Why should we invest in gym content? Now, I didn't even get to tell you what I was saying, but I believe that OTK should invest in my gym. I think we need a few $1 million, if possible.
Yeah, so do we. How much would you sell 10% equity for?
10% equity of this, we're looking for $4 or $5 million cash.
Yeah, fucking, there's no way. 4 or 5 million for that?
Yes.
It's worth it.
Half your equipment doesn't even work. The handles come off when you do the shoulder press. What are you talking about?
You have no walls on your
10% equity for 5 million. So he is under the impression that his gym is worth $50 million. No fucking shot.
Yeah, what? Man, you need to build.
So we need money. Listen, I understand, okay? OTK put you in debt. I heard about the news. Alright?
Yeah, it's y'all's fault, not me.
But I believe that OTK can help us out. Our gym needs some money. It's pretty obvious. There's some bad things that's going on in that gym. Things aren't looking too good for us. We have walls that need walls. We have equipment that doesn't work. But I believe that if we come together as OTK and the gym, we can make $1 billion company, Chance.
Are you being sued by that one place that you...
Fuck, I know that it's a joke, but $1 billion gym? Bro, there's no fucking shot that you could ever get a gym to $1 billion.
Where there's... Okay, go on.
We're thanking viewers. Before Extra Emily went into my gym, this was actually not caught in a Mario, it was GTRP. 284 viewers. And look what we can do at the gym. Yay! With just Canute. 27,000 viewers. That's not Canute.
I mean, clearly the reason is sitting right next to her.
Hold on.
We show the screen, you know.
Jason Pollum right there.
Yeah.
Why does it... I see OTK, Sturdy, Swag, and Giat.
Yes, do you know what a gyat is, Chance?
No. And also, what the fuck?
Wait, what? What the fuck is a Giat? The chat, please tell me what's a Giat? Someone has to know. Some Russian slur, maybe? Booty? Wait, how is Giat booty? And I've never heard that word in my life.
Fuck.
It's a gap. When we go on the south side, they call their guns gaps.
You were the last person to talk about this. You put VTuber down there, and I've seen him canceled 3 times before.
I believe it's slang for fat ass. Oh. I mean, isn't fat ass slang for fat ass? As in fat PH, but actually with an F, like how you should actually spell it. Now we have Giat or whatever the fuck it's called.
It makes sense.
Okay, she's getting her gat. I know it's a little bit of a lie. She doesn't have it right now, but she's getting it. Come here.
No.
See?
Put that thing down. Put that away.
It's gatting.
It's nodding.
It's
Okay, I'm on day 12.
Let's just kill her.
Health is a very important thing.
It's slang for when guys would see an ass, they'd say, "God damn," but it mostly sounds like "yet." What guys wear? I don't know about you guys, but when I see a girl that's like super hot, I lose the ability to speak. I don't have the ability to go, yeah, damn. I just go... That's it. That's pretty much all I can do. My brain stops working for like a couple of seconds. Like, it just shuts down.
What the fuck?
What?
What do you look at me for? Why are you going to do this shit to me?
I'm just saying. Well, look, this is Russell after 1 week at the gym. This is me 1 week ago, before Tren. And after Tren, I'm a new man. Asmongold worked out for the first time in 20 years.
Look at the title.
412 views. That's pretty low. This is not looking good.
Wait, what happened? Oh, yeah, okay, wait. I'll wait for you guys. Yeah, it's supposed to be slang for excitement. They've just started to use it for something else. Are we back? Okay. As long as we're back, we're good. Epic Thulu, are we back on YouTube? I think the stream died a little bit, but we should be back. Hold up, let me see. It's better now. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And it was the worst day of his life. Collaborations happen at the gym all the time. We see it constantly. Look at this. Playboy Cardi. 400,000 views easy. We can get him there. The downside is it will cost us $2 million for 6 minutes. Now, is that worth a chance? I think so.
Okay. Now, who's going to pay the $2 million? Because you're already talking about needing money from us.
That is true. Logan Paul. He can do live WWE shows. You can react to it. Okay. Sponsored by CryptoZoo. So it can be huge. S-Fan, you could play GTRP the entire time and not pay attention to any of this. We also have other collaborations. Elon Musk versus Mark Zuckerberg will happen at Iron Forge Gym.
For sure.
I promised it to Rob. So it will happen, and we'll have a live boxing match. We also have Andrew Tate.
Okay.
We love Brother Tate.
I like this. All right.
The problem is the damn gambling. Okay, Bones is going to see that gambling. He's going to get addicted again.
Well, we also have a big gamble. It's just Sneeko is going to show up to the gym.
So what's that chair for?
Our business plan, everybody, for the gym. With $1 million that we get offered from OTK, we can upgrade the gym. This picture was sitting on our Google Images for 2 weeks while we announced the gym. And it was sitting of trash that was a screenshot from a video, and they left it there. With you guys and your help, we can have a nice glass streamer pod. Which
Is that the walls without walls?
This is up there. This is what you asked for here. This could be the walls. In the walls, everything looks beautiful right here. We can have great streamers like Jinxie, Queso, Kai Sanat, and Valkyrie. All come in and stream right from that pod. Millions and millions of views. We also have 24/7 cams watching everybody at all times on OTK Twitch channel.
Well, that's not creepy at all. You're going to have the gym there, cameras watching everyone 24 hours a day with an actual Twitch channel for the gym. So, well, that is not creepy at all.
It could be amazing. We can play in the MMA area, make millions.
I have a question. I've been watching a lot of TikTok lately, and there's been a lot of hate on people filming in gyms. What's your take on the fact that your gym is entirely filmed at all times?
So, well, while there is a lot of hate, Chance, you got to understand, what does hate do? And you know this better than anyone. What happens when hate happens?
Love count increase.
Yes.
Love happens too.
Drama equals money equals views.
Yep. We like to hate.
If we have hate happen at our gym, it's only going to make the gym more popular. We can't lose. This is our new modern look we're going for.
Just a picture of Pokemon. What the fuck?
Genshin Impact machines. We can also have a subscriber wall, and we can redo it every day. Fandy uses it one day. She uses it the next.
Who is she?
And we have ideas, folks. How does this help OTK? Everyone's wondering that, right? We asked for a couple million, but what does this do for you guys? Because, yeah, we get the views, we get the money, but, you know, how does this help out Tips' wallet at the end of the day? Well, increased engagement. We have Bussy Boy 4 says, when are you going to go to the gym? Kungus for Life says gym stream when. Woo! Pete for Fan says stream with Miz at the gym. We have a lot of good viewers who are loyal, that are there for the creators, that are gonna be there for you guys after we do all this gym content. Asmon.
Oh,
fuck. Listen, I hurt people at the gym.
I know.
But this is great, watch. And you get to react to me.
I didn't see that one, actually. Yeah, you're right.
Nick, kitchen streams. We have a kitchen.
I love how Asmongold is just the general. Like, don't all of these guys react to stuff? But Asmongold is just like, he's the resident reactor.
Just sitting there waiting.
I got some bad news about this coming up, so
I'm gonna skip this slide. No more finding guests, Nick. They're gonna be right there for you every single time. You have Caroline, extra Emily there. Yup, you literally have.
Miz, you don't even know their names.
It's like a bunch of seals at the beach. You could just look at them and be like, "Yo, what's going on?" Tectone.
Yeah. Fuck, bro.
Can't go anywhere without tweeting it with your stupid, dumbass face of. S-Man. You haven't been to my gym all year, dude. He's been playing cornhole. You haven't even showed up. Where have you been?
I don't know what you're talking about.
And the first event that we're going to be hosting is going to be shown right now.
All right, here we go. Camp Canute.
April 2024. That is wrong. It will be April 1st. This year will be Camp Canute 2. After people have been begging for it, it's going to be a bunch of your boys. Me, Soda, Asmon, Nick, Seer, Emmy, Tectone.
Asmon is going to go to Camp Canute. Fucking doubt, bro. Doubt you would get Asmon at the gym.
I may not.
Yeah, dude. We're all going to go to Camp Canute 2.
I got some crazy stuff going on in March.
I said something come up.
It's going to be much more of a competitive thing than just normal Camp Canute. It's going to be, we're going to be swimming, hiking, jogging. Nick, why did you turn your head when I said swimming?
What? I can swim.
Barely.
Why do you think I can't swim, Miz?
I literally thought you said you can't swim.
Nick, you told me you can't swim at that music.
Okay, that's two of them. Anyone else get the answer? Anyone else?
No.
Anyone?
Well, I just assumed.
So, everyone here has been.
Oh shit, Cheese Ninja, thanks for the follow, man. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Iron Pumping Golem. Wait, yeah, but okay. Shadow's gonna Camp Canute is a couple of days, I think, or at least a few days. Asmongold may go once for content. I do not imagine Asmongold is the kind of guy that would go to the gym for a week straight. Do you know how fucking sore Asmongold would be if he went to the gym for a week straight? Dude would be incapable of walking. Like, I know because I've recently restarted the gym and I can tell you it's fucking hell. Asmongold, I don't think has ever been to the gym. Which means it will be the first time ever that his muscles are actually working. Right? Like doing anything more than playing on the keyboard. No shot that he walks the next day. Could be wrong, but I know there's a VOD of him at the gym with Canute and Ace-Bound. Yeah, but once, right?
Having great presentations so far of things they're looking forward to. And
it's great to have you back here.
Well, don't speak so soon.
No, don't say it.
You're staying.
I am tired of this life.
What's wrong with this life?
No, don't do this. You're not doing this.
Do you want it, or? It's okay, I haven't done it yet. Oh, okay. So, Emily, look at her, she's crying. She's so sad.
Wait, Nick, you're not leaving, right?
You're waiting for some gift, huh?
Yeah.
Wait, you're kidding, right?
Thank you for the viewership.
We're not doing this, right?
No, this is absolutely serious. I've made so much money over my career. It's about that time. So, all right.
No.
You know, I'm permanently living out the rest of my days as Jason Poland. Look at him.
Thank God.
My love life. Jesus. Never been better. This is actually serious. Good timing, by the way. Melena's gone. She's not coming back. So
she's like She's done. She's not coming back. Was it me?
Milena is gone.
Chat, what do you think?
Chat pressed one for her to come back. She left me. Took everything, even the GTR, which is true why I drove the Escalade here. But the math is simple. -1 Milena, plus 3 beautiful women. So here we go.
This isn't real, right? Like, no shot would he break this to the world during an OTK fucking scam meeting. Who here follows Nick's content a little bit closer that could, well, that has any ideas here? Yeah, I don't know. You look at their relationship, and I don't know, why do you guys not like Milena? They look like a fucking awesome couple. Like they look like they just work.
Let me run it down. This is my girlfriend. This is Nunu El Nene. This is my wife, Raya. And this is my side piece, Linkle. This is exactly how they all look, and this is real. I'm done.
My man.
Wow, that's kind of.
Okay, I'm like fucking 90% sure that was fake. Like 90% sure that was fake. All right. We're going to skip this one because we've watched it already. Here we go. This is the one that we wanted to watch. So let's go.
Presentation is more about each of you as individuals. Just how we can better ourselves all together. Yes, Tecto.
May I go to the litter box?
You may not. No.
I must.
No.
Okay.
Reasons I hate each OTK member, starting with Seer. So.
Did you even make this?
Yes. Well, I helped a little. I didn't do anything. With that being said, I did go through it. Kungus. What does that fucking mean? I've been wanting to ask for a while.
I didn't make Kungus. Kungus made itself.
Kungus made you.
Yeah. Yeah, I did not make Kungus.
Number 2, you dress too fucking nice.
True.
Come on. Someone's got to do it.
Just wear fucking sweatpants like the rest of us. You look good here.
Onyx, how you doing, bro? Really great video, and you stayed very real in it. I sub to you, fellow. Thank you very much, Onyx. Really appreciate you, man. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. In other words, he has an AI girlfriend now? Dude, yeah, it has to be fake, right? It can't be real.
This looks great. Army shirt, solid, classic, so forth. You talk too much. Reacting is cringe, and there's too much fucking drama.
Oh, shit.
You see what I put out yesterday. It was 3 hours.
Jesus Christ. Delete your YouTube channel, and that is how you solve this problem. Just remove it.
The amount, like, myself included, that would suddenly find myself without any fucking entertainment if Asmongold deleted his YouTube channel. Do you know how many people would suddenly find their lives just so much more empty? Dude, Asmongold Reacts is like just one of those things I do. I have nothing to watch. I'll go see what Asmongold reacted to. I'll find something to watch there. It would be nuts if Asmongold ever decided to delete his reaction channel.
It all together.
Okay.
Dirty and disgusting.
Oh, no. Look,
Classic.
it's not like you did. Who hasn't had a roach in their house? Okay.
And then you grabbed it.
Yeah.
Which is on you.
Wait, then what'd you do with it when you grabbed it?
I just took it out and threw it at the fucking yard.
Dude, you should kill them. Not throw them in the yard. What are you doing? They're just going to come back in.
I feel like you probably just threw it in a different room.
I mean, really, it's about the same thing.
We are all millionaires, just hire a fucking maid.
Oh my god.
Yes. Yes. Truth. Like, this is the one thing that I want from Asmongold. Like, just hire a fucking maid. Like, dude, keep everything in your life the same. Don't fucking change. But it is not like that big of a deal to just get a maid. You know, just get someone to fucking clean that shit out. And a fumigator. A maid and a fumigator. That's all Asmongold needs, and his life will be a million times better.
It's true. You really could do it. 2 million net worth.
That can't be true because I got that myself. So you must add a couple eights.
That's Playboy Cardi for 6 minutes.
I don't know, man. S-Band, not Cornwood. We're going with S-Band. The bullshit's being set aside. Addicted to RP. This is a problem. 18 hours, 5 hours, you probably DC'd, or you just tried to sleep and said, you know what, I can do a little more, and got back up. Addicted to RP, and you're also not a real fucking cop.
I am.
You're not
police
You
officer.
said you're a real cop? How many unarmed people have you killed?
All of them.
Okay, maybe he is.
Extra.
Remember, I think they're talking about the net worth. Now, obviously, it's all fake. Asmongold is obviously worth more than $2 million. But it's oftentimes hard to calculate how much money someone has in their bank. So usually when they do like net worth calculations, they look at what the fuck you own. And if you actually looked at what Asmongold owns, dude's a fucking bum. His net worth is probably like $400,000 if you just looked at what he owned, except for the houses, right? So if you remove the businesses that he started in the meantime. So before he started his businesses, Asmongold was basically a very broke fucking individual because the dude doesn't own anything. He has a car that's what, almost 20 years old. The house is falling apart. So he would never get on the Forbes list with his fucking with his net worth. Hey man, it's still a Stang, bro. I don't know what car Asmon drives. I just know he always tells stories about how he couldn't get up a fucking hill and he had to turn off the AC in order to get up a hill. That's all I know.
Emily.
No.
Yeah, no one is innocent here. You are too fucking happy. It's annoying.
Oh.
That is actually true. Like, no shade at her, but I can't watch people that's that happy. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Stang broke down. He has to buy a new car. Oh, shit. He's probably livid about that.
Well, why don't you just be happier, Chance?
Tell depressed people that. Too happy, be depressed like us, Ms. Kiff. You're fake. You're on steroids. We all know it. Look at that. That doesn't just happen. Okay. You're fake. More pictures. Mean gym. Viewers keep asking me to go, and it's not going to happen. It pisses me off. Sell the gym.
You're not going.
Dude, that screenshot is so funny because it literally looks like I'm placing it on you right now.
You also almost killed everyone you played video games. Wiped the entire raid.
To be fair, that was the only interesting moment of the entire stream.
Tectone.
Hey man.
Uh-oh.
Loud. Why?
I just can't help it. I've tried.
To be fair, Loud, you see the new streamers on Twitch, the KCOs and them, the Kaisenets? Loud equals funny to everyone whose viewers aren't 45 like ours.
It's pretty funny, I think.
Bro, that echoed. Tectone, I muted you on Twitter. No one wants to read any.
By the way, if you're writing this much on Twitter, there's something wrong with you.
If he doesn't do this, where am I going to get my videos?
Stop making videos! Delete the YouTube channel!
Can I explain it in Tectone's favor?
Sure. Yep.
Tectone, his viewer count has never been higher because of things like this. It's not Tectone's fault.
Yep.
It's the people who actually read it and care.
It's the game.
Those are the people that have the issues. What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't you have a fucking life?
When did you come back?
I've been here for a while.
Yeah, basically you're fucking
You blocked me! You blocked me!
It's not real. But it is real.
Yeah, it's insane.
How you that dumb?
Also, why are you shirtless?
This was not me either, Techie.
Okay.
Techie, what the fuck? Explain.
Okay, so, I'll be real.
All right, no one is safe, especially tips. All right. Bad ideas, and it's costing us money. Again, we're on Twitter, and we're stupid.
Dude, tips out. That's a good idea. I think OTK should get a League of Legends team. I would actually support that. They need to get the right coaches, though. And also, don't do it in NA. Don't fucking do it in NA. If you're going to do a League of Legends team, come to Europe. Like, seriously. No one wants to watch NA League. Would they be serious or would they troll? No, I mean, if you're gonna get a League of Legends team, you're gonna be serious. It is fucking expensive. It is ridiculously expensive for League of Legends teams. So if you're gonna get a League of Legends team just to troll, you need Warren Buffett levels of money. I think it's 20 million just the buy-in. So you need to give Riot 20 million just to buy your spot on the circuit. Then you have to have a gaming house. You have to have coaches. You have to have support staff. It's a super expensive hobby to get into just like that. But with their footprint, dude, Riot would be ridiculous if Riot didn't say yes to this. OTK would bring so many more viewers into the esports scene.
Saying stupid things. How would you guys feel about an OTK League of Legends?
I told him this was bad and he tweeted it anyway.
That's wild.
But it's not bad.
Honest feedback appreciated. He got feedback from Emmy and he didn't listen to it. So you have kids, that's cringe. Go back to making WoW guys.
Oh no.
Same. I think I was in one of them. Emmy, this is crazy. So that's just...
I like organized it. They're like stacked up, you know? And most of these are gifts. Like, I'm not going to throw them away.
Yes, you should. I would say if a strong breeze enters this room, it is chaos.
I think the room looks really good, and I feel like you should back off, man.
Short go.
What?
So hairy.
Dude, what are you doing? Bad at cosplay, I'm better. So, Nick, follow. Oh, God. Here we go. Surely I'm perfect. Milena, you made her retire, and now what? You're going to have no viewers.
Well, fuck, that sucks.
Too much Reddit. Again, too much posting. What is this? Showed Caroline the clip, laughing her ass off. Redditors who don't talk to girls sees this clip. OMG, he's so... Why are you responding to that?
Because I got 650 points at calling. 10 seconds ago, I was calling out Twitter users, and I'm a Reddit user.
Only allowed to use Facebook now. Facebook kinda sucks. Hopefully everyone's good during quarantine. So I want to see a Facebook.
I cannot believe my Facebook made it into this stream.
Yeah,
that's insane.
How do you get 74 likes?
Who still has
You might be a
Facebook?
guy with a car profile picture.
Dude, you actually have your...
It's not only a car, it's also my hot Norwegian girlfriend, too. Well, I mean, she still is, but...
What the fuck? I have a hot girlfriend. Nick?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
She is hot. What do you want me to say?
I wanted to announce one of our next shows, Pixel Perfect.
All right.
Are we back on? It's called Pixel Pitch.
Tectone, here we go. Slideshow, bada bing, bada boom. They say I'm a bad guy, but as we all know, I'm a good guy.
Oh.
Right? Because the online...
I don't know, Tectone, because even Emmy and her...
That's all I wanted to watch, actually. Fuck it. Dude, they should do this. Like, legit, this is what OTK needs to do. They need to put on a show where they roast each other. Like, every month, one of the OTK members roasts the other OTK members. Because this was super fun. This was really, really fun. All the nights on the floor? Yeah, literally just once a month. A different one has to work out like a complete roasting experience for all of the OTK members. I think that would be super cool. I'm not going to watch the rest of this. I just wanted to watch that. Ugh. Have you seen the Linus roast video for his birthday? I did watch that. Yes. He didn't, I think he did a couple of roasting videos. Like, they had, I think, 1 or 2. Where they, like, flew everyone out from all over the fucking tech space. And everyone was roasting him. I saw that. Cedric, how you doing, bro? Be cool to see you on their podcast. Hey, Big Thulu, I don't think I'm anywhere near the size where OTK even fucking knows I exist. Right? Actually, that's not true. I know Asmongold knows I exist. He's reacted to some of my videos in the past. But outside of that, I'm pretty sure if he went to any of those guys and were like, hey, we should get Accolon on our podcast, the rest of them would be like, who? Also, I'm not in Texas, and I'm not fucking flying to Texas to do a fucking podcast. That's not happening. New Year attendance or up on Wowhead? Well, okay. Oh, I don't care. No, I mean, we'll see. I'm actually pretty interested in how patch 10.2.6 is going to play out. Is it 10.2.6? I think it's 10.2.6. Because Blizzard isn't testing that shit. I don't know if you guys saw the blue post about it, but they're not doing a PTR for it. It's like legit, everyone's going to go in and just see it for the first time. Now that I would do on a store. I don't know if I would join OTK. I don't know if, actually, I know for a fact I wouldn't join OTK. I wouldn't join any organization for the fucking same reason that I wouldn't, like, employ anyone to work for me. Effort. Because here's the thing. If you join a company like OTK, now suddenly you have to, like, be responsible and shit, right? There's certain things that you have to be doing, and I don't want to do those things. Their shareholder meeting was 2.5 hours. Fuck. Yeah, I think the lore is going to be pretty cool. I'm just trying to see if there's any other videos here. There was a video that I... Hold up. There was a video that I saw a couple of days ago. But I'm not sure... React creators. Bad. What was the... Okay, this is the guy's name. I found his name. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I found the video I want to react to. You know what happened at the end of the OTK meeting, yeah? No, what happened? Alright, so... The video I want to watch here is Dark Viper AU. Now, I've had one DM interaction with this guy in the past about his takes on reaction videos. Now, normally I wouldn't react to his videos because obviously he doesn't want people to react to his videos. But, I mean, he made a video here how creators justify being exploited by reactors. And it features Necrit as well as Asmongold. So I wanted to check it out.
I honestly wish that I had a quick soundbite that could instantly communicate to you the harm of reaction content, but I don't. Reaction content is surprisingly a complicated topic, even if at a surface level, most people can see that things seem a bit sus. You have two groups that exist in the same space that want some of that juicy finite attention, that being creators and reactors. One group does all the work, while the other simply takes that work to redistribute. One puts forth risk and effort, while the other doesn't, yet they often still reap a far greater reward. But recognizing this imbalance...
Wait a second, but here's where the... So, this is where arguments become super difficult to keep track of, and this is where people oftentimes fall into traps. Because from the offset, his premise is flawed. Now, if we accept this premise, it means that he can now make an argument that makes perfect logical sense because we've accepted the premise. But the problem is the premise itself is wrong. Okay, so he says, creators does all the work, put forth risk and effort. That's true. A creator does do a lot of the work, right? If I make my videos on my main channel, there's like actual work that goes into that, right? I'm actually putting in a shit ton of effort to make that video a reality, and I'm taking a risk. I don't know if all that work is actually going to be paying off.
Oh, damn.
Now, let's go to reactors, right? So we have reactors distribute the others' work.
Thank you.
All right. That is somewhat true. Let me just quickly see here
Damn. Thank you.
who has blessed me. By the way, Alistor, 5 memberships. Really appreciate your fam. Can we get some hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen, for the 5 gifted memberships?
Damn.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate that. But right, so let's quickly cut back to this. So it distributes the other person's work with no risk or effort. Here we have our first flawed part of the premise. I am not just distributing the creator's work when I'm reacting to it, as evidenced by this very pause in your video, Dark Viper. The very pause here in your video shows that I am not just distributing your work. What would be distributing your work is if I played this, got up and fucked off, go make coffee, go to the bathroom, take a shit, while my audience is sitting here watching your video. That would be me just distributing your work. That's not what I'm doing here. I am watching your video and I am being critical of what you're saying. I am actually reacting to your video, which is content. It is creation. The only difference between my creation and your creation here is my creation is happening on the fly, whereas your creation took time. You wrote a script. You actually did some research. Now, I am literally reacting to the work that you did by adding my own reactions to it, which is content in and of itself. It would be like saying acting is acting and improvisation isn't acting. Because the actor has to learn the script, learn the words, create the character, take the risk whether that character is going to work. They spend maybe a month making or building a character, and then the director says, fuck that sucks, go again, right? So they're doing all the work. The improvisation guy is just stepping on the stage and putting a skit together. When in reality, improvisation is one of the hardest forms of acting. Because in the moment, you have to play off of what is happening. And that's exactly what's happening here. You're saying things and I'm playing off of what is happening and I'm responding to it. So to say that there is just a distribution of work is a flawed premise. And the gains being the greater reward, we'll get into that, but I already know that I'm not going to agree with him on this.
This doesn't immediately communicate who is harmed or why. I've even heard some remark, maybe it is unfair, but it is what is best for everybody. But is that true? Can the people who avoid all the work in video creation by simply hosting watch parties of other people's creations really just be helping out? Nacrit is one such.
Okay, but again, back to the flawed, and I'm probably going to do this a lot, so please fucking bear with me, but it's back to the flawed argument, right? Because you just called it a watch party. There is a massive difference between a proper reactor or a proper reaction and a watch party. A watch party would be what people like XQC oftentimes do, which is literally put on the video and then sit and eat his food. That's a watch party, and I'm right there with you. I don't think that's fair, because now you are truly just taking someone else's work and using it to kill date time or date space on your stream. What I'm doing here is quite literally the opposite. And more often than not, the reason I have the ability to react to videos, you'll find, by the way, that I don't react to videos that I don't know anything about. For example, I have a massive, massive interest in stuff like science, black holes, all the rest of it. I don't know much about them, but I do have an interest in them. Have we ever reacted to a black hole video on my channel? No. Why? Because I would have nothing to react to. The scientist guy would say black holes are black holes, and I would be like, yep, I guess. I don't have a fucking clue what they are. I can't really disagree with you. I can't add anything to this conversation because, let's be real, if you don't know it, I'm not going to fucking know it. So I wouldn't react to it. My reactions are always based on things that I am at least to some extent an expert in, or I know enough to actually make a reaction about the thing that you're talking about. Which means I have done all of the fucking work beforehand to make myself at least partially an expert on the topic so that I can react to it. Otherwise, I wouldn't react to it. It's as simple as that. Now, again, I think the problem comes in that everyone seems to be using a blanket term for reactors when all reactors are not made equal. Right? So, for example, am I the same as, for example, Sniper Wolf? Is my reactions the same as Sniper Wolf's reactions? No, obviously not. Sniper Wolf watches funny TikToks, laughs, and then repeats whatever the fuck is happening in the TikTok. We've never done that. I don't do shit like that. The closest we've gotten to it was watching people fall on ice, which was just because it was funny as fuck. But other than that, I don't do shit like that. And I think we need two different words for people that actually react to videos and people that just watch videos and say something funny while the video is going on.
Such person who thinks so, as expressed in his video, are reactions harming channels. I'll be looking at Nikrit's arguments in just a moment, but first, slot machines. This may seem like a wild tangent, but trust me, it's very important. I want you to answer a simple question. Are slot machines a good way to make money? Does your answer to this question change if I showed you someone losing a bunch of money to slots? What if I showed you someone breaking even, neither losing or gaining money? What if I showed you someone playing slots and winning a bunch of money? Still, I don't think your answer would change, and I don't think it would change even if I showed 100 people winning money on slot machines. The reason is that you have some understanding of what slot machines exist to do and how they achieve it. They obviously exist to take more money from others than they ever give back, and they would simply stop existing if they failed to achieve that. You likely know that there must be people in the world who've had their lives changed for the better by at some point winning money on slot machines. But despite this, because you understand the underlying system, you can still say that slot machines are a bad way for players to generate wealth. In fact, you may even argue that society as a whole would have been better off if slot machines had never existed, even if you acknowledge that some particular individuals would have been worse off for that. The previous example highlights why we rightly seek to judge a system as a totality rather than simply by looking at one particular individual's interaction with it. We do this because every system, good or bad, has some positives and some negatives, some winners and some losers, some advantages and some disadvantages. As a consequence, it is usually prudent to assess the underlying logic of a system to get a sense whether or not it would be better off.
The only problem I have, I think it's fine. The analogy is apt. The problem I have with these analogy is it's incredibly emotionally charged because most people have a very strong opinion of gambling. Now, I have a reasonable idea of how he's going to link this to streaming and React content because technically speaking, as a reactor, that is effectively what you're doing, right? You are playing the slot machines. You react to, and he's absolutely right? I can react to his video and then 500 other videos in the exact same time as it would take me to make 500 videos, or actually shorter. It would take me much longer to actually make those videos. So he is correct. I can do much more than what he can do by using the work that he's put in and just reacting to it. The issue there is we're running into a lot of extra questions because that's only on the surface an analogy that makes sense. You'd have to prove to me how my reactions to your content is actually negatively affecting you, the creator of said content. And it can't be just an emotional argument of, oh, if they watched your video, they're obviously not going to watch my video. Well, yeah, that's true in that scenario. But that you have no evidence to suggest. I'm getting ahead of myself because I know that these are arguments that he's going to make in this video because it's the same fucking arguments that every single anti-reactor makes in videos. But never mind. Let's keep going. Let him cook. We'll get back to it.
Off with or without it, given its likely overall impacts. With this understanding, you can likely see how fairly meaningless social media posts are that proclaim to have either lost, seen no impact, or gained from reactions. Short-term effects for individuals can swing positive or negative based on any number of factors in a system. So none of these sorts of posts speak of how the system of reaction content works, its underlying nature and purpose. To spoil the obvious conclusion of this video, these posts don't change that overall reaction content has a harmful effect on everyone but the reactors themselves. Reactions exist to increase the amount of time people spend watching the reactors' content and to therefore by necessity reduce the amount of time they spend doing anything else. Reactors exist to act as the middleman for the exposure natively given by social media platforms, which basically means—
Wait. Reactions exist to increase the time people spend watching the reactors content and to reduce the time they spend doing anything else. Like, you mean like literally every other content creator on the platform? Okay, so I mean, sure, that is true, but that is literally whatever. When I make a video on my main channel, by the way, I don't react to videos on my main channel. I make all those videos on my main channel. When I react to those videos and when I make those videos, they're the same. There's the same reason, right? I want people to watch my video. Like, of course, that's the point of it. To act as a middleman for the exposure given natively by social media platforms. I mean, I don't agree with that because, again, notice the flaw in his argument, right? So he's saying that the reactor is acting as the middleman for what would normally be natively available to the actual person making the video. But there's a problem with his, like he's making an assumption without actually providing any evidence. And by the way, Kit Kat Kuro, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So his assumption here is that you have video 1, right? So you have the, let's do this. You have the OG video, right? And then you have a line here and you have the react, right? And the idea here is that the OG video, right, that's been made, that is currently sitting at 0 views, will at some point be reacted to by the reactor. Now, what happens is the reactor gets, say, 10,000 views on the video. Obviously, the OG content creator sees none of that 10,000 views because YouTube's ad revenue is set up in such a way that I get the 10,000 views money. The reactor or the original guy doesn't get any. His argument is that the reactor in this scenario is now the middleman because the reactor is paying this guy in exposure, whereas if the reactor just didn't react, right? So if the reactor didn't react to the video, this guy, the original creator's video, would eventually get to 10,000 because YouTube just natively gives people exposure, which is only theoretically true. I got 10,000 views on that video because I have at least 10,000 people that enjoy my personality. I have at least 10,000 viewers that like my personality, that like the content that I make. It is not guaranteed that of that 10,000 people, those 10,000 people would have liked this guy's personality. In fact, it is far more likely that of the 10,000 people that watched my video, not even half of those people would have clicked on the original video had I not reacted to it. They were watching because I was reacting to it. They weren't watching because the original content creator made a video. In fact, most of the people I've spoken to that watch my react videos watch no matter what I react to. They just like me reacting to shit. They like hearing my opinion about shit. So it doesn't really matter what the video is that I'm reacting to. They're there for it because they think there's going to be something funny that I'm going to say or I'm going to get fucking pissed about something. So they're just watching, which means almost none, if we say there's 10,000 there, none of my 10,000 viewers would have watched the original content creator because that's not why they're watching. So you're making an assumption. I'm not saying your assumption is incorrect, Dark Viper. Your assumption could be true. It could be true that if I did not react to this guy's video, then this guy would have instead gotten the 10,000 views natively. But it is an assumption. You are assuming that that is possible. But in that assumption, we're sort of excluding a lot of other things. We're excluding the fact that maybe the OG guy doesn't quite know how to make thumbnails, right? And maybe the OG guy doesn't quite know how to write a title. And if the OG guy doesn't know how to make thumbnails and doesn't know how to make titles, then he's not getting the 10,000 views. It might just be that since I am always on the lookout for something to react to or something to watch, I saw this video, I took the time to read the title, as bad as it was, and I said, hey, this could be a really interesting topic for me and my community to discuss. Which is, by the way, why I react to stuff, because I want to discuss things. And if I find something that's interesting enough to discuss, I'll react to it. There's a lot of assumptions. There's not a lot of evidence. And that's my only problem here. I don't have a problem with these assumptions, but it is just assumptions. It's not proven.
That they work to convince algorithms to promote the reactors instead of creators. The goal of reactors is to always take more viewers away from creators than they ever inadvertently give back. Reactors will speak about how...
But there's no, again, it's not the goal of a reactor to take the viewers from the original creator. The goal of the reactor is just to get views. I have never made a reaction video thinking, man, I'm gonna steal this guy's fucking views. Right? By saying goal, again, you're doing very emotional charged language, because you're making it seem like I am going out of my way to steal your views, which I'm not doing. I'm just making my own content, and I'm hoping that that gets views. If in the process of me making my own content, some of my viewers walk over to you, that's great. I'm happy, you know? That's awesome.
Easy it all is and how much value they gain, and they're right. But this easy value that they accumulate for themselves doesn't pop into existence like magic. It is instead extracted from a wider market of creators who are trying to survive, and who are having their chances hurt by the existence of reactors. I recognize that my stance on these issues is not very palatable for some, because I am in a sense telling them that Santa Claus does not exist. Who the hell wants to hear that reactions are not some sort of infinite money glitch that make it so everyone's lines can do nothing but go up? As much as I hate to be the
there's so much emotionally charged language in this, which is really problematic when you're trying to make a balanced argument. And I would have preferred if the emotions wasn't there, because it would probably make it a lot easier for us to actually have a conversation about this. Because fundamentally, again, we're back to, and by the way, the only reason I'm sort of prepared to make this argument is because you hear this argument the whole time from people that's against reaction content, and it is that you're stealing the viewers. But as I've already explained to you, it is not obvious to me that just because I got views from your video, those viewers would have seen or discovered your video had I not watched it. That's not obvious. It's not obvious that the YouTube algorithm would have picked up your video and just run with it. And you'll also notice that it is very rare that reactors will react to every single video that a content creator puts out there. That doesn't happen. I myself am even very cognizant of this idea that if I reacted to your video today, I'm probably not going to react to your videos for at least the next week, 2, 3, 4, sometimes even a month. I'm going to leave it open. Unless you make like a super interesting video, I'm not going to click and watch that video. Because fundamentally, I'm not trying to take every single one of your fucking videos and make it my own. I'll only react to the things that I actually find interesting. So that means that there's almost always a ton of viewers that see you for the very first time on my stream or in my channel, and then go over and subscribe to you because they happen to want to watch every single video that you're going to be making for the next month or two. Whereas I don't. I just want to react to the videos that I can actually deal like a proper conversation and a proper debate with my audience to this video, where I can add something to the video. I'm not going to watch your video on ballet. I don't know fuck all about ballet, right? And even if you told me, oh, but that ballet video could get you 150,000 views, I'd be like, well, I don't know shit about ballet. And I certainly don't want 150,000 people watching a ballet video from me, because now I'm going to sit with 150,000 fucking subscribers that means nothing to me because I'm never again going to react to a ballet video.
Bearer of bad news, ignoring bad news does not make the consequences of it go away. With that very long preamble out of the way, let us now start with the actual focus of this video, Nakrit, as he tells us what he believes a reactor to be.
The concept is simple. A fellow creator takes your video and reacts to it, because their viewers are interested in seeing their opinion on it.
Whether or not it was his intention, I think implying that reactors are simply created.
It is funny, Dark, how you are reacting to someone in order to make a point. I would say, right, that is extreme. And it doesn't matter if you got their permission beforehand. In order to make your point, you were reacting to their video, or at least a snippet thereof, which is the whole point of reaction content. That's why someone clicks on a reaction video. And more often than not, like this has happened many, many times in the past. There'll be a video that I've watched, and then I'll see, say, for example, someone like Asmongold react to the video that I've already watched. And then I go watch Asmongold's video of him reacting, because there's things that that person said that I thought, wow, I don't know how I feel about that. And then I can watch Asmongold, and I see his reaction to the video, and I'm like, yeah, fuck, that's true, you know? Because I am getting a different perspective, which is sort of what reaction videos do. They provide different perspectives on the same topics.
Creators who want to express their opinion is a tad bit dishonest. Creators think of a topic and an idea related to it, then they take a risk in using their limited time and money to buy equipment, do research, write a script, record footage, edit, and so on, in order to actually create something. Reactors, conversely, just sit and watch other people do that and then take.
Okay. So as a reactor, I don't need equipment. I don't need editing, even though I do, right? I don't need a topic or an idea, and I don't take a risk as a reactor. Like, the only thing in your entire analogy here that is true is the fact that I don't need footage, and I don't need a script. That is legitimately the only thing that is true about your analogy. Everything else I do actually need. So, for example, let me give you an example, Dark Viper, and we'll use your video here, right? I'm going to use his video as the example here. I saw you make a video, how creators justify being exploited by reactors. It's a topic that I have researched in the past. So I have already done my research, probably before you did yours, but never mind that. I have done my research. That's why I'm reacting to it, because I happen to think I have an idea that I have a different idea to you when it comes to your take on React content. So I have a topic, you have this topic, right? But I've already thought about this topic. I've already researched this topic because it is a conversation that is taking place. So you coming up with this topic isn't something unique to you, right? The research that I've done from my side is oftentimes having to think about the videos that I'm going to be reacting to for, tomorrow or the day after, which is a form of research, granted. It's not exactly reading entire government pages to make a geopolitical video, right? But it is a form of research. So, that right there, kind of not necessarily, you can't necessarily say that that isn't the case. The only thing you have on me here is that I don't have a script, which I could argue makes what I do much harder than what you do, because you have a fucking script. I don't have a script. I'm sitting here and I'm fucking throwing out facts as we go, right? And how do I do that? Because I've done the research. I can do this without a script because I've done the research. Time and money? All right, I've been live for 5.5 hours. I would argue that that is time spent. Is it as much time as the guy who's making the original video? Probably not. Actually, I know for a fact it isn't. But that's still time spent, you know? And in between this reaction stuff, because I'm not just sitting here going, I'm entertaining my audience. I'm reading their comments. I'm responding to them also while trying to keep track of all your ideas. That's still work being put in there. A lot of content creators don't script shit. Yeah, I don't script shit. Is it losing war? Look at video games. You can react to 100% of it and nobody cares. To be fair, I have some takes that should make reacting, because there are things that I agree with when it comes to reactors. So I'll give you guys an example. I've said this before, and I will fucking stick to it. YouTube needs to have a system in place that allows the original creators to get a cut of the reactors' views, right? So, for example, if I react to your video and my video blows up, I get 150,000, 200,000 views on my React video, and I end up making, say, $25,000 on that video, you, the original creator, should get 30% of that money. It should go to you because you did put in the work. You did make the video. You don't get more than 30% because ultimately it is my audience that I have built, and they are there for me. They're not there for you. They are there for me, but you should still get a cut from the work that I'm doing. I genuinely believe that YouTube should implement that because I do think it's fair. But when you say that reactors are just across the board stealing views from people, no, I'm not stealing anything, because there's no guarantee that if I didn't watch that 200,000 people would have watched you. That's not true. That's just false. That's a false equivalency.
Take the end result and re-upload it. The first has to gamble each time that they've chosen right, and so can be sufficiently rewarded relative to the time and costs they've incurred in their creation. They are always in a spot of potentially running out of ideas or burning out from the work. The second can just steal anything already moderately successful, knowing they can always make a profit because they have no costs or risks, because someone else has.
But that's not most, at least from my perspective. I don't look at the views a video has when I react to it. I look at the topic. If it's an interesting topic, I go.
Already taken on that burden for them. A YouTube video can take days, weeks, months, and substantial skill to create, while a reaction will always take around the length of the original video and require no skill at all. These facts are indisputable.
Oh, wow. No skill at all? I was with you right up until the point that you said they require no skill at all. Absolute hogwash. Like, absolute hogwash. Erroneous. Objection, Your Honor. How? Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? No skill at all. Sitting, watching someone else say something, and then at the drop of a pin, being able to formulate an argument or a counter argument to what has just been said, and then having the ability to articulate that argument or counter argument to what had just been said is a fucking skill that people pay money for. Like, people go to actual speech coaches in order to learn how to do that. It is a skill, and I would be fucked if anyone says that it isn't. Barzalaser, how you doing, bro? 5 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you. Can turn into an hour. Dude, this video is, we've been watching 5 minutes of this. We're already at 30 minutes of recording. But apparently, what I do is nothing, right? I'm just wasting my time. I'm just reacting, right? And I'm not adding anything of myself into the video. I'm not giving any original points. I'm not providing any value of my own. Value is perceived. This is something super important. Value is perceived. It's not inherent, especially when it comes to creative works. You could think that you have the greatest video in the history of the planet ever, and everyone else could watch it and think this is absolute dog shit, which puts the value of your video at 0 because no one cares. Just because you think you've put in the days, the weeks, and the months to make a good video does not make it a good video. When I react to that video and I get thousands of views, it's not inherent that your video has the value. It is literally just indicative of the fact that I have viewers that think I add value to the content. That's it. That's the truth.
Take around the length of the original video and require no skill at all. These facts are indisputable, so it doesn't seem honest for Nikrit to present both as fellows, somehow being the same. This is especially true given that the focus of Nikrit's video is Asmongold, who likely hasn't opened an editing program in half a decade. But I find it more troublesome that Nikrit
yeah, because he has editors that do it for him. In fact, Asmongold employs, I believe, 3 or 4 editors that does it for him. So, and I mean, they do edit the videos. They work very fucking hard to edit all of those videos. So they are editing. I mean, well, I don't know. Dark Viper is just on this crusade of trying to get everyone on board against React content, and React content keeps growing. It keeps getting better.
Implies that the inspiration for reaction content is to satiate viewers' need for the reactor's opinion, as if the only way that can be given is by rebroadcasting and then re-uploading the entirety of another person's creative work. I don't think Nikrit wants to suggest that the best opinions are those given in real time when you haven't seen the entire video and are thus the most uninformed you can be. Does Nikrit really believe
it's not about being uninformed? Like, bro, so in other words, I can only have an opinion if I've watched your entire video? If you objectively, like we've already proven in the last 33 minutes that I've been reacting to your video, as we've already proven, when you say something that is completely fucking false, and I retort that, right, or at least challenge your assertions, I don't need to know what you're going to be saying later on in the video. At that very moment in time, I believe myself, at least subjectively, to be far more informed about the topic than what you are. Now, if you later prove to me that actually I was wrong, then I admit, oh shit, he actually gets it. Never mind, you know, we walk it back. The audience enjoys that because they see humility, or maybe they get a good laugh at my expense. Everyone is happy because ultimately this is the value that I am providing to my audience. And that's why they're watching.
That Asmongold jumped from 160 reactions in 2021 to 453 in 2022 because demand for his opinion increased? Does he believe that Asmongold is on pace to smash that record in 2023 because Asmongold just suddenly became more opinionated? Or did Asmongold blowing up because of his rebroadcasting of the Amber Heard trial teach him that the window of acceptability for reaction content had shifted, meaning that he could freely re-upload as many videos as he wanted to expand his growth and profits? Asmongold has
Okay, but if reaction content is that popular, why do you imagine it going away would be better for you? Like, clearly, if your video was actually just so much higher value and so much better, then why would I, like, I'm going to be real with you. And I realize this is anecdotal, but I'm pretty sure that most of you do exactly the same thing. Here's me when I watch an Asmongold video, right? If the video is mildly interesting, not really that good, I watch Asmongold's reaction. The second Asmongold reacts to a video that is super interesting, I instantly click the link to the original video. Because when the video is mildly interesting, it's kind of alright. I don't really care. Asmongold makes the video more interesting by reacting to it. But when I am super engrossed in the video that Asmongold is reacting to, Asmongold constantly pausing the fucking video for him to react to it annoys me. It's not that I find Asmongold annoying, it's that I want to hear what the fucker that made the video is saying, and therefore I want to watch the original video. I don't want to get the interruptions. So really, when you think about it, it is a very organic and almost symbiotic relationship that React videos and created videos share with one another. Though I don't believe that the two are as parasitic as you wish to portray them as.
re-uploaded 1,200 videos by 370 creators just in the last 3 years. Nukrit wants us to believe that Asmongold is in no way inspired by the conservatively estimated 12 billion impressions, 600 million views, and $2.3 million he has gotten directly from re-uploading these videos. This saying nothing of all the additional value that these reactions algorithmically generate for his other content, or that this content has enabled him to stay live far longer on Twitch, farming wealth and growth away from other creators there as well. Nukrit wants us to believe that it has nothing to do with gaming the recommendation algorithm to promote his brand, even though on Twitter that is exactly what Asmongold says is the reason why he does reaction content. Every reactor, when pushed, will tell you it is about the money and growth. But Nukrit can't.
I need to taste this. I'm not entirely sure, guys. He just said something that may, in fact, be super profound, but I need to taste if that is, in fact, true. Yeah, checks out, actually. Who fucking knew? I work for money. I mean, I thought at first when he said that, I thought, wow, that's a hot take if I've ever heard one. But then I mean, there it is. White on black, you know? Work is for money. I mean, fucking hell. What a deep, insightful take.
Can't seem to be honest about things that reactors themselves will be perfectly honest about.
You can't just blatantly say, I do it because it makes money.
Oh, that, I mean, I do it because it makes money.
No one ever said it didn't. That wasn't anyone's point. Their point was that that's someone else's money.
Well, yeah, but it isn't someone else's money. It isn't someone else's money. It is my audience that I have cultivated, that is watching me. Now, is there overlap between my audience and yours? Probably fucking a lot. Because some of them saw you on my videos and they subscribe to you. But it is not your audience. And it's not even your potential audience. There's no evidence to suggest that. And if you do want to assert that that is the case, I would need to see actual evidence of that. You're going to have to show me how a video that is reacted to does worse than a video that isn't reacted to, other than just choosing a bunch of random videos and going, see, they reacted to these videos and they did worse, and then they reacted to these videos and they didn't do worse. Funnily enough, the creators that are the most reacted to also happen to be incredibly successful on YouTube. Now, I could use that as my argument for why reaction content is good, but I wouldn't because, again, that's analogous. There's no actual evidence of that because they could be reacted to as much because they're successful and thus reactors see their videos more often. But what I can say is quite clearly reaction content isn't hurting them because they're successful. They're making money. They're getting big mega views. If reaction content, if Asmongold's content was actually removing views from Necrit, why is Necrit the largest League of Legends content creator on the planet? Like, if Asmongold's reactions to Necrit is actively hurting Necrit, how the fuck did Necrit get that good? Why does he have all those subscribers? I thought Asmongold was stealing his views, stealing his subscribers, stealing his growth. But clearly it isn't, because somehow there's these ninja fucking viewers that has never seen Asmongold's content that just subscribe to Necrit.
I do it because it's somebody else's money.
Hell, even Nukrit later in this video admits that his aspirations of being a reactor has nothing to do with giving his opinion.
So let me be the content leech for once. There are those who believe that this form of content might actually be harming the
Yeah, that is sort of using Necrit's sense of humor to try and make a point. That I watched this video from Necrit. In fact, we reacted to this video from Necrit, and it was quite clearly him being like joking, you know. So
original creators. After all, the reactions are taking all the hard work from the original creator, and they are profiting off of it by simply watching it. Oftentimes, you might hear the word content leech connected to this. On top of that, people simply argue that the reactions are taking away views from the original videos.
As a summation of the objections to reaction content,
I will, on average, so my rule is usually 24 hours, right? Between 24 hours and 48 hours is what I will give a video before I react to it. I will never react to a video the moment it goes live, because fundamentally, we did this for Preach as well. And it was before I even knew that that's what Preach asked for. I don't know if you guys remember, but Preach put out those videos about him interviewing the Blizzard staff. And there were people in the stream on that day that asked me, hey, bro, are we going to react to the Preach stuff? And I was like, I will tomorrow, first. And then someone said Preach had asked if people would at least give those videos 24 hours, which is like, it's what you do. And I'm pretty sure Asmongold does exactly the same thing. So again, I'm not stealing your content during the most important part of the content.
This is simply poorly done. Broadly speaking, there are actually three categories of complaints about reaction content. The first are those that relate to ethics, or fairness if you like. The second are concerns about the impact of the reaction on the original video and the creator's channel. The third, and the thing that I am most interested in, is how reaction content as a whole impacts all creators in the market. Nukrit in his video focuses exclusively on half of the second category and ignores entirely the first and third. I will personally be making reference to all three.
But there are also others who believe that this is totally fine and that reactions are transformative.
Whether or not reactions are transformative is never addressed by Nukrit again, and I honestly wish he had given it a go. The word transformative colloquially means causing a major change to something. Reactions are obviously not majorly changing a video, they are simply hosting a watch party for it. If I asked...
That's not fucking true though. And colloquially, that's not what transformative means. When we talk about transformative in the realms of copyright, right? Because this is ultimately what this boils down to. Is React content copyright content? Are you liable for copyright when you're reacting to someone's video? Now, in that regard, what transformative means is that you add something to the video, or that you literally just take away from it. Because if I can prove that I added to the content, then I am not infringing on your copyright because I have added to it. Now, the music industry is a whole different story. They don't even want you to fucking use their content, but they have a stranglehold on the copyright industry. But in general, that is how it works. If I can show that I have transformed, in other words, I have added to the content, then that is not copyrighted. So I feel like you're again, someone said it earlier in stream, Abaddon, I think it was you, that said, if he would just differentiate between good and bad reactors, this entire video would feel a lot better. Because a lot of the things that he is complaining about in this video is far more represented by people like XQC than what it's represented by people like Asmongold or people like myself, if I am allowed to put myself in their category, right? And on their level. Because I have never reacted to a video where I have fuck all to say, and I literally just watched the video as a watch party. I've never done that. Every single time I've reacted to a video, I have added as much, if not more, than what the video is actually about. As shown in this fucking reaction. We're 8 minutes and 35 seconds in. We have been reacting for 45 minutes. 45 minutes that I've been reacting to this, and we're only 8 minutes into the video.
You, hey, have you seen this video? You could honestly say, yeah, I saw it on Asmongold's stream. Your friend sitting next to you on the couch while you watch Lord of the Rings may be able to stop and tell you heaps about the movie, giving you additional information, but at no point does that majorly change the movie itself. Legally speaking, nothing supports these watch parties being transformative either. You can read the ruling from the judge explaining the criteria that H3H3 had to pass to win their fair use case that also explains why other forms of reaction content would not pass. You can read Where's the Fair Use by the lawyer Jessica Vogel that covers the entire history of precedents of fair use in America. You can watch Legal Eagle be the 900th lawyer to explain this.
I don't agree with this, because if that was true, why aren't these YouTubers issuing DMCA takedowns? Because then you could, right? You could absolutely issue a DMCA takedown, and there's fuck all that I or anyone else could do about it. I would have to remove that video. And maybe you can, you know? I would still, even if that was true, I would still argue that then it's the law that's wrong, not me. I am not wrong for reacting to your video. The law is wrong that it's protecting it. And FYI, if you pay any attention to the complaints about copyright law, it's one of the main things that most people complain about. Copyright law is completely fucking unhinged. The amount of stuff that they can copyright strike you for is completely out of the... It's like bonkers how copyright works. And all to protect mega corporations so that they can basically stranglehold the market. Discussion that people watch the video because of the reactor, not the video itself. Yeah, he doesn't include any of that. Well, no one says it changes the original video. He is misrepresenting the information. Epic Hulu, how do you mean?
But you don't really have to, because you can just read the fair use guidelines. Transformation in a legal sense is more about the value that you leave behind in the original work.
Epic Hulu, wait, what did you say? The court is not ruling here that all reaction videos constitute fair use, said Judge Catherine B. Forrest in a ruling, but it is the first of its kind among the YouTube community, and H3 believe it could change things for people posting videos on YouTube. This is a landmark case, not just for us, but the wording the judge put in is going to strengthen fair use across YouTube. Well, okay, so literally in the first thing he uses here, the judge ruled that H3H3's reaction was fair use, which suggests at least that there are a lot of React content out there that is fair use. Now, I want to be clear. When he brings up the next
criteria that H3H3 had to pass to win their fair use case, that also explains why other forms of reaction content would not pass. You can read Where's the Fair Use by the lawyer Jessica Vogel that covers the entire history of precedents of fair use in America. You can watch Legal Eagle be the...
XQC is stealing content. Absolutely agreed. Absolutely agreed. Hey, Moo, how you doing, bro? XQC is stealing content. Have you ever watched an XQC reaction video? The dude literally does this. Yeah, that is stealing. Because a React video, it's not fair use if the only thing you're doing is if someone says something funny, you go, yeah, you reacted, but you didn't add anything, right? Sure, technically speaking, that was a reaction. You laughed when the guy made a joke, but that's not what we're supposed to do, right? That's not what reactions are supposed to be. And if you were to make the argument that XQC, and by the way, when Legal Eagle says, and so are most reaction streamers, I fundamentally agree with him. Because when you watch most reactions on YouTube, it genuinely is just that. Like, genuinely speaking, it is just some guy sitting there watching some shit going on and never interrupting themselves at all, because everyone is trying to get a piece of the React content cake, as it were. But that does not mean that if I'm sitting here and I'm actually reacting to the things you're saying, I'm actively making points about the things that you're saying, that I can be put in the same category as someone like XQC or someone that's reacting to fucking American football, right, for the first time and basically just watch 9 minutes of American football.
The 900th lawyer to explain this, but you don't really have to, because you can just read the fair use guidelines. Transformation in a legal sense is more about the value that you leave behind in the original work. Can someone who views the new work still find value in the original? Are you purposely taking only the bare minimum of what you need for your new differentiated work to make sense? Are you trying to create something new, or merely looking for a way to copy something else? Are you targeting a different audience for a different purpose? Reactors do not know what is in the video beforehand. They are not taking some specific aspect of it for some specific purpose, and are therefore constantly showing content they have no use for. They are not making a differentiated work because all they're doing is watching a video and pausing it occasionally. When re-uploading...
That is so... pausing it occasionally, like what? Oh man, I mean, all he's doing here, so here's the problem with Dark Viper here, okay? And this is something that every single human being should guard against. Do not enter into a topic when you've already decided what the outcome of your opinion is going to be. Like, if you've already decided your opinion, don't make a video on that topic. And here's why. You can clearly see how he's taken everything and shifted it to fit his purpose, right? He's shifting it to fit his purpose, and he's twisting it to fit his purpose. That's not a good retort. That's not you actually making a good point. That's you making a point that supports your argument. I could make the exact same points to support mine. Because am I trying to make it original? You bet your fucking ass. If someone watches your video and they don't watch my video, there is a lot that they're not going to know that you didn't cover in your video. If they watch my video and then they watch yours, or watch yours while they're watching mine, they're going to be walking away with a lot more information than what they walked away from if they only watched yours. So clearly, I am adding a lot of value, at least perceived value, the same as yours. You don't know if yours is going to add value. You perceive or think that it will, right? So I am trying to make it original. I am trying to add value. Am I taking the minimum needed? This is the one part that you could actually be correct on. And maybe you are actually correct on that one. Am I taking the minimum of what is needed? No, of course not. I'm reacting to the whole of your video, which to my mind is actually a little bit more respectful, because I'm allowing you all the time in the world to make your point. I'm not cutting you off. I'm not watching right up until the point that I feel like I've made all my points and now I'm moving on to the next video, and thus the audience misses out on all of the other points that you may or may not have made that could have proven me wrong in my response to you. I'm giving you all the time you need to make your points. So, yeah, I mean...
Doing the video to YouTube, they will frequently have the same title and thumbnail. They are so much not a differentiated work. If you read into it, fair use is incredibly weak in what it defends. There are even courts that may have ruled against H3H3 given how they've ruled in prior fair use cases. More importantly though, what Ethan created was far different than what Nacrit is defending in his video, and what I personally have a problem with.
But ever since my Riot MMO videos blasted off, things got a lot more interesting. I got to collect some interesting data, which I am going to present to you. And I'm going to show you how exactly people reacting to my videos affected my channel.
So hopefully you can see the problem. Nacrit's interest is not in how React content farms impact the creator ecosystem. How the growing number of Asmongold-like channels spamming out 10 videos a day can impact creators' ability to survive and grow in a world of limited eyeballs, advertising space, and time to watch videos at all. It is simply, was my video impacted specifically by the re-upload of it? It is.
Yeah, but I mean, oh wow. I would like you all to know that if you go through the list of the videos that he shows here,
Nacrit's interest is not in how React content farms impact the creator ecosystem. How the growing number of Asmongold-like.
None of these videos are anything like Asmongold's videos. You can see by these videos, I can already tell you what's going to be in these videos. This guy, for example, Dark Humor Shorts, literally just watched it and laughed. That's it. Like, what the fuck can you add to a joke? It's a joke, you know?
Channels spamming out 10 videos a day.
Oh, wait. You guys are saying he cut Nacrit off? What was Nacrit saying? What was Nacrit saying that he should have allowed Nacrit to continue saying? Captain Zen, if that's the problem, this guy, like Dark Viper, has no ability to think about reactors as there being multiple types of actors, and that there's no one-size-fits-all kind of reactor. To him, if you watch someone else's video on your stream, you are a reactor, and therefore you are bad, and you are like XQC, because you've heard it multiple times now. All you're doing is watching and pausing sometimes. Yeah, I'm kind of doing more than that, you know? I'm not just pausing. It is a very... it's a very sanctimonious view.
a day can impact creators' ability to survive and grow in a world of limited eyeballs, advertising space, and time to watch videos at all. It is simply, was my video impacted specifically by the re-upload of it? It is as meaningful as judging the system of slot machines based on a single spin, unless you can find a way to argue that your results can be extrapolated, but unfortunately, Nokrit does not even try to.
Truth be told, there were times when I knew that people would react to my videos, so I altered the content to give people more entertainment for the reactions. Be it the easiest joke of my life about Nintendo 64 controllers. You have no idea what the universe is about, but you like MMOs, your hairline is receding, and you have a crippling fear of Nintendo 64 controllers. Or joking about people passing out. So reactions is something you can definitely play into if you do enough market research, and you know what kind of audience you are going to attract. For example, I saw Asmongold reacting to a video where people discussed Riot's MMO. In that video, they were just talking about tweets, and yet this was enough to make him react to it. Which made me realize, we actually know a lot more about the MMO than just some tweets. So I went and made that massive video with the assumption that it would be picked up outside of just League of Legends.
I find this idea more than a bit distasteful, especially considering that at no point in his video does Nokrit show or establish actual benefits for his channel from reactions. Nokrit's ideal world seems to be one where creators freely work to create the best content for someone else to upload so they can maintain.
Okay, but the evidence is in Nokrit actually having a massive audience. Because, look, it is not incumbent on Nokrit to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that Asmongold's reactions to him had a positive effect on him. He's talking about his opinion of Asmongold reacting to his videos. He's literally sharing his opinion. And in his opinion, he doesn't give a fuck. You are the one trying to make a scientific argument for why React content is bad. Thus, you have to be the one to prove that it is. Thus far, and we're about 12 minutes into your video now, you've provided no evidence that shows that it is in fact bad. You've not proven that me reacting to your video is somehow going to steal thousands of views from you, or even 1,000, or 500, or 10, or 100. Like, you've not proven any of that. You have literally just asserted that, trust me, bro, the sources are out there, like, if you know where to look. That's not, like, it's not Nokrit's job to prove that, because all he's doing is speaking from his own perspective, and he doesn't mind it.
Maintain their wealth and success. The person who then actually did the work just has to hope that the reactor's prosperity trickles down to them. You shouldn't expect at least a share of the wealth generated from your work. You should just be happy with the illusory payment of exposure. It is beyond my ability to understand why Nokrit would favor a...
I've already discussed this. I would be interested to know what Asmongold thinks of this. So if you guys can ask him, like, ask him about this. But I think there's plenty of reactors that would be perfectly fine with sharing the profits of their React videos with the people that they're reacting to. Because, well, without you, I wouldn't have content to react to on stream. So I'd be happy to share that with you. I don't think there would be a single content creator that would actually have a problem with it, except for the most greedy fucking assholes out there. And I just, it's not that I'm just paying you an exposure, but you are also getting exposure. Because I have discovered many a content creator as a result of React channels. Many. In fact, most of the channels I follow on YouTube is a result of React content. So what? Did they get no exposure? And I can tell you there's a bunch of channels that I've started watching that I would absolutely... great example. I would never, in 100 fucking years, have started watching Josh Strife Hayes' videos if it wasn't for Asmongold. And not because Josh Strife Hayes is bad, not because his thumbnails are bad, but because if I saw his video, right, for the first time, was it bad? I don't tend to watch videos like that. That's not really my general type of content. Was it good? That kind of, it's not what I consume on YouTube. It was because I saw Asmongold react to it, and then I saw Josh Drive Hayes' videos and I was like, dude, this guy's fucking good. And now I watch Josh Drive Hayes pretty religiously. And I would never have started. Never. Even if I saw all of his thumbnails all over my screen, it would just not be something that interests me. I'm not really about that type of content.
World where success is not determined by who works the hardest or is the most creative, but instead who can.
I'm right there with you, right? I know that in order for him to prove that this is actually hurting reactors, he would need access to data that he does not have access to. And that's why I'm saying what he's doing is incredibly disingenuous, because he's asserting things that there's no way for him to prove. None. He cannot prove it because he doesn't have access to that data. He would need to have full access to Asmongold's channel and full access to Necrit's channel. And then not just them, he would have to probably do that with 20 or 30 people in order to actually prove this. He can't do that. He won't do that because that is a fuck ton of work. And you'd also need to convince guys that, hey, give me full access to your YouTube channel. I promise I won't do anything weird. And so obviously that he's not going to be able to do that. So his assertions are completely emotional. There's no evidence backed here. Like, nothing is backed.
Give the most of their work for free to the already rich and successful. He sincerely seems to believe that the more videos that Asmongold uploads and the greater his share of the online media space, the better off all the people who actually do the work to make that content will be. So if we could only convince all the reactors to upload 1,000 videos today, oh boy how easy everyone else's lives would become. Again, it's basically an infinite money glitch if you know nothing about how markets work. In fact, why even have recommendations for creators at all, when recommendations for reactors are apparently so superior in Necrit's world? The problem is that you may imagine
there's a duality to it. The overall YouTube algorithm is incredibly vast, and it is, to some extent, luck. You get lucky by basically doing it over and over again, and then eventually you get good enough to read the signs, right? To know what a good thumbnail is going to look like. But even then, right? Even the guys that claim to have hacked the algorithm, watch their videos, right? Watch over a long period of time how sometimes they have videos that get millions of views and sometimes they have videos that can't even crack 1 million. Those are failed videos. Right? It means that he got unlucky. The algorithm just didn't pick up their videos and the audience just didn't care. Whereas when you look at something like React content, it's almost more of a targeted type of advertisement because you are targeting a very specific audience there, i.e. the audience of the reactor. You're trying to get that audience. In conjunction, the two can lead to a shit ton of growth. No one is saying that only reactors help grow videos or that reactors are doing so out of the goodness of their hearts. Everyone is just saying that it is not causing the harm that you pretend it to be.
You gain from reaction to your video, but do all of your videos fare better having to compete with the millions of reactions flooding the markets, competing with them for the finite attention available, especially when YouTube algorithmically favors channels that upload frequently and consistently over those that don't. More importantly,
Okay, that again is an assertion that he's making that is actively been disputed by the dude that makes the algorithm at YouTube. I have watched the creator spotlight videos where they spoke to the dude that literally, his team, he's the lead of the department that makes the algorithm at YouTube. And they asked him, does the algorithm prefer constant uploads or do you have to, like, can you take a break? And his answer was, the algorithm does not care. Every time you upload a video, the algorithm tries to find an audience for your video. It doesn't look at have you uploaded a week ago or a month ago or have you uploaded yesterday, because if you didn't upload yesterday, you're not getting views today. It doesn't give a fuck about that. When you upload a video, the algorithm goes, right, let's find you an audience. And then that's it, right? It goes to look for an audience. So again, you're making an assumption or an assertion with no evidence. In fact, the evidence counts against you on this one.
I don't agree with Necrit that every successful creator should see other people's creative works as an all-you-can-eat buffet that you can snatch from whenever you don't want to make something yourself. Nukrit's ideas pair well with the expression that it's easier to ask forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. While I would personally argue that anyone who actually lives by this creed is a massive dick, this is still a philosophy that reactors embody wholeheartedly. Surprisingly, I've directly heard people say of Asmongold that his embodiment of this philosophy is a positive trait and not merely evidence of his disregard for others. I could imagine why Nukrit does not care about such things though, because it seems in his world we should all exist for the pleasure of those already successful and just be happy for the notice.
Man, the emotional fucking manipulation that this guy employs. I'm trying to stay as fair and balanced to his points, but it's a little disingenuous when this guy is using every trick in the book to manipulate his audience into believing the bullshit that he spews without providing any evidence whatsoever. Just, running rampant with takes that makes no sense whatsoever and isn't backed by literally anything.
But the question now is it worth it? Is it even beneficial to have people reacting to your videos? Or will it harm your channel? After I released my first Riot MMO video, it decently quickly hit 1 million views, after which it stopped and then it slowly crept up close to 2 millions. And during that initial burst of views as other people reacted to it, the viewer ratios stayed consistent. For example, Sodapoppin's reaction got about 50% of the original video. This became true for both the first video and the second video. Esfand stayed consistently around 17%, and Asmongold stayed slightly below 3 times the original views, because that's just the kind of content he does. But these ratios also stayed the same when I was talking about Ghostcrawler leaving. No matter the success of the original video, the reactions always stayed consistent.
It's almost as if it proves the point, right? That Asmongold viewers watch for Asmongold regardless of what the fuck he watches. I mean, it's almost as if. Let's hear how Dark Viper is going to retort this one.
With the ratios relating to their own audiences. This taught me that, at least in my case, there was no way the reactions could be taking views from me. Because if this was the case, if the reactions were taking views from me, then after the new audience learned about my videos, and if you mirror that after my audience learned about the reactions, then over time, as I released more videos, people would have to avoid my videos and wait for the reactions to come out. Or in other words, my views would have to go down and the other views would have to go up. But that didn't happen. There was no funneling of viewers and everything stayed the same.
So there are surprisingly 5 levels at which Nukrit is wrong in this general section. The first is, as has been made apparent before, he assumes the only thing in existence that a reaction video can negatively impact is the original video that it was made from. The second, he disregards the other ways that a reaction can potentially negatively impact the original video other than the singular way that he listed. The third, the phenomenon that he seeks to test for, that being people expecting a reaction and so skipping over the original video, in this particular context, makes no sense. The fourth level, how he is testing for this phenomenon doesn't make any sense. Lastly, the conclusions that he draws from his nonsensical analysis are not supported by the data available. So firstly, Nukrit is hard locked into the idea that what reaction videos extract from is purely the original video. But obviously an Asmongold reaction can take from any of Nukrit's videos. Maybe a viewer who would have ended up watching something from Nukrit's back catalog is instead now watching one of the 10 videos that Asmongold ripped off today. Reactions have an impact on the entire market for content, because we are each putting out videos on the market, competing with each other for the finite amount of advertising space and eyeballs that exist each day. We are seeking to inspire interest and maintain it, necessarily keeping viewers away from wherever else they would have spent their time.
All right, that's fair. That's a fair take, bro. Like, you've got this 100% in the bag, man. Just quickly, I just want to see. I mean, far be it from me. So Nukrit has 810,000 subscribers. If what you were saying was in fact true, then Nukrit would not have 810,000 subscribers, because the people that would be watching Nukrit's videos would just be watching Asmongold reacting to Nukrit, right? Like, because that's what he's saying here. It doesn't have to just impact the original video that's being reacted to. It can impact all of your videos. Well, if it does have that impact on all of your videos, we would see that being indicative and showcased in your subscriber numbers, but also then in your general views overall. Here you have a video 2 weeks ago, 459,000 views. Considering he only has 810,000 subscribers, that is phenomenal views. Getting 50% of your overall subscribers as views, that's good. Especially when your subscribers are that fucking high. Right? So, yeah, I don't... Like, why would people subscribe to Necrit if they could just watch Asmongold? I don't understand.
Platform cannot support infinite successful creators, let alone infinite Asmongold-sized creators. Asmongold spams out the reaction videos that he does to take as much of the market away from others for himself. I think an example might help, so let's take a look at Asmongold's first reaction to Necrit, which currently has 4 million views. Obviously 4 million people didn't come into existence to watch this reaction video, nor were 4 million people sitting in a back room somewhere hoping that one day that Asmongold might release this reaction video so they could animate themselves, watch it, and then go back into storage. In reality, all these people are just going about their lives attempting to satiate the needs that led to them to seek out content in the first place. So for Asmongold to get 4 million views in this video, around 80 million impressions were given to people, 76 million of which were ignored, and 4 million that were clicked. So we can then ask, what would have happened if this reaction video did not exist? Furthermore, is a world with this reaction better or worse for the people who actually create the content that is reacted to? In answering these questions, it is important to note that people do not traditionally come to YouTube for a specific video. Views come from the recommendation algorithm or are extensions of it. Like you get recommended a video that causes you to subscribe to a creator, and so you eventually watch their videos in your sub feed, but ultimately that all stems from the recommendation at the beginning. It seems clear that YouTube's algorithm seeks to give people videos that they will want to click on, and that will keep them on the platform now and have them return later on. The algorithm's ability to achieve this goal is not made significantly better or worse because of the existence of this reaction. In the same way that Asmongold's existence...
Alright, so it's not making it better, it's not making it worse. I agree with him. It's probably a net zero effect.
In general does not make the machine learning at the heart of this algorithm better or worse either. We can therefore conclude that in a world without this reaction, roughly 80 million impressions would have gone to other videos. Videos that the algorithm believes that the people seeing those impressions would want to watch would...
No, but that's not right. Because you're ignoring a key fundamental here, and that is that when people are on YouTube, there's also such a thing as interests, right? Interests are super important on YouTube. Like, I'm not gonna get a video suggested to me about League of Legends if I've never showed any interest in watching League of Legends, right? If I have never searched out anything about League of Legends, why the hell would the algorithm show me videos about League of Legends? So it's not enough to say that Asmongold stole 80 million impressions from other videos. What videos are you talking about? You could make the argument that Asmongold stole 80 million impressions from League of Legends channels. Sure, that could be true. People who care about League of Legends would ultimately have maybe gotten more videos from League of Legends suggested to them if Asmongold wasn't making his video. But one could also make the argument that the 80 million impressions that came from Asmon was from people who don't generally watch League of Legends, because they watch Asmongold, and Asmongold does not and has never played League of Legends. So people who like League of Legends is most likely not going to fucking watch Asmongold. They're going to watch I'm a Cutie Pie, or they're going to watch Tyler 1. The fact that Asmongold reacted to his video suggests that there is now a brand new audience being created from other places that will now care about League of Legends videos and will thus start watching League of Legends videos for the people that now get the impressions about League of Legends videos. Now, I want you all to note that everything I just said here is absolute fucking bullshit, potentially. You want to know why it's absolute fucking bullshit, potentially? Because we have no evidence for it. We don't have the data. I made it up. It sounds logical because it is logical, but it's based on nothing but that. It's logic. I have no evidence to suggest this because there is no evidence for it. The only people that would have the evidence for this is YouTube. And until YouTube decides to bless us with the actual evidence of how much of a React video costs the ecosystem.
Damn.
Everything else is speculation. You're speculating. You think because a reaction video exists, fewer people are now getting impressions from the algorithm because the reactor got all of the impressions. And you think that then spills into the other people making videos, who then spills into fewer people getting reactions or getting impressions, who then again leads into this guy. But it's all speculation. We have no evidence of this other than, trust me, bro. Wyfern, by the way, 13 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Keep them on the platform, and even better, have them return. It would have a roughly 5% success rate, getting 4 million people to click, and so 4 million views and all the subsequent benefits, additional exposure, money, recommendations, and so on, will be spread out amongst a bunch of different content creators. So which reality is better? Asmongold getting all the native views and exposure for doing nothing at all except watching a YouTube video and re-uploading it, or those who actually do the work to create things actually getting the rewards for doing so? Their video.
I'm making another huge mistake here, because in his argument, he is effectively saying that the people, right? So these are all of you guys, right? The people on YouTube will literally watch whatever the fuck YouTube throws out, no matter what. And that none of you actively watch Asmongold for Asmongold, right? And so if Asmongold wasn't reacting to content, you guys would then fuck off and go watch a bunch of other videos. But that is an assumption, no? That is an assumption. I'll give you guys an example, because again, he made this analogy, or he used this in the beginning, where he said people don't often come to YouTube to watch something specific. I would argue he's very wrong there. Every Monday of my life, well, actually not every Monday, every Tuesday of my life, I watch Summoner Insight. It's a League of Legends talk show. I watch it every week. And I log into YouTube before the stream so that I can watch Summoner Insight. Yeah, Monte Cristo and Thorin. And if the show isn't live yet, I log out of YouTube, because I want to watch that show. That's the only reason I have YouTube open right now, is I want to watch that show. So clearly, all those 80,000 impressions would have been wasted on me. I wouldn't have watched them. Not to mention the fact that I am not always just watching Asmongold. When I'm not watching Asmongold, I am getting all of these other fucking 80,000 impressions for all manner of other videos. But it just so happens that every once in a while, Asmongold reacts to a video that I didn't even know I needed in my life. And now suddenly, I am subscribed to a whole new fucking channel. Because Asmongold reacted to a video of a content creator that I've never seen before. It is... you're making a lot of assertions, bro. You're not providing any evidence. You're following a logical train, but the assumptions aren't backed by anything other than logic, which is very dangerous, because you could prove anything just by being logical.
Videos further being specifically targeted towards those who want to watch them, rather than through Asmongold, which is entirely untargeted. It's a no-brainer for me, and this is the comparison that can be made for...
It's not untargeted. It's literally targeted at Asmongold viewers. Like, what are you talking about?
Every single reaction video that is on this platform. To reiterate, while Nacrit falsely believes that his original videos cannot lose views to the reactions to them, it is more problematic that he is not considering the impact of all reaction videos on his entire catalog of content. Every single day there is a spot where his face and videos would have been shown, but he just gets edged out by a reaction video, spammed out by one of the many Asmongold-like content farms. Every single day there is a person who would have found and ended up watching his videos, but instead ends up watching one of the dozen that Asmongold released today. Every day the algorithm thinks, why give Nacrit exposure? He can get out, what, like 3 videos a week at best? I can give that exposure to Asmongold instead. He can release 50 high quality videos in the exact same amount of time. The harm is consistent day to day, but will slowly increase over time as more and more of the market is taken up by reaction content. The algorithm seems to favor already successful channels that release more content at a consistent frequency. Therefore, those who actually create content will never be collectively as algorithmically favored as reactors who are not burdened with the costs of actual creation. Nukrit is supporting a system that specifically works and desires to outcompete him in generating interest in viewers and captivating them long term. Worse, he's supporting this system knowing that he can never compete with its output unless he too finds a bunch of grunts who want to be paid in exposure to make him videos. At the end of the day, creating one-stop shops for all the best content on YouTube benefits no one but those who own those channels. As an aside, in many ways it is even worse for new creators. In ages past, successful content creators would burn out and quit, giving the chance for new creators to rise up and replace them. But now old fossils like Asmongold, who would have been outcompeted or buckled under strain years ago, can instead use reaction content to avoid all the work that normally inspires this drop-off. They can continually feast on the output of new rising star creators to maintain their current status. So that was level 1, we've got 4 more to go, so let's continue.
Alright, after number 1, all I'm gonna ask is sources, any evidence, like literally, like any evidence that isn't just trust me, bro, because those are a lot of assumptions with fuck all backing it up.
Continue with level 2. Nukrit disregards the many other ways a reaction can harm an original video than the singular one that he listed, that being that people could see the original video but then decide to skip over it in order to wait for a reaction to come out. One risk with reactions is how they may impact your video and channel in the algorithm, something fairly unpredictable. It is certainly true that someone might skip an impression for your original video in order to wait for a reaction to it, leading the algorithm to think them less interested in your videos in general. But the algorithm could also just not recommend the original video and instead recommend the reaction and the reactor's content. Worse is that some of the people who end up watching the reaction will afterwards skip over a recommendation for the original video if they're given it. I mean, why would they click it? They've already seen the original video just on a different channel. This would lessen the click-through rate for the original video and convince the algorithm that either the video isn't very good or at least it isn't to that particular viewer's interests. Having enough people see the reaction and then later skip over impressions for the original video will obviously impact how far the algorithm will spread the original video. At the end of the day, we have no ability to see how well a video would have done in the algorithm if there wasn't a duplicate competing with it.
Yeah, you're right. We have no ability to know. I mean, it's possible, sure, but we don't know. And that's the problem with his entire argument is it's all based on I think and therefore it must be. Because I think it. Right? And because I think it has to be true. It's another aspect your idea would have. The OG vid would not only get 30% profit, but also the benefit of all the views as far as the algo goes. Well, yeah, because YouTube, in order to share the profits, YouTube would have to know which video you reacted to. And as a result of that, the algorithm would go, right, this video is getting super views. Clearly, this video is really good. We're going to boost this one in the algorithm as well. I'm all for that, right? I'm all for helping creators when I react to their content for them to get money from my reactions as well as the views from my reactions, right? Or at least the algorithmic boost from my reactions. But again, his entire point here is a little bit problematic, just insofar as you can't know this. And he admits it himself. There's no way for him to know what impact, if any, a React video has on the original content. It could be massive. It could be zero. We don't know. But I would argue we can at least, for funsies, for lack of a better word, for funsies, look at the effects that React content have on creators that's been reacted to. Creators get reacted to, and if they're really good, they seem to all do super well. Like, they seem to really get, like, do well. They get hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Their videos seem to get views. It's not as if someone is reacted to and then they just die into obscurity. That doesn't appear to be the case. And if the React videos did have that big of an impact on that creator's viewership, that is what you would see. You would see people just losing viewers left, right, and center. None of these people ever being reacted to gaining any meaningful subscriber growth. And I'm not suggesting here that the video being reacted to is leading to subscriber growth. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if it had that negative effect, the original creator of the work would not get any views whatsoever, you know? like on any of his other videos, because everyone's just watching the React content now. No one's watching original content, even though views are up for original content. People are clearly loving original content. Why? If React content is such a big problem on YouTube, then you would expect all other content creators to just be fucked. They're not getting any views because the reactors are taking all of the views, if indeed that was true.
Who own the original, therefore, just have to take it on faith that their video is doing better.
Darth Micro is a very good example of this. This was a guy that literally came out of complete obscurity, had Asmongold react to him, and blew the fuck up. Now, if he has a story like this, what are the chances that other people have similar stories? Do you guys think?
Competing with a copy of it on another channel than it would have done exclusively if it was just on their channel. There are of course reports of spikes in viewer numbers, no change or sharp decline, but all assess short-term impact, and each has to grapple with the uncertainty of never being able to see the alternate reality where the reaction didn't exist. Maybe you saw a small spike in viewers because of a reaction, but unbeknownst to you, that video then gets 10% less views every day for the rest of its life. Maybe you saw no change, but perhaps that video would have started to decline if not for the additional interest generated by that reaction. Perhaps you saw an initial drop in viewers because of the reaction, but perhaps that reaction was keeping your video longer in the algorithm, so over time you ended up gaining more viewers than you lost initially. Unfortunately, creators just vary so much in terms of what content they produce and under what conditions it releases. There is also some variation in the method and the extent to which reactors re-upload other people's content. The result is that a generalizable, controlled test of the impact of a reaction on the original video is likely impossible. At the end of the day, one of the major issues with the creator-reactor dynamic is that if you've seen the original video, you can still hypothetically find value in the reaction, as it has new material that you haven't seen. If you've seen the reaction, however, you have no reason to watch the original, as you've seen all—
Yeah, but I have already shown you, and if I exist like this, I'm almost certain that other people exist like this as well, even if it is a very small percentage of it. Because again, if I'm watching a video from Asmongold and the video that I'm watching, so the creator is like at best a C, I'll watch Asmongold's reaction because his reaction is providing me the entertainment that I currently want. But, and this happened with Josh Drive Hayes' video, this happened with Necrit's video, Asmongold's constant pausing, because remember, when I'm reacting to a video, I'm gonna pause, right? Like here, 23 minutes into the video, an hour and a half that we've been reacting already. So you can imagine, I've been pausing a fucking lot, right? I've been paused for an hour. For an hour, I've been paused and I've been talking about, I've been adding content to this video. And Asmongold constantly pausing annoys the fuck out of me. Because I really want to watch this guy. I really want to hear what he has to say. I remember with the Necrit video, Asmongold paused like 3 times. And I was like, no, I can't do this. No, wait. And I immediately clicked the link in Asmongold's description, because if you're a reactor, you put the link to the guy's video at the top of your video, like I do, right? You click, you go to the video, and I started watching him because I didn't want to be interrupted. I wanted to hear his points. I was excited for the video. I was excited for the fucking MMO. I wanted to hear the points, and I didn't at that time wanted to hear Asmongold's opinion. After I watched Necrit's video, I then went and I finished Asmongold's video, because I did want to hear Asmongold's opinions on the MMO, but I didn't want to be interrupted. So that does happen. It happened with Josh Drive Hayes' video as well.
All its material. That the original creator did 100% of the work to make the original and 99% of the work to make the React video doesn't matter to viewers. This obvious imbalance, I think, will always give more credence to the idea that there is greater harm than benefit for the original video. But when I say this, I feel I need to stress that the dynamic between a single original video and its reaction is not my main issue with reaction content. My interest will always be on the total impact of reaction content on the entire market of creators. The third level. I actually regret calling these levels now. I guess I should have called them problems or something, but whatever. The entire basis for Necrit's analysis is his belief that if he was losing viewers to reactions, that every additional reaction made of his content would increase the amount of viewers that he's losing. This because more and more viewers will begin to skip over his videos and wait for the future reactions to watch instead. This, however, is a fairly silly assumption to base your entire video off. In the period where Asmongold reacted to 7 of Nacrit's videos, not only were these reactions sometimes months apart, but during that same period, Nacrit uploaded around 100 videos. This low ratio of videos to reactions would make it fairly silly for any viewer to have a belief that there was a reaction certainly forthcoming. Furthermore, implicit here is that Nacrit believes that viewers are sitting around contemplating how to min-max their time watching YouTube videos.
Wait, is he now just proving our point here? Like, of the total body of work of Nacrit, Asmongold only made 7 reactions to his videos. So anyone that liked Nacrit's videos would have to go to Nacrit's channel in order to watch his videos, right?
I find this very strange because I think viewers just watch the appealing videos that are recommended to them by the algorithm. There seems to be little reason to believe that there's a widespread behavior amongst viewers to look at a recommendation for a video they want to watch and to have them go, you know what, I'm gonna skip this one and wait for a reaction, especially considering that they could just watch both. As an aside, even if Nacrit's assumptions about this behavior were correct, the analysis that he's doing still wouldn't be particularly fruitful. Comparing all reactions to his content to see changes would at best only show changes to the amount of viewers being lost, not the total amount. In other words, if Nacrit was losing a consistent 10% of views on each of his videos, the methodology he's using wouldn't even capture that. The fourth level, or problem, whichever you prefer, how he is testing for people skipping over the original video to watch the reaction doesn't make any sense. This is because obviously the variables that impact each original video and reaction would not remain constants. The originals and reactions are of different lengths, and of course the different topics will play better or worse on different channels. They are released at different days, at different times, they have varying amounts of other videos released alongside them, and so on. Hell, even the creators themselves and their channels can change between reactions. Amongst all the noise of confounding variables, even if there was—
Yeah, so otherwise, like, in other words, proving that if there is an impact, the impact is either negligible at best or completely unknown, right? We can't know because there are so many fucking variables to this thing. It's a chaotic system. It's like life. There is no way of knowing other than the fact that you're suggesting that you know. Adam, how you doing, brother?
Was an increase in the amount of people skipping over the original video to wait for a reaction, you wouldn't really expect to see it. This especially when just comparing the view counts in a small sample size of 7 pairs. From the outset, you should be highly skeptical of the claim that all original videos and all reactions just so happen to maintain the exact same viewership ratio. This leads finally to the 5th and—
Wait, but he didn't say all. He only used his videos. And his videos prove a point. No matter how good his videos were, no matter how bad his videos were, the ratios remained the same for all of them. If his video got 500,000 views, Asmon's got 1.5 million. If his video got 1 million views, Asmon got 3 million. And those ratios remained the same, suggesting that Asmongold was neither farming viewers from him, nor was Asmongold stealing viewers from him. People who watch Asmongold were simply choosing to watch Asmongold, which is literally what we've been saying the whole fucking time here.
And final problem. To reiterate, Nacrit's claim is that he knows his original videos are not losing views to reactions because the ratio of views that his original videos get compared to Asmongold's reactions remains consistent each time. In other words, if Nacrit gets 100,000 views, Asmongold will get 300,000 views. If Nacrit gets 200,000 views, then Asmongold will get 600,000 views every single time. He says that we'd have to see Nacrit's views go down and the reactors go up for there to be any possibility of a loss. But staggeringly, if you just look at the numbers comparing Nacrit's videos to Asmon's, the ratio of viewership isn't consistent at all. The ratio is in fact all over the place, ranging from Asmon getting 1.8 times as many views in one case and 4 times as many views in another case. I even did this same analysis for another creator that Asmongold has reacted to far more, Josh Strife Hayes. I of course also found a huge difference in the ratio of views between the originals and reactions. These range from Asmongold getting half as many—
Alright, so again, his own argument shoots his argument in the foot. Like, his own evidence shoots his argument in the foot here. Because if React content was bad, how the fuck is Josh Strife Hayes getting 3 times the amount of views on his the immoral design of Diablo Immortal when Asmongold is only getting 1.3 million? Like, how does that happen? right? Or what went wrong with gaming? Why is Asmongold getting less? If Asmongold's views are actually taking away from Just Drive Haze, this is not what we would see. We would see a consistent increase for Asmongold and a decrease for Just Drive Haze. If indeed it had it's almost as if viewers just choose to do whatever the fuck viewers do. And whatever React content or reactors are doing has very little impact on what viewers do. Because this is indicative of a chaotic system. This is what you would expect if a system was completely chaotic with no finger on the scale. You would expect to see this, where it's completely unpredictable. Here's the thing. If you're going to make a video where you're trying to scientifically prove that reaction content is bad, in order for you to make the claim that you can prove that, you have to be able to make predictions. This is oftentimes what science is all about, right? In science, we want to see predictions. This is one of the reasons why evolution was accepted as the predominant theory of how everything got here, because they were able to make predictions on that theory. Using the basis of the theory, they could predict that they would be able to find certain things, and then it happened to be found, thus making the theory at least mostly scientifically sound. If you can't even predict, so when I ask you, all right, if a reactor reacts to a video, will it be true that the reactor is going to get more views than the original creator? And you go, well, you know, it's gonna depend. I don't quite know. Okay, so fuck it. You can't make a prediction. That means that your entire premise is most likely flawed, because you told me that reactions is bad for the ecosystem, but you can't even prove to me, like, you can't even make a prediction of how it's bad or how it's gonna be bad. All you have is, I think it's bad. Watch a lot of React content, and whichever the algorithm shows first, I watch. If the main video looks good, I'll double back and watch it. I think that's how a lot do it. You're spot on. It's chaotic. Dude, I think everyone will watch the original if the original is good. Like, I genuinely don't see, like, if you watch reactions and the amount of times people interrupt, the only time that isn't true is with someone like XQC. If you watch an XQC React video, you genuinely don't have to watch the original, because XQC doesn't interrupt the video at all, right? He never pauses. You get to watch the whole video. Sometimes he's not even at the fucking PC while he's reacting to it.
Many views as the original to getting 6 times as many views. If Nukrit is an honest person, it's very strange for him to make this video and at no point seek to do this analysis with another creator as well. Like, he obviously had every ability to compare other people's videos to the reactions that are done by Asmongold, but he just didn't do that, and I wonder why. On this,
oh, it's simple. Because he was minding his own fucking business and talking about himself and whether or not he gives a fuck about being reacted to. That's why. He wasn't trying to speak for everyone, because unlike you, Dark, he actually probably doesn't believe in the whole thing of, society and we. He just said I, because it's about me. I'm talking only for myself here. So he wasn't going to use anyone else's shit, because no one else fucking matters in this regard. I'm only talking for myself. Like you should actually be doing. You shouldn't be talking for everyone, because you don't have the evidence to talk for everyone. You should just be talking about you. And that the fact is that you don't like React content, and that you don't think that React content is good. In that case, people won't react to you. Dude, and I'll say this, Dark Viper has some videos that I watch, right? I am a fan of him as a content creator. He has some pretty good videos, actually. I have never reacted to a Dark Viper video before now, because I know how Dark Viper feels about React videos. But then Dark Viper decides to make a video about React videos, which happens to be one part of my business. And now I'm interested, right? And now I'm going to react to it. That's just how it goes, you know? It's about interest. It's about the topic. I'd do it if the video was good. If not, like this very video, I'd ignore it. True.
On the surface, these results appear to entirely contradict Nukrit's claims. But if you examine Nukrit's video closely, what he actually seems to mean when he says the ratios are the same is that they exist in some undisclosed range of similarity that he has arbitrarily decided to call the same. For example, he says Asmongold got 3 times as many views, and the next time it was around the same, but the image shown on screen shows a ratio of 1.5 times as many views, not 3 times. Obviously, to most people that'd be a huge difference, but apparently not to Nakrit. What is even stranger is that Nakrit himself seems to at least in part acknowledge later on that there is no consistency in the viewer ratios. He talks about how 2 videos, a whole third of his sample, were not consistent, as his video did far worse and the reaction did far better. But for reasons not explained, for him, that just highlights even more how much his videos were not impacted.
But exactly, because it's so fucking all over the place. If it was having an impact, you would see that impact. The fact that he can't see the impact suggests it's probably not having an impact, or if the impact is there, it's just so small that it's negligible.
By the reactions. This despite saying that this very thing would be what would confirm to him that his videos were losing views to the reactions. It was honestly bewildering to listen to.
A perfect example is my quick rant about Genshin's updates. This was a quick experimental video that didn't do that well. But still, some people reacted to it, and instead of staying in their ratios, they got double the original views. And this even worked on my latest MMO video about mounts, which also didn't do that well compared to the others. But other creators still made it work on a really big scale. So it seems like it is harder to make an example where people are just blatantly stealing views.
It feels kind of petty to dogpile on, but there's also the issue that assessing things by ratio rather than total biases things in terms of similarity. If we compare a video that got 1 million views and a video that got 1.1 million views, and I said, hey, there's a 100,000 viewer difference there, that sounds big. But if you say that second video got 1.1 times the views of the first video, it doesn't sound like anything. Basically, how Nakrit is speaking is specifically designed to downplay difference. Lastly,
no, oh my fuck, no. We use percentages because they're a lot more reliable and a lot less emotionally charged. You see, if we want to scam people, if we want to make a point and sell that point, we say, oh, by the way, thousands dead. I'll give you guys a great example of this, right? In the US, you'll oftentimes hear this statistic, 950 people died at the hands of the police, right? Or almost 1,000 people died at the hands of the police. Most people go, whoa, what the fuck? Dude, that's a lot of people. Holy shit. When you put that into perspective of the millions of people that call America home, it's basically fuck all. If you actually use the true percentage of the population that died at the hands of the police, it's basically fuck all, right? It's not even 1% of people. But it sounds better when I say almost 1,000 people, right? Which is misleading, because if you're gonna have, say, 100,000 interactions with the police in a year, you would expect some of those to be violent and most likely end in some kind of, and by the way, I'm not talking about police violence here. I don't have an opinion on that. I'm not American. I don't give a fuck. I'm just talking about statistics here. Right? There's a reason why, scientifically speaking, we would want to use statistics rather than the actual number, because the actual number isn't always going to be indicative of the truth. The actual number is going to be used so that I can charge you emotionally, like you just admitted there. If I said this one got 100,000 more views than the other one, people go, shit, 100,000? That's a lot. Holy crap. But then if I said 1.1%, you would be like, all right, like, that's fuck all, man. Because it is fuck all. It genuinely is. It really is. In the context of what we're talking about, it is genuinely nothing. We use percentages oftentimes when we're comparing things to one another, specifically in this case, when we're comparing numbers to one another, because they are the most neutral that we can be. Damage. And we want to be neutral if we want to get to the truth. But I don't think you want to get to the truth, Dark Viper. I think what you want is to charge people up.
Even if we ignore every problem discussed so far, I'm still not sure how Nakrit expected to see small differences. Say 1,000 people skipped over his original video and watched Asmongold's reaction video instead. Like, how did he expect to, see that? It is possible that he was aware that he'd be unable to, which would explain his conclusion, where he says,
"Did reactions harm my videos? No, they absolutely did not. And if they did, the quote-unquote stolen views would be in single-digit percentages."
Firstly, to say something is absolute is to say it has no qualification.
Yeah, he's saying again for himself. Did it harm my videos? No, because I can see my subscriber number going up, and I can see the average views of my videos going up over time. So, to me, it has done no harm. Because the way I would think about harm is Asmongold reacted to my video, and 6 months later, I'm fucking homeless. Did Asmongold's reaction hurt my videos? Absolutely. I'm homeless now. Thank you, Asmon. But Asmongold reacted to a bunch of my videos. Now, 6 months later, I have 800,000 subscribers, and I'm a rich bitch. Nah, I don't think it did anything. I think I'm fine, right? Because I'm doing fine. That's how people would think about this. I don't know. Again, I don't know what you want.
Therefore, if you say absolutely not and then give a qualification, that is just contradictory. More importantly, it is just annoying that he doesn't explain at all why there could be some small impact that he's unable to see. Like, did he understand at least in part that his analysis was flawed, or is he just saying this to cover his ass? To put it bluntly, it is not possible from this data alone to determine how many views the original videos would have gotten absent reactions to them existing, or how they would have fared had they not needed to compete with all the other reaction videos in the market. This is in part because Nacrit's methodology was flawed, the data set was small, there were no consistent patterns, and variables likely impacting either video's success are not at all constant in each sample. If we assume that Nacrit didn't just lie in his video, I think the best explanation is that Nacrit had a desired conclusion, and so just massaged statistical noise until he saw what he wanted to see to support.
Dude, this is... is he saying somewhere here that this is all parody and he's just making a joke, or... Because this is like, yeah, pot kettle, like, holy fuck. I have an opinion. I went into this video with an opinion, and I massaged all of the numbers to back my opinion. What are you, what? Hey, bro, this is exactly what you're doing. I don't know, how do you imagine you're different?
Support it.
There was no funneling of viewers and everything stayed the same. And that's for a very obvious reason. The viewers watch people reacting for the person who's reacting, not for the original video. They may be interested in the topics, that's why sometimes better topics drive more views, but they mostly still don't care about the individual videos. With that,
here's the evidence for this. Here is the evidence for this. Asmongold goes live every single day for between 20 and 40,000 people. Why do you guys think that is? Why is it that between 20 and 40,000 people are watching Asmongold stream live every single day? Do you imagine it's because they're looking forward to all of the content that he's about to steal? And I can't wait for him to react to their favorite video from their favorite creator that they're too lazy to watch the content of? Or do you think they're watching it because they fucking love Asmongold? And as a result of that, they also love when Asmongold reacts to stuff. Doesn't matter what he reacts to, as long as he reacts to stuff. I would argue the opposite. Like, I would argue it's the latter, right? They love Asmongold. They're watching for Asmongold. That's why they're there. And it doesn't matter what he's reacting to. And it is true, right? If Asmongold suddenly reacted to how to grow flowers in your apartment, would I watch that video? Fuck no. I don't grow flowers. I couldn't give two shits. But if Asmongold is going to react to a new MMO, you bet your ass I'm going to watch. I like MMOs, and I like Asmongold. So I'm going to watch, right? And this is not a defense of Asmongold. I'm using Asmongold here as like the gold standard because he's the one being attacked in this video. I could literally like say my own name. I could use anyone here. But at the end of the day, it's sort of like, it's incredibly disingenuous to argue that no, actually, it is because of the original content and it has nothing to do with the React streamer, right? Or the reactor that's doing it.
said, sometimes the viewers care about the original video. And when that overlap happens, that's when you get people mad that you are constantly pausing the videos. So let's not say that it never happens. It's just that most of the time, the viewers are watching the person, not the video. And in most cases, without that person, they wouldn't even know that video existed.
A viewer may not care about the original video, but without it, the reaction would just suck and they wouldn't want to watch. Asmongold's old channel gives us an insight into how well he'd fare if he wasn't carried by the talents of others. Prior to his reaction empire, he released a fraction of the videos for a fraction of the audience and all the content was goddamn terrible. Limited research, next to no editing with some generic background gameplay. Does Nacrit really believe that the same amount of
I think you are excluding the fact that before his empire, he was one of the largest streamers on Twitch. Before his React empire. So clearly, his old videos didn't fail. He was just not really a YouTuber. Like, I would argue Asmongold was never really a YouTuber. Right? He was always more of a streamer than what he was a YouTuber. He happened to be a streamer that sometimes would make YouTube videos. And more often than not, the low quality was his brand. Like, your brand is sitting on in front of a black screen or a black wall and having just one light highlight you. That's your brand. This is what Asmongold does. It has always been part of his persona, if you will, not giving a shit about anything. The idea that somehow, and also, I think we should just say, the Asmongold channel, right, the one that he's going back to now, was during a time when the internet was a hell of a lot smaller than what it is now, and YouTube was a hell of a lot smaller than what it is now. And back then, getting 170,000 views on a video was actually considered pretty good, right? It was, you could get millions, obviously, but even then, it was pretty good. Views have gone up over time. There's now far more content creators with over 1 million subscribers than there's ever been in the history of YouTube. Right? So clearly YouTube keeps growing. So this whole React thing, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me.
Of people would care about and watch Asmongold's opinion today had he continued to give it without re-uploading other people's videos en masse? For most of the—
Yeah, actually, because we have evidence of that. Every once in a while, Asmongold will make a video about a new WoW patch or a new thing that's coming out, and Asmongold will literally sit. I have said this before. I fucking wish I could make content like Asmongold. I have watched Asmongold get 1 million views on a video with him sitting in front of a fucking camera, just talking. Bad quality audio, no editing whatsoever. He's just talking, and he gets shit tons of views. So, yeah, clearly, even without the reaction, people like watching Asmongold stuff.
The topics Asmongold speaks on. Even if he independently was inspired to speak on them without some video, he wouldn't even know where to begin. Again, you're right. Some of the viewers care more about the reactor than the original video, but obviously astronomically less people would know who these reactors are or care about them if they didn't have reactions to upload. The reactors re-upload other people's videos to increase their own exposure, to inspire greater interest in themselves, and to satiate people's need for entertainment. If the reactors were unable to do this, viewers necessarily would need to be presented actual creators and their videos via the algorithm. The viewers would subsequently develop an interest in those creators instead, by the very same mechanisms they came to enjoy reactors in the first place.
Assuming they find those creators. Oh, fuck me, this is a lot of assumptions, but alright.
People who end up watching do not come into existence to watch those reactions. They are pulled away from others in the market. There are obviously other original videos in the billion on this platform.
Dude, but this is true for, like... So, his argument here sounds very, very clever, right? And you'd be forgiven for falling for it. So let me explain this to you in a way that makes it make a lot more sense. All right. So we have World of Warcraft lore. All right. Down here we have Valhalla. Right? And we have Akalon. Right? So me and Balila. Now, let's say, for example, I made a video about Sargeras. And let's say Balila decided to make a video about Sargeras. Is it true that Balila is now actively competing with me in the algorithm? Is that true? Yeah. Absolutely. Right? Would it be better for my video if Balila didn't make a video about Sargeras? Yeah, obviously. On the face of it, absolutely. Would be. But here's the problem. The people, i.e. you guys, that decide to watch the videos may not ever watch my video about Sargeras, even if Balila's video did not exist. Even if Balila didn't make a video about Sargeras, you guys may never actually watch my video because you don't know who the fuck I am. You don't really give a shit. Maybe you don't like my personality. You don't like the way I speak. You don't like the fact that I swear a lot. Whatever the fucking case might be, you may never decide to watch my video, even if Balila didn't have a video about Sargeras. So what do we do now? Because that's effectively what he's saying here. If the React content didn't exist, people would be watching the original content. That is assuming they actually like the original content creator. And that's a massive assumption. Yeah, it doesn't have to be. The algorithm is literally just another word for audience. YouTube have admitted this before. The algorithm is literally, the only job the algorithm has is to find an audience for videos. That's it. That's literally all the algorithm does. If not just because Balila didn't make a video about Sargeras does not mean I'm now getting all the views. It's all up to the audience. Do they want to watch my content? If they don't want to, then Balila could cancel his channel and I would probably still not get more views because people just don't want to watch me, you know? It's as simple as that. His argument only sounds good if you don't spend 2 seconds thinking about it.
Platform that would appeal to the viewer's interests, and it is these that the reactions are seeking to compete with and ultimately win against. Supporting a system that enables some people to avoid any work and yet still outcompete you to usurp market.
Barrels, I appreciate that. I really do. Norman Lady, by the way, how you doing? I really appreciate that. And I mean, I obviously wish I was more popular as well. Like, I would fucking love it if we had like 100, 150 viewers in every stream. But I'm a firm believer that you have the success that you earn, right? And that's it. If you only have 20 viewers, that's because you only deserve 20 viewers. If you only have 50,000 subscribers, then that's what you deserve. So I appreciate that. And it would be great, right? I would fucking love to be a millionaire. But I'm also happy with what I have. You know, I love my audience. I love the fact that I go live every day and I know exactly who's going to be here. I know nowadays I even know who's going to be here on YouTube, which is also cool. Like, I know the Twitch guys. I've known you guys for a long time, so I know who's going to tune in. And I like that, you know? So, yeah, would I like it if there was a couple more thousand here? Sure. But I have not deserved that yet, right? I have not earned that yet. Hopefully we'll get there eventually, you know?
Market share is not in your or anyone's best interests. No world is better where those who do the least are the most rewarded.
To put it differently, if I release a video that presents information about a video game, either people decide to watch it because they are interested in the information, or they wait and watch it for the reaction because they are interested in that reaction, not necessarily the raw information. In this case, I wouldn't be losing viewers because those viewers were not likely to watch my video in the first place. The cases where people are interested in the original video and they still wait for the reactions are very rare. And it only ever happens if the audience of the original video and of the reaction dip into each other. In that case, people just watch their preferred creator.
I think this presentation of the market and viewer knowledge is very misguided. Viewers are not perfectly rational agents with all knowledge who are equally likely to do anything regardless of the barriers to entry. In other words, people do not necessarily watch their preferred creator, they are more likely to watch whatever the algorithm presents to them. People generally take the path of least resistance, and in this case that path is created by an algorithm that favors channels that spam out 10 videos a day. Nukrit seems to have this obsession with new—
That's not, like, dude, okay, I think you're the one that doesn't quite understand how the market operates, because it is absolutely true that people have preferred products that they use. People have preferred actors. People have preferred musicians. Just because Ariana Grande put out a song yesterday and now the song is on the radio everywhere, doesn't mean I'm going out to buy her CD. But when Linkin Park put out a new video or a new song, I instantly bought the CD. Why? Because it's fucking Linkin Park. I like Linkin Park. I couldn't give two fucks about Ariana Grande. And, I mean, if that was the truth, and it was just path of least resistance, then you would be correct, right? People would just watch whatever the fucking algorithm shows them. But that is so far from the truth, because if that was the truth, whichever singer or musician puts out the song first, whatever song it is, people would just instantly buy that song because, hey, you know, path of least resistance. People absolutely have preferences. And those preferences, I would say, play a much larger role in what I will or will not consume than the actual path of least resistance would do. In fact, there has been times where I have waited for specific videos to be made by specific things because I care about a specific person's opinion on that specific topic. Like, for example, a new game launches. I'm not entirely sure if I want to play the game. Guess what I do? I don't watch anyone else's reaction to that video game until Worth a Buy brings out his video. When Worth a Buy brings out his video, I watch his rating or reaction to the video game. Why? Because I have figured out over time that if Worth a Buy likes a game, there is a reasonably good chance that I will like the game too. I have similar interests to him. And I also happen to like his video style. So I find it interesting to listen and watch his videos. And I will actively skip videos from other creators while I wait for my favorite guy to make his fucking ratings video, right? So it's absolute nonsense. I will give you a better fucking example of this. I sometimes have to wait over a month to watch Angry Joe's reaction to a video. Because Angry Joe famously takes a fucking month to finally rate a video. I like Angry Joe, so I wait for his ratings. Because I want to know what he thought of the game. And so I wait. And when it comes out, I watch it. Because I like him as a creator. I like him as a person. I like watching his content. So, I don't know what the fuck. Monkey James, thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate you, man. Are you going, Monkey James? I'm going now. Need to raid? Oh, enjoy it, fam. Have fun with the raid.
New videos and viewers waiting for reactions. People aren't just getting recommendations for newer videos, they're getting recommendations for older videos as well, in this case that being the insane horde of content that Asmongold has stolen over the last few years. Viewers don't need to wait for reactions, they already exist, and the algorithm isn't putting the original video alongside all its reactions and saying, hey, pick whichever one looks best. But even when that does happen, for anyone who's even slightly interested in the watch party experience or the opinion of the reactor, the reaction is the superior version. Even in some magical, hypothetical world where viewers always watch both the original and the reaction, you can likely still see the issue there. 50 creators each spend 1 week making 1 video each. Asmongold then re-uploads all 50 videos in a week because he doesn't need to spend any of the time or effort to actually make them. The result in this magical, hypothetical world, which is to some people their ideal world, is that Asmongold would have 50 times the viewership of any of those individual creators. Asmongold is a monstrous amalgamation of hundreds of creators. He always has you covered regardless of your interests. And hey, the more of him you watch, the less of anyone else who will ever be recommended to you. Which of course is Asmongold's fucking goal. When I found
Yeah.
Josh Strive Hayes' channel, I loved his voice and style of video, so I binge-watched effectively all of his content. Eventually, I did get to the end. I ran out of videos, and you know what I did then? I moved on. There wasn't any more content to watch, so I had no choice. I was there
Are we back? We should be back, right? Yeah, everyone seems to be back now. All right. Yeah, I had to shift to the London. What's it called? The London servers. The Amsterdam servers started to crash for me for some reason. I apologize for that, guys. But we should be back now. Chico, how you doing? There's two versions of Reactant. One is low effort, blatant content thievery, and parasitism. Don't know what the fuck how to pronounce that word, but I kind of know what you mean. Parasites, right? Another is providing interesting commentary and competing, complementary, or alternate points, or making a large creative effort. Truth. At the start, the problem is a few days ago, the London server started to crash, so that's why I switched to the Amsterdam servers so that they would not fucking crash. I quickly need to go to the bathroom. 2 seconds, and then I'll be back and we'll finish this. All right? Give me 2 seconds. Oh man.